Well, hello and welcome to the Megacast by Actual Tech Media. Our topic today is battling the ransomware scourge, prevention and recovery. Now, today is not just a megacast. It's actually kind of a megacast, a super megacast, which makes sense because ransomware is a super mega kind of topic. Whether you're looking for more information on maybe potential threats, prevention, recovery, you're here today because you are thinking about ransomware, and we are all right there with you. So today we get to chat with top ransomware experts from Gigamon, KnowBe4, Sophos, Rubrik, Red Canary, Haiku, ReliaQuest, Firemon, Zerto, Unitrends, Cohesity, Commvault, Unit42, Pure Storage, and Equinix. If you're counting along at home, that was 15 awesome sessions, 15 innovative companies and solutions, and even more expert speakers. And they are all here today to talk to us about the current trends, tools, and technologies that you need to know as you're considering the evolution and enhancement of your organization's ransomware protection and recovery programs. Now, this is going to be a big day, a super mega day to be precise. So settle into your most comfortable chair, grab your coffee or tea, get comfy, stretch out, and get ready for an info-packed megacast full of exciting discussions, new ideas, cool resources, and innovative solutions. Now, if you haven't joined us for a megacast in the past, a very special welcome to all you first-timers out there. Actual Tech Media created the Megacast and the EcoCast series to help educate technology professionals just like yourself on the latest innovations and trends in enterprise technology. These webinars are designed to get you the hottest insights and up-to-date information to help you solve your most pressing technology challenges. Now, before we actually get into our exciting discussions here today, I want to review a few things that are going to help you get the most out of the Megacast. Now, of course, we do have some awesome prizes lined up for you. So if your eyes went right to that prize icon there, I get it. Hang tight. We're going to come right back to that. But stay with me. I'm going to take you on a guided tour of your audience console this morning. So first, I want to point out that questions console in your webinar control panel. Now, if you haven't already said hi, we love seeing all you awesome folks connecting from around the world. So give us a virtual wave, say hello to the community out there. Now, the questions console is also a great place to let us know if you do have any technical issues that might come up today. I do want to remind you all that a browser refresh is going to clear out any of the more common tech bugs. But if they're being a little persistent today, just shoot us a message over live chat, and the Actual Tech Media team will be there to help you out. But most importantly, we want this to be an informative and interactive webinar experience for you, which means that we want to see all of your technical questions. So throughout today's Megacast, get engaged, make comments, spark discussion, ask all of the ransomware questions that you may have, or share any thoughts or experiences that you want. We love seeing that, and it brings up the whole experience for everyone in the community there. Now, if we do not get to your question during the live webinar, don't worry, because the awesome humans from Gigamon, from KnowBe4, Sophos, Rubrik, Red Canary, Haiku, ReliaQuest, Firemon, Zerto, Unitrends, Cohesity, Commvault, Unit42, Pure Storage, and Equinix will be following up with you afterwards. Okay. So next up on our guided tour, you're going to take a look at that Twitter button in your console. So when you have one of those really cool kind of aha, brain lighty up moments today, you should share those with your friends. Everybody loves to share those moments. So just click on that Twitter button there, and the hashtag for today's Megacast is going to get automatically added to your post. And our last stop on our guided tour today, we're going to take a look at the handouts tab. So you can find some fantastic resources and takeaways from our speakers. We've got just an info pack collection of data sheets, white papers, ebooks, upcoming webinars, and more. So click around in that handout section and download some of those awesome resources for later. Now, my name is Jess Steinbach. If we haven't met already, I'm absolutely thrilled to be one of your moderators for this exciting webinar today. And along with an all-star lineup of presenters, we're actually bringing in the whole dream team from Actual Tech Media. So my wonderful friends and fellow moderators, Scott Becker and David Davis, will both be here with us today to help guide us through some of these informative conversations that we're about to get into. But before we do, I said I would come back around to those prizes. So let's talk about those a little bit more. In today's Megacast, you have a chance to win one of 5 Samsung Galaxy Book 2 360 laptops. And that is not even including the $500 Amazon gift cards that we're going to give away every 30 minutes. Now, of course, you do need to be here live at the webinar, joining us at the Megacast here in order to qualify for one of those prizes. And all winners must meet the actual Tech Media prize terms and conditions. If you're not sure what those are, no problem. I don't expect you to have those memorized. We've got them all written down for you. You just head on over to that handouts tab that we were just chatting about. Click in, scroll down to the bottom. You'll find the full T's and C's waiting for you there. Now, as I mentioned earlier, we love seeing all your insightful questions during these webinars. In fact, we love it so much we have a special additional prize for all of you. In today's Megacast, we will be giving away a $50 Amazon gift card to the best question asked in each of our live sessions. So remember, that was 15 live sessions, which means we have 15 of these $50 Amazon gift cards that we'll be giving away to the best question asked in each one of them. It does not matter if we get to your question during the live session or not. So we review all the questions asked after we wrap, and then we award that prize. So if you ask a question, even if we don't get to it, not only will you get an answer from the team later on, but you will also be entered to win that prize. So keep those questions coming in, both because it's awesome and engaging, and also you could win that $50 Amazon gift card. Now, a few quick reminders up on the screen here for you, including the fact that all winners are required to submit an IRS form W-9 to Actual Tech Media. If you are a winner here today and you would like to consider donating the value of your prize to one of the selected charities you see up on your screen here, we would love to help make that happen. Thanks to generous prize winners on previous Actual Tech Media webinars, thousands of dollars have been donated to these incredible organizations. So please do let us know if that's something that you're interested in exploring. Now, again, we're so happy to have you all here with us live at the webinar, and we really want to keep that good feeling going. We want to connect with you. We want to hear from you. So please do reach out to us on social media. Find us on Twitter and Facebook. Subscribe to the Actual Tech Media channel on YouTube. There's some incredible on-demand webinars for you on just about any topic. So do head over and check those out. You can also find some additional content on LinkedIn. And speaking of incredible content and one of my absolute favorite resources here, I do want to recommend that you go check out the Actual Tech Media Guerrilla Guide book club. There are some incredible resources. You get access to free enterprise IT books authored by top industry experts. This is a great way to stay up to date on all of the trending enterprise technology. Things change and move quickly, so we all know that it can be hard to keep up with that. This is a really fun way to do so. All the books are going to work on your Kindle. They're going to work on your mobile device, and they are completely free. That's hard to beat. So go download some of these awesome resources at gorilla.guide. There's a link to do that in the handouts tab for you as well. Now, there are a lot of fun and interesting humans out there with us today. I've seen some familiar names coming in, lots of wonderful hellos and highs from the community out there. And we want to keep getting to know your community as well. We want to keep growing and expanding the conversations that we get to have here. So another fun way to win a prize is to refer a friend or a coworker to the Actual Tech Media webinar series. You're going to find a link to do that right in your handouts tab, and you actually get automatically redirected at the end of the webinar as well. Now, I want to assure you, because I know this is a concern, that we are not going to spam your friends, your coworkers, your family members, whoever you refer. We send them an invite to a list of upcoming webinars. And if they don't respond, we're just going to send them one little reminder. Life gets busy. We don't know if they saw the email or not. So we're just going to give them one reminder, one last kind of hello. And if they don't respond to that, that's it. So this is a really fun way. The refer a friend is a fun way to kind of share some cool information, maybe have some friends that you can connect with before and after a webinar, share some key takeaways. And you're also both entered to win a $300 Amazon gift card. We hold those drawings every month, so make sure that you get those referrals out there. All right. Well, that is it for our webinar housekeeping. I think it's time to get into our sessions. Now, I mentioned a moment ago that today we actually have all 3 moderators here with us throughout the day. And we thought that it might be fun while we're all here together to host a keynote. So to kick us off this morning, Scott, David, and I are all going to tell you about one of our favorite resources and ways that we learn about and explore ransomware, and that's ransomware.org. So just give me 1 second here. I'm actually going to join our virtual studio with both David and Scott. All right. Well, hey, Scott. Hey, David. Thanks so much for joining me here at this super mega Megacast today.
Hey, Jess.
Thanks for having me.
Well, we're definitely going to have a great day. It's going to be a big one. Lots of fascinating presentations, interesting discussions. But before we jump in, as I just mentioned, we wanted to share one of our favorite ransomware resources with all of you out there. So Scott, do you want to give us a quick intro?
I sure do. Yeah, so let's face it, many of the sessions that we moderate here at Actual Tech Media are about ransomware. They're either completely about ransomware or they touch on it. So these webinar sessions are tremendous sources of information, but it's a timing thing. What if you need to research ransomware at a time when you're not holding a session? So that's where Jess and I are excited to take a minute to point out an incredibly valuable resource from our sister site, ransomware.org.
Yes, and this is such a cool resource for you because some of you folks out in the audience today might be absolute experts. This is what you eat, sleep, and breathe. Some of you might be a little newer to ransomware, and there's no shade there because, even though this is a really important topic, sometimes we get so focused on the big high-level stuff that we forget to dig into the details. So wherever you're at, a total expert or brand new and just exploring the idea of ransomware, no problem. There is something for you at ransomware.org. There's some incredible resources to talk about definitions, technical details, how things work, strategies and tips for prevention and recovery. I mean, everything. The solutions directory, the blog, tons of interesting video resources. We're going to dig into a few of these in just a moment.
Yeah, what I want to show here is the kind of information that's available in the learning section. So what you see on your screen is a diagram breaking down what the black market ecosystem behind ransomware as a service looks like. So this graphic's embedded in a complete explanation of how these operations are working. Just really cool stuff.
I love that. Well, and speaking of cool learning resources, Scott, David, and I have a book recommendation for all of you. We highly recommend checking out this book from ransomware expert Alan Liska. It's like 313 pages, so it's an easy read, absolutely chock full of all the information you need, understanding prevention, recovery from ransomware. You can get it on Amazon as a paperback, or you can do Kindle. You can also get it as a free PDF in your inbox just by signing up for the ransomware.org newsletter. So make sure that you get a copy of that, and you can be in a little book club with Scott and David, and I will discuss literature together over coffee.
We'd love to welcome you into that. So, and the site doesn't just have historical resources. What's powering the newsletter is our regularly updated blog on ransomware news. And this is a great source of breaking analysis of ransomware news by top ransomware trackers like Alan Liska, John Dunn, and our own Keith Ward.
Yes, love that Keith guy. Wow, they're all pretty awesome experts. Definitely a rock star crew. Now, Scott, we've definitely mentioned this before and chatted about it, but I love learning from podcasts and videos. And if you're like me, you're kind of an audio visual person, I have to tell you about the extensive library of these bite-sized videos in the kind of 5-minute range. It's going to cover a lot of the topics that we know you're interested. So this is a great resource for those of you who like those kind of quick hit video learning tools.
Yeah, they're really good. And of all that prep and research that we just reviewed is great, but let's be honest, a lot of times you're researching ransomware because you're in it. You're in the middle of a situation, whether an actual ransomware attack or an urgent request from the C-suite. And one other resource on ransomware.org that's really handy for that kind of thing is the solutions directory, where you can scroll through 25 pages of solutions as well as searching by specific categories in a really easy to use search function.
Yeah, that's important because the last thing you need when you're in it is more stress. So nice when it's super easy like that. And, as Scott and I said, these are just a few of the highlights from this incredible resource center. There are tons more. And actually, one of our faves we wanted to spend a little bit more time with. So David Davis is here to share a few of the key insights from the 2022 ransomware report. David, take it away.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thanks, Jess. I just want to give a little sneak peek into the plethora of statistics that are in this report. This is from a free report over at ransomware.org. You put in your email address, you can download it. It's a very nice, very well done PDF. And there's tons of resources in there to help you to justify the ransomware, prevention and mitigation and data protection solutions that you're going to need to better protect your company's data, because you got to make sure that you're protected. I'm just going to share with you a sneak peek here of some of the results from this survey. The first one on the screen here the audience was asked, has your organization ever experienced a ransomware event? 34% of those responded yes. I would venture to bet that it's actually much higher than that, but people don't like to admit that they were hit with ransomware. Another statistic here compared to 2021, do you think your company is more or less likely to be a target of ransomware in 2022? 41% said more likely. 43% said the threat will stay the same. And we're updating this survey now to get results from 2022 to make predictions for 2023 and beyond. So be on the lookout for that. But everyone agrees that ransomware, of course, is a huge problem, and this survey just further supports that. 84% said that ransomware is a real business significant threat. It's not overhyped. It is a real threat, major threat to businesses out there. Next question here, we asked if your organization experienced a ransomware attack, how long would it take to get back up and running, get things back to normal? This is always, an important question. How quickly can you recover? 52% said it would take days. They feel prepared, but it would take days. 29% said we're Boy Scout level prepared. 14% said weeks. 3% said months. 3% said it would be devastating to our business. So, a lot of companies out there need to obviously be better prepared than they are. Even multiple days of outages, can you imagine what that would do to your company's bottom line and to your reputation as well? And then does your organization have an incident response plan? Thankfully, 56% said yes, it's documented and we update it regularly. I found that to be very impressive. The remainder of the folks out there really need, to do some work, some 44% of companies out there. We also asked, in the event of attack, do you know exactly what to do and who to contact? I mean, you may have a documented plan, but, do you actually know who to call? And do you know all the organizations to help you, try to recover your data, perhaps unlock your data from these malicious attackers? 35% said, yes, my organization has cyber insurance and an incident firm on retainer. And I found that to be very impressive. For the 65% of the other folks out there, who don't have a firm on retainer already, maybe they have some work to do as well. This was an interesting stat here. On average, how many hours in a month would it take, or how many hours in each month do you spend on ransomware preparedness, threat hunting, and incident response? You can see it's kind of all over the board here. There's a whole lot of numbers on the screen, but the biggest one right in the middle that's scary is 0. So 0, 1, 2, and 3 were the greatest responses. And, that's not very many hours each month to spend on preparedness, threat hunting, and incident response. And we're almost done here. Let's see, just 2 more results. In your opinion, what would be the most effective step in ending the scourge of ransomware? 45% agree better defenses. Of course, this is always a big question. What's the real way to get rid of ransomware? We asked Alan Liska this question. I know it's in the book. The answer's there in the book, his take on this. But 45% all say better defenses. You got to make sure that you're prepared. And then finally, rate in order your priority. What subjects would you like to have more resources on when it comes to ransomware? Number 1 result here was incident response planning. Number 2, ransomware proof data storage strategies. Number 4, disaster recovery planning. So great feedback here from the audience. And of course, we want to continue to hear from everyone out there on the event today. What additional information would you like from us at Actual Tech Media and also from the expert presenters on the event today? Jess, back to you.
Well, thanks, David. That was such an interesting look into that report. Obviously, lots more info, definitely worth digging into. I have to say, when you said, who are you going to call about ransomware, I immediately started spinning out on like a Ghostbusters style ransomware busting TV show, book, movie series. So somebody out there in the audience needs to run with that. Who are you going to call ransomware busters? And that's my gift to you all today. Please take that and enjoy. Thanks again to both Scott and to David for being here with us. I know that we'll get to chat with you guys throughout the day, and this was a really fun way to kind of kick it off.
Yeah, thanks. Looking forward to it. And, until somebody makes that, that ransomware busters thing, do check out the resource on your screen. There's a link there, ransomware.org. A ton of great resources there. But thanks for having us on for this part.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's get into our sessions today. Scott, actually, I think don't go too far because I think you're going to kick us off. And let's get started with some of those polls for our audience.
Okay, and so we do have that poll here. What is your time frame for adding or updating existing IT solutions at your company? So we will just give everybody a minute to, or I shouldn't say a minute, a few seconds to quickly to answer that poll before we get into our great content. But the options there are less than 6 months, 6 months to a year, 1 to 2 years, and not sure. So we see the answers rolling in. Appreciate everybody's responses so far. Just leave that up for a few more seconds. Okay. Well, thank you everybody who answered that poll. We do really appreciate it. And it looks like we've got a lot of people looking in the 6 to 12 month range, but plenty in all the other categories as well. So thank you for answering that. Okay, and now it is time for our first presentation in the Ransomware Megacast, and this session comes from Gigamon. And presenting for Gigamon is Chris Bareilles, who's Senior Product Marketing Manager. Chris, welcome to the Megacast. Hey, Chris, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, yes, I hear you. Great. Yeah, take it away, Chris.
All right. So hi, everyone. And so glad to be here to talk a little bit about ransomware and really how we can leverage the network to really head off ransomware attacks before that, the extortion happens, before that the endpoints are actually locked down. So let's go ahead and dive in. Now, the topic is called agentless threat hunting. So we're going to dive a little bit into the product that I am responsible for marketing, called Gigamon Threat Insight. Now, most people know Gigamon as a network packet broker company, but what we've been doing is, with that knowledge of the network, we really have been seeing that a lot of the attacker activity we can actually see, past that initial, once the attacker gets into the environment, we actually see a lot of what's happening through network data. So we want to be able to leverage that in order to put you in the best position to find and combat threats. So let's go ahead and dive in. Here's our agenda. We'll go ahead and define what we consider threat hunting, which I think is pretty in line with the hypothesis-driven threat hunting model. We'll talk about that a little bit. We'll look at a ransomware attack, where observability comes into that. We'll talk about Threat Insight, and we'll do a quick click-through demo of the latest version of Threat Insight. So one thing I should have mentioned, like I said, I am Chris Bareilles. I'm the product marketing manager for Threat Insight. But prior to my time at Gigamon, I was the director of security awareness and education at a large media company. So it was my job to basically tell people about the things that they should be doing in order to minimize the threat of a cyber attack. So I think this really dovetails nicely into what we're doing today with trying to combat ransomware. So if you take a look at threat hunting, what you see there on the left, Threat Insight positions organizations to proactively hunt for threats before they become an alert. So what we're trying to do is minimize the impact that an attacker has once they are inside your network. So when we talk about proactive threat hunting, really it starts with this hypothesis. Now, how the hypothesis is generated really depends on the organization. It depends on the analysts that are analyzing what's going on in the network. The analysts typically know, whether that's through, sort of time in the seat or just sort of, working in the general in the industry as a whole, they will know their networks best. They know where, when something looks anomalous in their environment. So based on that sort of background knowledge, they would formulate these hypotheses about, hey, maybe this endpoint shouldn't be communicating with this external IP address. Maybe, this port should not be used for this communication type. They know which strings to pull, so they will formulate this hypothesis. They're going to conduct a search that might lead them down to something, could lead them to nothing. If they, upon doing this search, if they find something that, that doesn't really amount to anything or is just sort of normal traffic, or maybe just anomalous traffic but isn't necessarily malicious, they will go back and formulate another hypothesis. This cycle repeats until something actually happens, until one of those strings that they pull actually leads to something. If that hypothesis is proven, this is when they will expand and pivot. They will expand the scope of this investigation. They're going to start looking for, maybe they look for other endpoints where this is happening. Maybe they're looking for some sort of correlation of this data. Was there data exfiltration? Was there command and control? Was there evidence of command and control on a certain endpoint, on a certain workstation? They're going to expand the scope. Then they might kick off a full incident response. So this is when you call the consultants in, you do the full incident response. But then ultimately, what you're going to do is develop new detections so that this does not happen in the future. So this is where you're integrating this into your SOAR tools, your NDR tools like Threat Insight, et cetera. So that's what we call proactive threat hunting. Really, what the goal here, like I said, is to mitigate the threat before it actually, it can cause that, that extortion can happen before the, before the ransomware actually locks down your endpoints. So if we look at a ransomware attack, I'll go through this fairly quickly, but what we're going to do is, we talk through the different stages of a ransomware attack. Now, some of you might be familiar with the MITRE attack lifecycle. Everything that's sort of to the left side of that MITRE attack lifecycle is, happens to deal with the perimeter defenses that we have. So here we have our network, and what we're really looking at, we see our attacker, and this attacker, what they're going to do, they have a number of different ways to get into the network. But what we're really going to be analyzing today is what happens once they've breached those perimeter defenses. So we're going to be really looking at the right-hand side of that MITRE attack lifecycle, whether that's through phishing, which is still, I know that KnowBe4 is on this call, and we talk about all this stuff that we do, perimeter defenses, et cetera. But phishing still happens to be the really the number one way that organizations are getting breached. So, whether that's through phishing, whether that's maybe through a compromised third party, maybe that's a cloud misconfiguration, any number of ways that they sort of get past those perimeter defenses. Once they're in, what are we doing? What's happening? So once they're inside, once they've breached those perimeter defenses, maybe we see the attacker distributing a loader to various hosts across the network. We see them downloading, executing the second stage payload from, could be a known or unknown malicious URL. Then they're going to try to maintain persistence. They might download that, again, another payload, a second stage payload, maybe calls out to a command and control server out there so that they can sort of live off the land, so to speak, there. Now they've downloaded their command and control tools, and now they're just on your network. They're there. Now what are they doing? Maybe they try to escalate privileges. They're trying to gain administrative access to any of the devices on your network. Now, once they've escalated their privileges, this is obviously where they're going to find the most sensitive material. Once they have that admin access. But all the while, they're moving laterally throughout the network, sort of landing and expanding throughout the network. Second to last, they're going to exfiltrate sensitive data. So if they do find, let's say, the 11 herbs and spices, the formula for Coca-Cola, et cetera. Once they find that sensitive data, the most sensitive data in your network, they exfiltrate it. And then only then, after all that's done, that's when your resources are encrypted and your organization is extorted. And we obviously see that sort of, primary, secondary, tertiary extortion that's happening now throughout ransomware attacks. But what we do is, a lot of times we talk about how the defenders of a network, the security professionals, have to they have to get things right all the time. And the attacker only has to get it right once, right? That's sort of the normal paradigm that we talk about. But when we're analyzing what's happening on the network, we can actually flip that, and we can take a look at each of these stages that we talked about once they've gotten into the network. So let's say they've gotten into the network. Each one of these stages, the attacker distributing that loader to hosts, downloading that potentially malicious payload, downloading C2, privilege escalation, lateral movement, all the way through data exfiltration. Every one of those stages now becomes an opportunity for us, the defenders, to find evidence of their presence in the network. Because what's happening is once the attacker's in your network, they have to get it right every time. And the defenders only have to get it right once. We sort of flip that script a little bit. If the attacker makes any noise, which they likely will because it is fairly noisy trying to maintain persistence on the network. Anytime they're doing that, if you have a staff that's dedicated to proactively hunting for these threats, you are more likely to catch them in the act and get them out of the network before that extortion happens. So we'll pivot a little bit and we'll talk about observability. So obviously, I think when we talk about leveraging the power of the network, it all sort of starts with visibility into what's happening on the network. So, the Gigamon Deep Observability Pipeline really combines our network packet brokers, GigaSmart applications, and Threat Insight. So what you see there on the very far right-hand side there, the Investigate, into a solution that really helps transform those hunting capabilities. The Deep Observability Pipeline pulls data from any workload that you see on the left, and so you can send that data to any set of tools, transform that data through packet deduplication, through decrypting encrypted data, and investigate it for any signs of anomalous or malicious activity. And today we're going to be focusing on those investigation capabilities with Gigamon Threat Insight. I think it's going to show just a little highlight on the investigate portion of the deep observability pipeline. But really the crux of this slide is to show that, like I said earlier, Gigamon has a wealth of knowledge about the data that's happening on the network. What is happening on the network? We have a number of tools that help you transform that data, make it more manageable. You can send it to different places on the network. There's a whole lot of efficiency that we can provide organizations, in their in that availability of that network, the reliability of their networks. But when it comes to ransomware, obviously, we need to be able to investigate and look into what's actually happening on the network, and that's what we're focusing on today. So, what is Threat Insight? Threat Insight, this is, when we talk about Threat Insight, this is really our high-level slide, and at the center of our value proposition is really that 365 days of metadata retention. This is something that no other network detection and response tool offers, and it's a big differentiator for us. So we can retain 365 days of network metadata, and we can leverage that to provide you with full comprehensive visibility, north, south, east, and west in any cloud platform. You can see there AWS, Azure, GCP, et cetera. So we are providing you with that metadata so that you can see everywhere on the network, not just managed devices, as you might get with an EDR tool, but unmanaged devices. So those of you that might be using IoT devices, OT devices for say medical devices if you're in the medical field, those unmanaged devices, those devices that you cannot install an endpoint agent on, a lot of times attackers will use those to their advantage in their attack lifecycle. If you can get visibility into those by leveraging the power of the network, you can extend your visibility and help cut off those avenues that they tend to use in these prolonged attacks. We also have on the back end of Threat Insight, we have a team of applied threat researchers that are updating our detections routinely. So you can see precise threat detection of adversaries. So it's not something that you have to manage yourself, it is something that's being managed for you. We also provide you with a vast tool set to respond rapidly to these threats, and I'll go into that in just a second. And we integrate with security tools. So we have We can integrate with leading SIMs, leading EDRs, etc., threat intel feeds. We can incorporate all that into the product. And we are the world's only guided SaaS network detection response tool. What does guided SaaS mean? That means on top of the applied threat researchers that are sort of working behind the scenes to create and hone those detections, we also have a team of what we call technical success managers who are working with your team, not to do 24/7 sort of managed service, but really to help onboard your team to make sure that you're using the tool correctly. And in the instance that we do detect an alert, we will let you know that there is something that requires an incident response on your end. But we're there to be in the war room with you to really make sure that you're leveraging the tool correctly, you're leveraging the tool properly, and that you're sort of up leveling your tier 1 analyst to tier 2, your tier 2 analyst to tier 3. We are there to partner with you, to work with you to ensure that you're there, you're able to handle those incidents as they should occur. Now let's get into the product itself. So like I said, it's going to be a pretty quick click-through demo. We're not going to do a live demo here, but here is the main default dashboard. This is, when you log into Threat Insight, when you log into the cloud portal, this is what you actually see, or the web portal, I should say. This is what you see. So up in the top left-hand corner, you'll see detection activity. Detection activity, really, you can see from the slide there, it compares. Everything is mapped to the MITRE ATT&CK lifecycle. But what we're doing is we're comparing the previous week detections to the current week's detections. So you can see here, we have 14 in the execution stage here, but then if we go over to the right, we have, looks like, 61 in the previous week, 60 in the command and control section there. So we're giving you a snapshot of what's happening in your environment, what are the detections that we're seeing, where along the MITRE ATT&CK lifecycle are we seeing them. You can see that we also have a couple that are in exfiltration as well. So we've detected some exfiltration. We detected some evidence of exfiltration as well. So it's something that you might want to jump on and sort of demands immediate, an immediate response to. Now, next to that, you'll see observations. So observations are created by the Applied Threat Research team, the ATR team, as we like to call them sort of threat hunting leads, so that they're not full-blown detections, but they are some things that look suspicious. It is anomalous behavior. These can all be sorted by confidence level up in the top right-hand corner. This is sorted by all, but you can click on that and it'll sort by high, medium, low confidence, and you can see that over time through the line chart below. You can see HTTP C2 similarity, so it's something that resembles command and control. Fileless remote service creation. These are, like I said, threat hunting leads, so to speak. So these are things that are happening in the environment that don't necessarily necessitate a full detection, but they are something that might demand your attention. Next, you can easily access any current investigations. So the investigations panel here gives you information on the current investigations that are happening, how old they are, who was the last person that modified them. Now, a couple things about the default dashboard. We do have some detections on the bottom left-hand corner. We'll get into that in just a second. But each one of these things that we saw, each one of these widgets that we looked at, they are clickable. So you can click through and access them and start the investigation from there. And these dashboards can all be customized based on your user. So if you want to look at certain things and you want a different set of widgets on that dashboard, you can do that. We also have a MITRE ATT&CK dashboard that links everything to the MITRE ATT&CK framework so that you can actually click on the specific steps in the MITRE ATT&CK framework and build an investigation based on those findings. So let's go look at detections. We saw in the bottom left-hand corner of here, we'll see that there are some notable detection rules. But if we go through, click on the detections drop-down, here we have our detection rules. So all of these detection rules, these are right out of the box as we see them now. But each one of these detection rules can be customized, seeing as you like them, or they can be copied, cloned, and modified. But these are created by the Applied Threat Research team on the back end. They are being routinely updated to incorporate any of the latest threat intel that we are seeing. But you can see this is a whole host of them here. But each one of these provides, you can see here, they provide that additional context for each detection based on the severity, confidence, and risk. So we do group these by severity. In the columns, you can see through the interface here. But like I said, these detections, each of them is customizable to where you can modify them. We have a whole host of resources that allow you to modify these detection rules as you see fit. Now, entity lookup. What this allows you to do is investigate a specific resource sort of on an ad hoc basis. So if you don't want to build out a full investigation, this is sort of a quick way to get a status on a certain IP address. So in this case, we're going to go ahead and put in an entity lookup. We're going to look for a specific IP. Here we looked at, I think it's 10.10.31.5. This allows us to see information, allows us to investigate activity for a specific domain. So they can use this as sort of the starting point for your investigation. Here, so like I said, this is sort of the quick way to investigate specific activity related to that particular host or domain. Now, really the crux of Threat Insight is its investigative capability. So if we go to investigations, go to the pull down here. Now, one of the things we are doing with Threat Insight is allowing users and organizations to do what are called parallel investigations, so that if I do a search and I do an investigation myself, my teammate can log into Threat Insight as well, see my investigation, and either modify it or see the current status of it as they are working on it. So you could see from that main dashboard, we saw we had all of the current investigations listed, or we had a list of about 10 investigations listed. We can actually work in parallel, modify an investigation, and I can see the status of that investigation as they are working on it. So we sort of have this collaborative capability that we're building into Threat Insight, allowing us to work on these investigations concurrently. So this is just a list of all the investigations. We create a new investigation by clicking on the top right-hand corner there. You can see there, investigations we created in parallel across the security team. So this is just a way to create a new investigation. And then from here, we can actually add our pre-built playbooks to them. So it's not just you're not just starting from scratch. We have a list of pre-built playbooks that are basically packaged queries that our applied threat research team has created. These playbooks can be easily added to my investigation. You can see we have a couple here that are listed. I think we have one for a log4j in there. But these are created by the applied threat research team. They're automatically available to you once you purchase the product. And like I said, they can be added to your investigation. And then once they're in the investigation, they can be tweaked and modified. But this is just a way to have some easy out-of-the-box content, easy out-of-the-box tools immediately available to you, so you're not starting your investigation from scratch. And lastly, we want to look at some of the out-of-the-box reporting that we have. Threat Insight does have a couple of reports here that are available. First, on the left-hand side, you see that network security posture report. Really gives you a good snapshot as to what's the health of your network, what are we seeing, and then to the right, you see the detections report there. We can see sort of a full list of all the detections that we're seeing on the network. Now, here's just a snapshot of what the detection report looks like. And you can see there, Threat Insight provides those detailed reports on detections for your environment. Now, if you are a CrowdStrike customer, what we can also do is, with our CrowdStrike integration, you can also just contain any affected hosts using that CrowdStrike Falcon integration. So if we see a particular detection here, and in the right-hand corner, you can see we have CrowdStrike Falcon installed. So what we can do is, from this affected host, we can pivot, and in the bottom right-hand corner, you can't really see it in this screen, but we can actually contain hosts in the bottom right-hand corner there, and then pivot and investigate the host using Falcon as well. So we click on that, we can contain the host. Oops, sorry about that. and it automatically contains that affected host, so that it is no longer, that particular endpoint is not causing a problem at this point anymore. Like I said, once it's contained. Again, this is all done through the Threat Insight interface, so you don't have to necessarily pivot and leave and go to Falcon. You can do it all through Threat Insight. But like sort of to sum up everything here, what we've been talking about is the best ransomware defense is sort of doing it proactively, making sure that you are combining the best of network visibility with the ability to detect threats and respond to them before that extortion happens, before before those assets are encrypted. Always, you want to make sure that you're proactively hunting for malicious or anomalous behavior on the network, and then you can sort of turn the tables on those ransomware actors so that they aren't the ones sort of dictating what happens to your network. And with that, I guess I'll go ahead and open it up to questions. Scott, I believe, do we see any questions come in?
We do, yeah. And Chris, great presentation, and appreciate that click-through demo. That was really enlightening as well.
Yeah.
And while we see what questions we have here, I'll just put up the poll question. So, we appreciate your answers on what additional information you'd like from Gigamon. Chris, the first question here comes from Joseph. He's wondering, how can Gigamon help with detection of anomalous activity versus chasing the known bad activity?
So can you repeat the question again, Scott? I'm sorry. So it's
how can Gigamon help with detection of anomalous activity versus chasing sort of known bad activity? So I think what he's getting at is detecting behavior rather than specific known identified threats.
Sure. I think this is sort of it's a little bit of a combination of the investigator having a good idea of what it sort of constitutes as normal on the network. So if we're seeing something like encrypted traffic over a port that normally should have all unencrypted traffic, that is something that's strange that we might want to investigate. So we can bubble that up to you, through one of our, whether a detection or an observation, but it really is on the, it's on the investigator or the analyst to take a look at it and say, why is this odd? Let me go ahead and, let's build out the sort of the investigation query in Threat Insight and pull that string a little bit. Oh, we're seeing encrypted traffic over port 443. That's odd. Are we, how much of this encrypted traffic are we seeing? We also have, one of the things that I didn't cover today is Gigamon has the ability to decrypt encrypted traffic inline. So what we do is, if we do see this encrypted traffic where it should be normally, if we see this encrypted traffic on a port that should, be having no encrypted traffic or should be decrypted, we can say, okay, let's decrypt it and let's inspect what's happening there. So we can do that sort of encrypted traffic inspection, pull the string a little more, bring those detections into Threat Insight, investigate, hey, look, there were, we saw these strange files that were, exfiltrated. That shouldn't happen. So it sort of takes a little bit of, it's sort of the investigator has to sort of know what constitutes the baseline or what is normal on the network, and then it requires Threat Insight to investigate that and pull that string a little bit. So, anomalous activity it can vary. And I guess that's the big thing is there is no, anomalous activity on one network might be sort of totally mundane and sort of standard activity on another network. So it really just takes that full network visibility that Gigamon provides, everything from all collecting all this traffic from all your cloud instances, from all your containers, collecting all this information, and then saying, okay, what is normal? Is something that's happening on your network that's abnormal or that's anomalous? Then we go investigate it, and then we can go pull more data. That makes sense.
Okay. Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense. That's great.
Great.
What can organizations do to address attacker tactics like credential hijacking and misconfiguration vulnerability?
Yeah, I think that it all starts with sort of education, but that's not necessarily where we're dwelling. But from a once after education, it really does start with observability or visibility. It really you need to be able to see all the activity on the network, and that doesn't that's just not on the managed endpoints. That also goes to the unmanaged devices. Do you have visibility into the network? We talk about, I know Gigamon talks a lot about visibility, but that's really where it starts. Can you see potential anomalous behavior on these unmanaged devices? Do you have that full east-west capability? Can you see into these containers? As we're seeing more adoption of the cloud, we're seeing that it's very containerized. Do you have any, are you seeing that cryptojacking software running on that AWS instance? A lot of people can't necessarily tell us that without having some sort of visibility or some sort of, for Gigamon, some sort of deep observability pipeline that really allows you to have that visibility into that anomalous traffic. So that's, sort of heading it off of the path. Let's start with visibility so you can actually see everything, and then hopefully you have the tools through SIM, EDR, and Threat Insight, something like Threat Insight, to investigate that thoroughly and then mitigate those, potentially damaging issues.
Gotcha. Well, Chris, your talk here has inspired a ton of questions. Unfortunately, we don't have time to get to any more, but I know you're a busy guy, but if you could hang out at all in chat and maybe get back to some people, that'd be great. But just, if somebody wants to get started with Gigamon or find out more, what do you recommend I do?
So I would, when we talk about ransomware and specifically, we have a website, gigamon.com/ransomware, that goes into how we address these ransomware concerns specifically. So I would start there. I think that's a really good place for some apt resources that cover a lot of what Gigamon can do to sort of help with that proactive security stance, and helping with that threat hunting capability that some organizations frankly don't have. So yeah, let's start with the gigamon.com/ransomware.
Okay. Great link. Appreciate it. Well, Chris, thanks again for coming on. Really appreciate you bringing us up to speed on Gigamon.
Oh, no problem. Thanks for having me.
All right, and now it's time for our first prize drawing of the day, and the winner of the $500 Amazon gift card is Phil Schmidt from Hawaii. So congratulations to Phil. We'll be in touch about claiming your prize. And now it's time for our next presentation in the Ransomware Megacast, and our next session comes from KnowBe4. And presenting for KnowBe4 is Roger Grimes, Data-Driven Defense Evangelist. So I'm going to turn things over to Roger.
Thanks everyone for showing up for my Ransomware 3.0. We thought it was bad and then it got worse. What I hope to cover is what's happening in the trends of ransomware that a lot of people probably aren't familiar with. We're going to talk about where it was and where it's going to be and that sort of stuff. If you don't know me, I'm Roger Grimes, been doing computer security 34 years, written 13 books, over 1,200 magazine articles on computer security, and the last one was called the Ransomware Protection Playbook. I'm going to be covering stuff I didn't even cover in there, but I did cover a lot of it, so you don't even have to go buy their book. I'm covering a lot of that material. I work for KnowBe4. We're the world's largest security awareness training and simulated phishing platform vendor, meaning we try to help you not to get phished, you and your coworkers not to get phished or socially engineered, which is, the primary way that ransomware uses to compromise organizations. So I'm going to cover kind of where ransomware is today, where it's going, where I think it's going to finish up with the Ransomware 4.0 version, and then your best defenses no matter what version it is, as much as I can over the next 30 minutes. So today's ransomware, the ransomware gangs come in, they often survey the compromised network, they research your organization, they find out how much money you make, they look at your financial statements, so they can figure out how much ransom they're going to charge you. They try to find out what your company's crown jewels are so they can figure out what data to steal and what computers they can encrypt to cause the most pain and disruption. And they say that if you don't pay them, not only will they encrypt your data, but they're going to release your stolen data to the internet or the world. This is how most ransomware works today. About 86% of ransomware uses this workflow that I'm going to share. First of all, most of the time the victim is on the internet. You don't have to be on the internet to be compromised by ransomware. Some of the ransomware groups do things like send USB keys that are claiming to be from security organizations or CISA or something, and then the person runs it and gets infected that way. But most of the victims by far are connected to the internet. They typically get tricked. The number one way is tricked into running some Trojan horse program that infects their device and modifies it so that it can live through a reboot. That is the primary way most people get ransomware, is by social engineering. Get socially engineered and clicking on a link they shouldn't click, or downloading a document that they shouldn't download. But the two other primary ways are also that the victim has unpatched software, like unpatched VPN software, unpatched Windows or something like that. Or it could be because the attacker either knows your password, they've gotten that password, usually because you've been socially engineered some other way, or they guess it's your password. Those are the three main ways that ransomware programs would get in on a device or your network. Again, it's social engineering, unpatched software, password issues of some sort. But either way, again, that initial program, which usually isn't the actual encrypting ransomware program, gets in, modifies the system, usually collects as many passwords as it can out of the browser. So anytime you browse on the internet and your browser says, would you like me to remember your password so that you can log in faster next time, you say yes. Those Trojan horse programs, they call that component is called an info stealer or password stealer, steals that information. And it connects over the internet to its command and control servers to deliver those stolen passwords and to let the hackers know, hey, here's the new place that I've broken into. They'll usually download at least 2 other malicious programs completely unrelated to themselves with completely different signatures. And that's so that if, antivirus program detects one of them, the other 2 will hopefully live. They usually download different programs, put them in different places. Usually all 3 are undetectable by antivirus, and that's because the developers actually monitor the antivirus companies and tell their programs through the command and control servers to re-encrypt themselves or change their signature so that they stay unscannable in perpetuity. Usually the developers are watching a website called virustotal.com. Virustotal.com, you can go there right now, www.virustotal.com. It's owned by Google, and right now it's running 83 antivirus engines. And as people start to upload different malware programs, it will start to be detected by its hash signature on that website. And the attackers can tell, hey, this antivirus engine and this antivirus engine are starting to detect our creations, and they'll just tell their malware creations to update themselves. And again, so the average malware program is on a company's network from months to 8 to 12 months to a year without being detected. So most people are running antivirus that get hit by ransomware, but their antivirus is not detecting that ransomware. They'll start to install themselves in different types of programs all around the internet, encrypting programs, password stealing programs, and the entire time they're there, anybody that's typing in any password, it is key logging and stealing. So any of the company login names and passwords, any of the people's personal login names and passwords. So if you're going to Amazon during the day and buying garbage bags or something, it gets that password. If you're going to bank account, stock account, health care account, Instagram, Facebook, whatever, the attacker is getting all of those passwords. Eventually, the hacker ransomware gang logs on into the command and control servers. And by the way, those servers are just hosted on somebody else's compromised computer that doesn't even know that's what those computers are being used for. So people are at home going, hey, my computer is being really slow, or my network's being really slow, or some business is thinking that. And what they don't know is that their computers and resources and network are being involved in this massive ransomware botnet command and control server center. But the hackers log in, get a list of all the different networks that ransomware program has compromised, usually by network name and IP address, and it usually collects some other information like host name and stuff. But from that, they can kind of tell what company they're in. The hacker will then log in remotely through a backdoor program, or usually they'll find out, like, does this company use, like Microsoft Remote Desktop Protocol, RDP, and if they do, that's how they log in. Or if you're using, Logmin, they use that, or, VNC, they'll use that. So that way they log in just as people and the administrators do, which is very difficult for the system to detect as malicious. They'll look around, they'll eavesdrop an email, they'll find out where the crown jewels are, they'll find out how much money they can pay in ransom. They'll come in, analyze, assess the target, steal whatever information they want, and then tell the victim, if you don't pay us, we're releasing that information on the internet, which they do if the victim doesn't pay, and then eventually launch the encryption program and ask for the ransom. This is how 86% of ransomware works today. This is it. This is not the new stuff. This is what I would call ransomware 2.0. The media calls it double extortion. I call it quintuple extortion because that's what it's really doing. Again, it's stealing credentials, it's stealing intellectual property. If the victim doesn't pay the original victim organization, they'll actually threaten the victim's employees and customers and say, not only did Roger not care enough to protect your information, but he doesn't care to pay 2% of his net revenues to us, that he's going to allow us to attack you now. They oftentimes have Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram sites where they are listing the different victims they've broken into, along with copies of the data and records from that data to prove that they have that data. What's important about this is that today's ransomware, again, this is 86% of ransomware, is that a backup is not saving you from any of that. A backup saves you from encrypted files, not from all this other stuff. And today's victims, about 40 to 60% of the victims pay, and it's usually because of the stolen data, not even because of the encryption part, or certainly because of both the encryption and the stolen data. And again, if you don't pay them, they don't release your files, and they may even attack you again and all that other stuff. So where's it going? What is the ransomware 3.0? It is that everything is a possibility. That it used to be that they pretty much broke in, encrypted your file, stole some information, that was that. But these days, it's all these different approaches, which I'm going to go into more in detail. But the essential thing here is that, when they break into an organization, they've downloaded all the passwords of the organization. They have complete control across the organization, and they can do whatever they want. And that's what's happening, is that they're no longer just ransoming encrypted files. They're doing things like becoming access brokers. Network access brokers used to be fundamentally different than the ransomware groups. Access brokers are criminal groups that have socially engineered victims out of their passwords, or guessed against their passwords, or stolen them from other websites and proven that they have access into particular environments. But access brokers will they'll literally say, hey, we have compromised credentials to the 5th largest company in the world, or we've broken into this media company that has 100,000 employees. But they literally will advertise the sale and auction off credentials to different types of companies, and then ransomware groups and other types of ransomware people will buy those. So like here's another example of a network access broker called Wazukawak or whatever, Waka. This is a Russian guy. He's missing a finger. He actually advertises his picture on the internet quite often. But again, he says, hey, I get paid to allow people to break into place. So the ransomware groups are oftentimes buying login names and passwords from these access brokers. And you will know this because when the ransomware group comes up to the company to break in, they're not guessing against the password. They literally put in login name, password, go right in. So they didn't guess, they had the login name and password. And a lot of times, like ransomware groups will be asked by the victim, okay, I'll pay you, but you got to tell me how you got in so we can close the hole, which is a very good thing to do. And the ransomware group's like, we have no idea how that happened. It's because they got sold the access by a network access broker, and they don't know how it was obtained. But now what's changed is that the ransomware groups are starting to sell access to other companies. Like, they're starting to, they'll advertise like, hey, we're looking for a buyer for this, world's leading manufacturer of stainless steel storage and processing vessels, or we're looking for someone to sell, here's login names to a family-owned commercial printer. So think about that, is that, here they are if they're going to advertise stolen credentials to a family-owned commercial printer, they're going to sell access for login names and password to any size company. But we'll see ads like these all the time from these different ransomware groups saying, this company has 100,000 employees, because that tells an attacker that pays for that it's a big company. They can ask for a lot of ransom, plus they'll get a lot of login names and passwords that they can use in other types of attacks. And they're selling the access usually for a few $100s to a few $1,000s, depending on the size of the company. And again, what changed is that the ransomware groups are now becoming the access brokers, so there's still a lot of passwords. It used to be that different malware families would drop off ransomware, so the malware developers of that malware family would, like TrickBot or something like that, would often get paid by the ransomware guys to drop off ransomware. Well, now that's kind of changed. The ransomware groups are now dropping off other malwares. They've kind of switched. They're making money by dropping off other malware instead of being dropped off by other malware. Making money. They're installing crypto miners. Crypto miners are that software programs that help mine usually Bitcoin, but it could be other types of cryptocurrencies. Well, mining cryptocurrency and Bitcoin takes a lot of processing power. You have to perform trillions of transactions, trillions and trillions to come close to earning a Bitcoin or some other cryptocurrency token. And so attackers have been have for a long time, just more so, installing crypto mining malware. So before they encrypt the company or steal the company's data, they'll use your resources to mine cryptocurrency. And they try their best not to make it take up too much resources because they don't want you finding out about this cryptocurrency crypto miner that's been installed. But they're making money off your network and your computers before they go off. They're starting to do a lot of distributed denial of service attacks. That's where you typically have hundreds of thousands to tens of thousands of these denial of service DDoS bots. And these are just people's compromised cable modems and Wi-Fi routers and compromised computers that they're under control of the botnet master that can then go attack other companies or do crypto mining or whatever. But now they're starting to do distributed denial of service attacks. And that's where they send literally trillions of bad packets against a particular target to knock them off the internet and say, if you don't pay us, we're going to keep you off the internet. And let me say, distributed denial of service attackers they were kind of the original ransomware guys saying, pay us $100 grand and we're going to keep you off the internet. What's changed is the ransomware groups are now doing that. It used to be that the ransomware groups would sometimes do DDoS attacks, like they'd attack a company, and sometimes that company would have it, many times in large companies and banks and stuff, the company's website is not located on the network that they compromised. So the ransomware group would denial of service attack the other public website that was hosted somewhere else too and say, pay us or we're not going to, we're going to keep you down. But now what's happening is they're many times just doing that. They're not encrypting the files, they're not stealing the data. They're just doing a denial of service attack and say, pay us. This really became well known last year or in 2021 when they attacked a voice over IP company used by a lot of IT companies. Again, no encryption, no data exfiltration, just a denial of service attack. And they asked for $4.2 million to stop this attack, which went on for days and days and days. And here's some more information about it. They're just the media saying, hey, we now have these different ransomware operators like SunCrypt or Ragnar or whatever that are doing distributed denial of service attacks, and this is new and it's not a good thing. And here's some more. Hello Kitty ransomware group turns to denial of service extortion attacks. And it's just become something that some ransomware groups do as a part of what they do. So probably the most dangerous thing is that ransomware groups and hacking groups are starting to change their tactics on a fly. This is, like Accenture was reporting last year that the Karakoot threat group was modifying its tactics depending on the victim's environment, favoring a more living off the land approach. That is what a lot of ransomware groups are trying to do. They will break in and then kind of decide what they want to do. Like, this is from a report from Microsoft on a bunch of different human-operated ransomware groups from actually a year or two before, but they were talking about this represents one of the most impactful trends in cyber attacks today, that they exhibit an extensive knowledge of systems administration and perform thorough reconnaissance and adapt to whatever they discover in a compromised network. So it's, this idea that malware goes in and the hackers go in and they kind of figure out, they have the lay of the land, they collect all the passwords, they figure out what they want to do. And this is in that same Microsoft report, in this case, discussing a group called, I guess, Parancata. But they said, we've observed the group changing tactics to match its needs and use compromised machines for various purposes, including cryptocurrency mining, sending spam emails, or proxying for other attacks. The group's goals and payloads have shifted over time, influenced by the type of compromised infrastructure, although recently doing ransomware. So this, again, was something that was starting to do. It started the trend. Now it's really, really common in the ransomware world. And you may ask yourself, well, where's the likely finishing point? And it's that what I call Ransomware 3.0 is that everything is a possibility. They're now starting to do more things more often. And part of that is that you have an increased consolidation of the ransomware industry. There's increased pressure. We're arresting more of them. They're having a tougher time getting paid. And so every customer becomes this, this thing where we can do lots of stuff and we need to decide what we want to do. So, it used to be that they would collect the exfiltrated data and tell the victim, if you don't pay us, we're going to, release it publicly. But now they're collecting it and selling it. It used to be they'd collect, login names and passwords and say, if you don't pay us, we're going to release it to the public. But now they're selling those credentials to other hackers and other ransomware groups. They're selling the initial access. They're hackers for hire. People can hire them to break into their competitor. They're selling lead lists. So they'll still your customer list and lead list from your organization, sell them to your competitors. They're doing business email compromise scams by sending like fake invoices and things like that. They're installing adware. They're doing crypto mining. They're sending spam emails. They're, turning your company's computers and networks into a rentable botnet, anything that they can do to generate revenue. And really what I think the future, what I call ransomware 4.0, is that, you have this natural consolidation going on and all these businesses, they think themselves as businesses trying to make money, and the money from just doing ransomware is decreasing. So I think they're going to start looking at every compromised victim as a potential bag of money and try to figure out how they're going to maximize that money. Maybe they start with low risk detection activities, maybe stealing data, credentials to sell later. Maybe they install a crypto miner, install some adware to make some money, then maybe stealing money from people's bank accounts. Maybe they're sending fake invoices to try to do a business email compromise scam. So I think anytime anyone gets a business email compromise scam, fake invoice letter or something, they're not thinking, oh, I must have ransomware in my environment. They're just thinking someone's coming through their email system and getting to the appropriate people that might be ripe for this sort of, social engineering, and not knowing that, hey, they've been watching these people and learning who they need to send the invoice letters to be successful and that sort of stuff. Maybe, they've got your login names and passwords for your email, so they can send emails to your trusted partners and customers that, will then end up letting them get compromised, so that, your business partner or customers getting this email claiming to be from you, it really is from your email systems. It really has your domain name on it. They think it's something trustworthy. Oh, this person wants me to open a document. Or this company wants me to open a document. Well, let me see what it does. And boom, they're now compromised. And then maybe they finish up with encrypting ransomware and a distributed denial of service attack. This is where ransomware is headed, because again, the ultimate goal of what they can do is not just encrypting data, stealing data. It's anything they want to do, and they're going to try to, maximize the value of every customer. So you might ask yourself, well, what does that mean? How can I defend myself against these sort of attacks? Well, really, it's the same as any ransomware, just more so. But I would say definitely communicate with management that ransomware is changing. It's no longer just encrypting your servers and data and asking for money. There's still 86% of it is stealing data, stealing credentials, and now it's doing more and more stuff. You need to let management know that a backup alone is not going to save you. If you're interested in everything you can do to prevent and defeat and mitigate ransomware, just know that KnowBe4, we have a ransomware portal, so you can go to knowbe4.com/ransomware, and we've got a lot of documents there, including the ransomware hostage rescue manual guide, which I wrote, which even has a really cool checklist in there, a step-by-step checklist of what to do if you think you've been hit by ransomware. And we even have the ransomware simulator, which is over a dozen different ransomware programs simulated in a virtual machine. But if you run it, your antivirus or endpoint detection response software should detect it and shut it down. But you also need to recognize that the real problem is not ransomware. Ransomware is the outcome of your real problem, which is how did the ransomware get in? How did it get admin? Because if you don't close the vulnerabilities that allowed the ransomware to get in, it's just something else that's going to get in. It's just going to be a backdoor Trojan or a password stealing Trojan or something like that. Your problem is not ransomware, really. That's the outcome of your real problem that you need to solve. And how does ransomware get in? Well, we kind of know it. About half of it is because of social engineering. Someone got tricked into clicking on a link they shouldn't have clicked on, or downloading a document they shouldn't have downloaded. About a quarter of it is due to unpatched software, increasingly unpatched VPNs and things like that. And then it looks like it's kind of password related. It could be password guessing or credential theft or RDP. And RDP kind of this nebulous thing. Does that mean that they were guessing against it? A lot of times they have the login name and password and they just go right in. What's remote server attack mean? I think that means misconfiguration or unpatched software. So I think if you look at how people get compromised here based upon how these different ransomware reports, I looked at over 100, 120 ransomware reports to get, I only found 6 that reported how people get broken in due to ransomware. But based upon that, again, about half of it's social engineering, about a quarter of it's due to unpatched software, and then a quarter of it is somewhere around password guessing or password, password cracking or something like that. That's your main ways that they're getting in. So if you want to defend yourself against ransomware and really all hackers and malware, you need to focus on mitigating social engineering. Social engineering is involved in 70 to 90% of all attacks and at least 50% of all ransomware attacks. So if you want to have a decent chance of stopping ransomware, you need to somehow mitigate social engineering and preventing people from clicking on links and that they shouldn't click on, from downloading documents they shouldn't click on. And that takes a combination of good policies, technical defenses, and security awareness training. To do that, you need to make sure you patch your internet accessible software, and that's because unpatched software is involved in about 50% of, a 1/4% of ransomware attacks. If you want to know what software is being exploited by hackers, go to the CISA, the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, and find their known exploited vulnerabilities catalog. It lists every software that the U.S. government knows is being used by hackers to break into places. You should use phishing-resistant multi-factor authentication where you can, and non-guessable passwords that are unique for every website and service where you can't use MFA. Again, really important to try to use phishing-resistant MFA. Unfortunately, 90-95% of it is phishable, but where you can, try to use phishing-resistant MFA. And if you don't know what that means, there's a link to my LinkedIn column where I actually talk all about phishable versus phishing-resistant MFA and what MFA I consider phishing-resistant. Also teach yourself, your friends, your family, your loved ones, and coworkers how to spot rogue URLs. Remember, half of ransomware attacks involve social engineering. Usually that involves some type of rogue link. So teach yourself, again, and everybody else how to spot the difference between a good link and a bad link. There's a link right there to a blog where I wrote an article about the 12 most common rogue URL tricks. And then if you go click on that second link, that's a 1-hour webinar where I show you like 50 different examples of rogue URLs and how you should know the difference between a real URL and a rogue URL. And of course, you should have a great complete test to secure a 3-2-1 backup, because with ransomware, you still need a backup, a good backup. You should have 3 copies of your data. That means the original copy of the data, 2 other copies, and those 2 copies should be somewhere else. One of them should be truly offline. You need a good 3-2-1 backup that you've tested for all your critical systems if you're going to have a chance of defeating ransomware, plus all this other stuff. If you want to know everything you can do to prevent phishing, since phishing and social engineering is involved in about half of all attacks, you can attend my webinar. This is a 1-hour webinar with 99 slides that tells you everything that my head could think of to defeat phishing. If you don't want to watch me for another hour, you can download my 49-page ebook that has all the same steps and recommendations in it in reading form. So choose your poison, how you want to be bored by me, whether it's the 1-hour webinar online or the 49-page ebook. But altogether, again, has everything I could think of and KnowBe4 could think of to help prevent phishing. Of course, at KnowBe4, we're very big believers in that everybody should be trained on how to prevent different types of attacks, social engineering attacks, phishing attacks. Everybody should get a longer training when they first get hired, and every year thereafter, maybe 30, 45 minutes. And then after that, everybody, at least every month, gets smaller training, maybe 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. And then you do simulated phishing. Again, at least once a month, you do simulated phishing to see if the people you're training are trickable or not. And if they do click on the phishing links, they should immediately be told what they did wrong and how they should have expected it or should have noticed that it was a phishing attack, and then given more training. With that said, thanks for putting up with me over the last half hour. My name is Roger Grimes. If you have any questions or comments, feel free to email me at rogerg@knowbe4.com, and I'll try to answer your questions within 24 hours. Again, that was rogerg@knowbe4.com. And you can also follow me on LinkedIn and Twitter, where I'm talking about ransomware and how to prevent from being attacked by hackers and malware every single day. Thanks everybody for putting up with me, and continue to fight the good fight.
Great presentation, Roger. I always learn so much from your sessions. It looks like we had a lot of questions that we can't get to right here, but Roger Grimes and the KnowBe4 team will do their best to respond to them after the event. So we do have a poll question for everybody. We appreciate your feedback on additional resources that you'd like to see from KnowBe4. So I can see those responses rolling in. Thanks to everybody who is responding to the poll. We do appreciate your feedback. It really helps us out. And I'll just leave that up here for another moment, and then we will move on to our next presentation. I'd also like to remind you of all of you about the handouts. We've got a PDF or a link from every presenter today, and the handout from KnowBe4 is a link to a fact that's asking how vulnerable is your network against ransomware and crypto mining attacks. So be sure to check that out if you'd like some more detail. Well, Roger Grimes, great presentation today. Thank you so much for educating us on KnowBe4, and it is now time for our next prize drawing. The winner of this $500 Amazon gift card is Duke Myers from Virginia. So congratulations to Duke. We'll be in touch about claiming your prize. And now it's time for our next presentation in the Ransomware Megacast. And our next session comes from Sophos. And presenting for Sophos is Michael Pertuit, who's Technical Sales Engineer. So Michael, thanks for being here, and I'm going to turn things over to you.
Good afternoon or good morning, depending upon your time zone. My name is Michael Pertuit. I work for Sophos, and I'm a cybersecurity solutions architect. Today, I want to present some information to you guys and gals about formulating an incident response plan and just the best practices around that incident response plan. And as we get into kind of the things to do, I also want to talk about the things or the pitfalls that we fall into and what we should avoid. Now, as we formulate any sort of plan, we need to realize what we're addressing. And obviously, with an incident response plan, we typically are addressing some sort of security issue. But when you're formulating your plan or coming up with your plan, some of the things that I see from environment to environment, customer to customer, estate to estate, is that everybody is lacking kind of three things, right? Knowledge, experience, and time. And for me, I always get confused with what's the difference between knowledge and experience. And I found a quip on the internet, and it kind of sums it up. Knowledge is knowing that a tomato is a fruit. Experience is knowing it doesn't belong in a fruit salad. That kind of framed it for me, but I'm from New Orleans, so this kind of really hit home to me is that knowledge is knowing that Bourbon Street is a one-way street. Experience is always checking both ways before you cross it. But experience is knowledge applied, right? And not just knowledge applied, but knowledge applied iteratively. And with all incident response plans, they get stronger the more and more that you iterate against it, right? So that's one of the things that we'll talk about later. But then also all of this takes time. And we know time is of the essence, and time is lacking. And not just from there's not enough hours in the day, but there's just not enough man hours across the board in environments to really properly put a well-formulated and well thought out and mature incident response plan in place. Now, what are some of the common incident response plan mistakes that we see? And while this is only four, there's probably a lot more out there, but kind of the four typical ones that we see is that individuals wait too long to react, right? And kind of the four main tenets there are that there's not enough context, or there's a lack of context to drive the proper urgency. And this could be that, right, we think that we're addressing kind of the whole iceberg when we are typically just addressing the tip of the iceberg, either from improper visibility or just not enough people on staff. And that leads to lack of urgency or a false sense of urgency, in that we say, hey, we addressed this incident, but again, right, it's the tip of the iceberg and not the whole iceberg. What we also see is that attacks hit at opportune times. And this makes a lot of sense, right? The threat actors out there, they want to be highly successful in their deployments and their campaigns. So let's wait for opportunities where there's not fully staffed or not all hands are on deck. So typically in off hours, right, maybe that third shift scenario, going into a weekend, during a weekend, But really, and it's kind of eye-opening, is they'll wait for a 3-day weekend, right? So they're waiting to synchronize their attacks or their deployments or their campaigns when there's a 3-day weekend, because they know that corporations like to give their people time off, and rightfully so. So they're going to wait until these opportune times for them, inopportune for us, to go ahead and deploy their campaigns. And also, kind of tangential to that, or spinning off of that, is that a lot of environments, or a lot of customers, or a lot of corporations, they're just understaffed with typically inexperienced teams. And when I say inexperienced teams, it's not necessarily at any fault to any one individual, but from a team perspective, an incident response or even a proper security practice has lots of disciplines. So having a fully staffed and fully vetted, not just security team, but incident response team is hard, with someone or people that are fully knowledgeable across all the disciplines that are needed for these teams. And then lastly, teams are overwhelmed, right? I've been in the IT space for quite some time, and I've never come across a time where anybody in the IT field or the security field is like, man, I have too much time on my hands, right? You're always fighting 30 different fires and wearing 30 different hats. Teams are overwhelmed. The malicious actors, threat actors know this. Now, one of the things that we typically do within this kind of realm is that, unfortunately, we declare mission accomplished way too soon. So traditionally, when an attack comes in, right, we have the initial attack, we triage it, we analyze it, we contain it, we neutralize it, and we say, hey, right, mission accomplished, job's done, let's move on to the next one. What we don't often do is do a full root cause analysis of it, because typically when we would do a root cause analysis, we would see that, again, right, so that's the tip of the iceberg, and that there's a lot more of that threat or campaign that's under the waterline in really a second, third, or some other wave, right? So typically an initial attack is, hey, let's go ahead and try something. And a lot of times the initial attack from a threat actor's perspective is not going to be successful, but they utilize that, and almost like it's a reconnaissance phase, they utilize that, they feed it back into their campaign, and then they'll utilize, or they use that successfully in a second, third, or fourth wave. So we may play whack-a-mole and whack that first mole and say, hey, right, our job is done, but rest assured or rest unassured that there's more waves and more moles that are going to pop up their head. So being able to properly declare mission accomplished at the right time is something that a true incident response plan will help with. The third is that we're relying on incomplete visibility. And this is for tons of different reasons. It could be that our staff's overwhelmed, our staff's understaffed, or that we just don't have the right tools in place to be able to see and have complete visibility across our whole estate with security posturing, but really with our incident response plan, right? So we need to see that, hey, right, that initial wave, that initial phase of an attack, yeah, we contained that initial wave or phase, but is there anything below the waterline with respect to that iceberg analogy across the environment? And that could be often with the tools, and not just having the proper tools in the environment or properly deployed across the environment. And the last is assuming that you can handle it on your own. And this is not to knock down anybody that has some sort of incident response plan or team or a SOC, but you can talk to any of those individuals, and you individuals that are part of a very mature SOC or incident response plan know that you can always use more hands on deck. So don't fall into the trap that, hey, we need to do this on our own, or we are in a position that we are able to do it on our own. But look out there and realize that there are SOCs as a service and as a response plan as a service offerings out there, and bring that in-house and augment and supplement your security staff or your incident response team. Now, as we kind of went through those 4 quick pitfalls of what not to do, here is essentially a 10-step plan on what to do, right? And this is all formulated, again, off of either some sort of incident response plan framework, either NIST or SANS, which are really, really good places to start. But if we go back to that first slide that I showed about knowledge and experience, this is taking the knowledge that you would gain from those frameworks and adding experience to it and saying, hey, this is what we could be or should be adding to these plans, right? And even though this is a 10-step plan, take this as kind of maybe your initial starting point and add, steps 13 through 15, right? Things that you have experienced as you do tabletop exercises, or maybe as you're going through and iterating through this plan, right? Because at the end of the day, all of these things are iterative. We need to go ahead and at the end of a successful incident response deployment, feedback the lessons learned, and that will augment or supplement or add to the steps within an incident response plan. So again, right, this isn't all encompassing, but it's a really good first start, especially if you don't have a mature incident response plan in place. The first is determining the key stakeholders. I like to call this a spread the peanut butter kind of exercise, because it's really getting everybody involved. And it needs to be that everybody is involved when you're doing an incident response plan, because it really affects all facets and aspects across the board of a company or a corporation. And typically when you think about, hey, we need to do an incident response plan, who are the key stakeholders? The onus oftentimes falls squarely on the shoulders of the security team and the IT team. But it really needs to be kind of, again, across the board, right? And we need to have senior management. And senior management here, not just think about senior management from, hey, who do you report to, but even at the C level, because there's going to be a lot of decisions that need to be made that is typically above the pay grade of anybody within the security realm or the IT realm. And it impacts everybody across the board at the end of the day, because you're going to need to pull in legal, you're going to need to pull in public relations, and you need to have someone at that C level or at a high decision-making level, making those decisions and pulling those strings and getting people involved across the board. The second is identifying critical assets. And this can go back to kind of one of the things that we talked about, is not having the proper visibility. But if we can go ahead and, before we're in kind of the midst of an incident response plan, categorizing our critical assets, and just don't think of critical assets as infrastructure devices, but critical assets, it's data, people, again, infrastructure and applications. Because if we can kind of categorize those in different buckets, we know where we should be kind of responding to first. And then once we respond to those things and contain or neutralize those things, then we can kind of systematically address other things in the environment. We never want to be in a situation where the sky is falling, right? It's like, where do we start? So once we identify those critical assets, we can address those or respond to those critical assets in a much more programmatic, pragmatic fashion. The third is run tabletop exercises. And I hinted to this a little while ago, in that, as we iterate through those things, or through an incident response plan, hopefully we're not just iterating through those things when an incident comes up. I'm a huge fan of football, right? So, offenses, defenses, they have playbooks, but they practice during the week, right? These guys are trained professionals, right? They've been playing football their whole lives, but even at this phase of their career, they're still running through the playbooks. They're still going through different scenarios, preparing for kind of the next foe that they're facing. Same with these tabletop exercises. Proper planning prevents poor performance. This is, can't be held more true when we're going through an incident response plan. And this is one of the things that are often lacking, because, again, right, overwhelmed, understaffed, and there's just not enough time in the day to go and run through these tabletop exercises. So let's be prepared. Let's run through those tabletop exercises. And then based off of the information that we're iterating through in these tabletop exercises, we're going to feed that back into our incident response plan and make it a little bit more robust. So in the event when it's an all hands on deck situation, we know what we're doing, and we're not just kind of reading from a list and saying, okay, we need to do this, we need to do that. We know, and we're much more of a well-oiled machine at the end of the day. Deploy protection tools, right? This should be a no-brainer. And hopefully by deploying these protection tools on the front end, you're going to be reducing the number of incidences that we have to respond to. And some of the things that we should be deploying are endpoint protection, network protection. Those are no-brainers, right? Server protection, that oftentimes get looped in with endpoint protection, but it should really be broken out because the way that servers need to be addressed and handled is going to be different than endpoint protection. And the way that workloads or server workloads are kind of maturing, they're often being deployed in cloud instances. You can pick kind of the three main cloud providers out there, be it Azure, AWS, or GCP. But based off of where they're deployed, we have different protection tools, and we should have different protection tools in place. And that leads into cloud protection. We may be deploying in cloud, and if you have a really mature cloud deployment scenario, you just don't have workloads, but you're going to have data flows, network flows, and the way that we address cloud protection, again, is going to be different than kind of that on-prem endpoint and network side of things. So let's make sure that we have the proper protection tools for cloud environments. And then email and mobile, right? Again, this isn't an all-encompassing thing. These are kind of 5 main bullet points, but with mobile protection, we essentially have endpoints in our pocket nowadays. Let's make sure that we are addressing and securing these mobile endpoints or these mobile devices because they are a key vector into infrastructure and into environments. And we see that they're being utilized more and more to be kind of that initial toehold into breaching an environment. Now, ensuring you have maximum visibility, right? That's going to address that incomplete visibility issue that we ran through in those kind of 4 things not to do. So ensuring you have the maximum visibility helps you do a couple of key things here, right? Obviously, you understand the attack and scope of things. You're able to address adversary entry, and not just entry points, but pivot points, and determine points of persistence. But by having the maximum visibility and kind of coupling that into running those tabletop exercises, you're going to be much more proactive across the environment with your protection, right? So you're saying, hey, I can't see this, or I don't know if this may be occurring on an endpoint. You then address that with maybe deploying a proper EDR, XDR stack, and then you realize that you have much more insight and visibility into your state, and hopefully that will start addressing situations or forcing a situation where you say, hey, we need to really be addressing this on the front end of things, and making sure that your security posture at the end of the day from a proactive perspective is really increased. Implement access controls. These should be no-brainers, hopefully, at this point of time. But by deploying MFA, limiting admin privileges, changing passwords, and reducing the number of access points. And access points here aren't, wireless access points. They're just entry mechanisms, ingress points into an environment. Now, if I pivot and say, hey, I just addressed that from a proactive perspective, what happens if we're in the middle of an incident response? And all of these still hold true, right? If you're in the middle of an incident response and you weren't deploying MFA across the board, or maybe gating certain assets with MFA, let's go ahead and start gating those assets with MFA. Let's go ahead and start limiting admin privileges. Maybe we were overprivileged across different things. Let's go ahead and start revoking admin privileges because we're responding to a situation. And then part of our review plan or our lessons learned plan would take that into consideration. Now, if you're in an active situation and you're having an incident response plan, here it says change default passwords. Just go ahead and start rolling passwords because you're making the assumption, or you're falsely making the assumption by not changing them, that creds weren't popped, or individuals, malicious actors, threat actors have creds. It's good practice to just start changing those passwords across the board and securing or implementing, in this situation, another access control mechanism in the midst of your incident response plan. And then if you can start reducing the number of access points, right, those ingress points, let's go ahead. An incident response plan may say, hey, right, we have all of these ingress points. While we're iterating through this incident response plan, let's maybe block those ingress points, those access points, in order to properly address and maybe start cutting off some of the things that the threat actors have access to. Now, invest in investigational tools. This should have already been covered, at least in my opinion, on the front end by having that proper insight and visibility. But if you have the proper investigational tools, then when you're going through your incident response plan and you have information, maybe it's IOCs and indicators of compromise, indicators of attack, indicators of breach, we can then utilize that and iterate across our environment, right? So maybe we see something on endpoint 0 and we call or pull off some indicators of compromise, indicators of breach, indicators of attack. How can we quickly search across our environment for those things and say, hey, this may be some sort of staggered or staged attack. We saw this occur on endpoint 0. What's not to say this is laying dormant on endpoints 1 through N or servers 1 through N. Let's go ahead and be able to quickly iterate across the environment or search across the environment with those pieces of information. Now, investigational tools also help with our analysis of things, right? So we can help analysts pinpoint compromised assets. And again, if we can address compromised assets, we can take care of those in a much quicker fashion because we know that they're compromised, right? We can start cordoning them off, maybe isolating them from the network or from broadcast domains, because let's go ahead and cut off not just north-south traffic, ingress-egress traffic, but east-west traffic and start addressing any sort of lateral movement across the environment. Because one of the things threat actors will do is they'll land and they'll expand. They'll land on endpoint X or endpoint 0, and then they'll start figuring out how can we enumerate the environment and move across the environment. This was, some maybe low endpoint. Maybe we didn't have the proper privileges on that endpoint, but if we can gain or pop creds, or if we can do something with a pass the hash or maybe a Kerber roasting, where we can start moving across the environment to a much higher privilege or much higher valued asset, let's go ahead and do that. Because at the end of the day, if we can be very disruptive, hopefully that will make our payday, our monetization of the attack as a threat actor, much more lucrative. And then lastly, it'll help determine the attack and scope of the threat, right? So if we can't protect, or if we don't know what is going on, we can't protect it, we can't address it, we can't neutralize it, we can't contain it properly. Now, formulate an incident response plan. Let's establish your response actions, right? So we can list our response actions, but what are some of the key response actions that would be indicative or that are needed in a proper incident response plan, right? So when we do an incident response plan, we want to make sure that the corrective actions we take the first time are correct, right? The actions we take the first time are correct. We don't want to iterate with taking actions because time is of the essence. So we can take an action, but if we realize that was ineffective or less than effective, then we need to take another action and another action. And if this is the true incident response plan and the malicious actors are in the environment, they hopefully not have tools in their environment where they're paying attention to what we're doing, just like we're paying attention to what they're doing. So if they see that, a response is being taken, then they're going to pivot and maybe deploy or pull the lever and say, hey, let's go ahead and launch the ransomware. We may not be any and everywhere. We may be, jumping our exfiltration phase, and we may be missing out on extorting the customer or an environment as another mechanism or arm for monetization. They're going to jump in and figure out what they need to do. So we want to make sure that we're surgically taking the corrective action the very first time. So, obviously we can isolate effective hosts, we can freeze compromised accounts, but in conjunction, we need to know as a security team or incident response team, what are all the key mechanisms we have as response actions, and list them down and as we have that list, as we're going through our incident response plan, say, hey, we can do this. This is going to be much more effective than doing, maybe 1, 2, and 3. Let's jump to response action 5, and that will be much more effective at the end of the day. And oftentimes will be the more corrective action to take. This may be a little bit after the fact, right? But it's still part of an incident response plan because we should be at a regular interval conducting awareness training. And oftentimes awareness training is just maybe some phishing training or phishing simulation, but we need to educate our employees and our customers in an effective way and say, hey, right, you may be thinking something as innocent or innocuous as clicking on a link, has far greater ramifications across the environment. So, think before you click. But we need to be able to train our customer base in doing that, or our employees into doing that. So hopefully we reduce those repeat offenders that are constantly clicking on any and everything and jumping into or forcing the fact that we need to go into an incident response plan. The last is right, don't go it alone. Hire a managed security service. And a managed security service is typically these MDR services. And the MDR service is multifaceted, right? So when you're looking at hiring an MDR service or a SOC as a service, make sure that you're asking the correct questions, right? So how can you effectively augment my team? Or maybe I don't want you to augment my team, and we want you to just to be a fully SOC as a service or incident response plan as a service offering. So, are you doing human-led investigations? Does your MDR service contain full incident response, right? So is your incident or your MDR service, is it just a bucket of hours? Are we responsible for the incident response? You're just kind of monitoring the environment, or is it going to be a fully complete embedded solution where not only are people are monitoring your environment from a human-based perspective, but those humans are doing the proper incidents or human-led investigations, the threat hunting. You have malware analysis on board. You have a full threat feed or a full threat contingency, which Sophos checks all those boxes, right? And lastly, Sophos, our MDR service is going to be able to do the full incident response plan. Now, in summary, right, here's your 10-step incident response plan. And feel free to take a screenshot of this. But these are the things that we just covered. And this would help you if you don't have a formulated incident response plan to formulate that incident response plan. But also it'll help you maybe address some things that may be lacking in your incident response plan. Thank you for your time, and feel free to reach out to us at any time to talk about these sorts of things. Thank y'all, and have a great day.
Thanks for that presentation, Michael. Looks like we had a lot of questions that we can't get to right here, but Michael and the Sophos team will do their best to respond to your questions during the event here in the chat and afterward via email. As always, we do have a poll question for you. We appreciate your feedback on additional resources you'd like to see from Sophos. Whether it's a data sheet, a case study, a demo, or something else, just let us know what you'd like to see and we will get it to you. Now, thank you to everybody who's responded to this poll already. We do appreciate your feedback, and I'll just leave that up there for a moment while we get ready for our next presentation. I'd also like to remind all of you about the handouts. We've got a PDF link from each presenter, and the Sophos resource is a really cool 10-step incident response guide that dovetails, precisely with some of the points that Michael was making during his presentation, including the last slide, those 10 points in there. So if you're looking for documentation of those 10 steps, it's a great place to get it. So be sure to check that out if you'd like some more detail. Well, Michael, great presentation today, and thank you so much for educating us on Sophos. And I'm going to leave the poll up there while we move on to our next prize drawing. So the winner of the next $500 Amazon gift card is William Nemitz from Minnesota. And we're also doing our first grand prize drawing of the day. As a reminder, the grand prizes today are Samsung Galaxy Book 2 360 laptops. So these are powerful machines with i7 core processors, 8 gigs of RAM, and 256 gigs of internal storage. We're giving away 5 of those throughout the day. And the first one is going to Alfred Ung from California. So congratulations to William on the gift card and Alfred on the laptop. We will be in touch about claiming your prizes. Okay, I'm going to close out that poll. Thanks to everybody who responded. Again, we really appreciate that on all the polls throughout the day. And now it is time for our next presentation in the Megacast on battling the ransomware scourge. And our next session comes from Rubrik. And presenting for Rubrik is Danny Page, who is an inside sales engineer. Danny, welcome to the Megacast.
Hey, thanks for having me. Can everybody hear me?
We can hear you. Yep, take it away,
Excellent.
Danny.
Excellent. All right, thank you so much. Yeah. as noted, my name is Danny Page. I'm an inside sales engineer at Rubrik. We are a zero trust data protection platform. For those of you who don't know as much about our company, we offer data security services by way of immutable backups that are logically air-gapped, utilizing things such as retention lock and protection against NTP poisoning with a monotonic clock, all to keep your backups safe, your data safe, and to make sure that you have protection at the point of data. So this is a little background on Rubrik, but what we're going to focus on, aside from all the goodness that allows you to keep those backups, to make sure they're there, to be able to do fast recoveries, what is the other piece to that puzzle, right? So let's kind of take a journey down what the challenges are with ransomware, right? Worst day in any particular admin's life or career is going to be that day when they've been hit by ransomware. So what next? This is the sentiment that we hear from customers time and time again. They've got multiple tools and processes that have been put in place, and we're constantly hearing that organizations face a number of challenges as it pertains to ransomware. The first being quick recovery and return to operations. Customers want to be able to quickly get their business back up and running and to efficiently restore access to critical services that are needed in order to keep the business running. Next, it's of the utmost importance that organizations can determine the root cause with forensics tools or manual inspection. Without discovering root cause, organizations increase their risk of reinfections or further spread. And finally, as always, organizations want to minimize data loss. As with any restoration, you want to ensure that you're restoring the last known good point in time copy of data. While all these challenges, there's a number of ways to solve all these challenges. The biggest problem presented to most businesses and organizations is how to prioritize these actions. For instance, prioritizing a quick recovery in order to get the business back up and running often sacrifices the ability to do thorough root cause analysis, leaving that organization at risk of reinfection. Also, performing mass restores often means you're writing on top of known good copies, resulting in a lot of unnecessary data loss. So prioritizing root cause analysis and ensuring that we are only restoring data which has been affected, that's great. However, both of these processes take time. We need to understand the cause of the attack, how it spreads, exactly what data has been impacted. And while organizations go through these processes, the business incurs downtime. So you're losing somewhere or another. How do we figure out exactly what we need to do? Luckily, Rubrik's ransomware investigation capabilities can help organizations not have to choose between these three priorities and allow them to both perform robust data analysis while also recovering as fast as possible. First, our ransomware investigation is provided through a clean, simple, and intuitive user interface, allowing organizations to quickly see a snapshot as to how their data has been changing. We utilize multiple machine learning models in order to establish a baseline for each object it analyzes, and from there it can proactively monitor and flag suspicious activity, including abnormal change rates, system sizes, or entropy changes. And then once detected, we can send alerts either through the Rubrik UI, email, or by integrating with existing SOAR and SIEM applications, such as Palo Alto Cortex XSOAR. And we not only flag anomalies, but we allow organizations to quickly see the impact an attack has had. Affected applications and files can be easily spotted through the user interface by browsing through not only multiple objects that have anomalous behaviors, but the file systems themselves can be traversed to see the exact impact on individual systems. So this is greatly going to minimize the time that we spend trying to discover exactly what happened and how an attack, exactly what happened and how an attack has spread. And then finally, Ransomware investigation is tightly integrated with Rubrik Zero Trust data protection. So this allows organizations to leverage all of those familiar and efficient Rubrik recovery methods directly within the ransomware investigation interface. So we can, right there when we decide, given our analysis, where our clean backups exist, we can do recoveries through that same interface. Once an analysis has been completed, you simply select all those impacted applications and files and recover the most recent clean copy with really just a few clicks. And since Rubrik is immutable, organizations can be sure that the data that they're recovering hasn't been compromised. So all this metadata analysis and automated blast radius determination is performed against your backup data and leverages Rubrik's SaaS resources, ensuring that your production resources are not constrained in any way, and that minimizes the impact of your day-to-day operations. So we mentioned that Rubrik Ransomware Investigation utilizes machine learning to power the solution and classification of the data. So let's explore that a little bit further. First, the process can really be broken down into two different phases. First phase, we have the file system behavior analysis. And during this phase, data which has been changed since the last backup is fed into a machine learning model. The model utilizes characteristics such as the total number of files created, modified, and deleted, user and system activity metrics such as files changed by a specific user or by a specific operating system, and suspicious activity metrics such as files that have suspicious names. So after the analysis, the model can detect with a pretty high level of accuracy a list of anomalies or abnormal events within the snapshot. But we don't stop here, and this is a big differentiator for us, right? These anomalies are then fed through a second phase, the file system content analysis phase, where another machine learning model is leveraged to detect encryption within the files. Again, suspicious naming patterns and number of files added, modified, and deleted are utilized. And then they're coupled with entropy stats, which correspond to changes of entropy levels within the backups. And then once completed, this phase can report on the likelihood of encryption within the anomalies themselves. So we don't just report on the anomalies, but we report on encryption events as well. Now let's dive a little further into the machine learning models themselves. First, both models leverage machine learning in order to determine outputs, right? So this allows Rubrik to extract meaningful insights from the raw metadata to quickly determine whether anomalies have occurred within the backups. The flexible nature of machine learning allows the models to run and extract a number of hidden insights without the need to be explicitly programmed. In the case of anomaly detection, it takes a number of inputs, say, a number of changed files, number of encrypted files, etc., and uses set weights on each input to output whether or not the model believes that an anomaly has occurred or whether encryption is present. From there, we can gauge with a very high certainty whether or not ransomware is present within the environment. Machine learning is a great choice for anomaly detection, as we can constantly iterate and change the inputs and the models involved. And this allows Rubrik to keep up with that ever-changing ransomware landscape. So next, let's talk about how we train the machine learning models. First, training data comes into the model. This data comes from multiple sources, right? So we use real-world ransomware attacks, which have been processed within an air-gapped environment, along with simulations of various types of ransomware in the wild, right? So the data is fed into the model where it looks at many different factors such as file deletion and in-place encryption. The model then outputs its predictions, which are verified, tested, labeled, and then sent back into the model. The entire process utilizes supervised learning, which is designed to utilize these labeled data sets to train or supervise that algorithm into classifying and predicting data outcomes with accuracy. And that allows the model to learn over time. Next, the implementation of a phased approach allows the models to run in the most efficient manner only the changes detected from one backup to the previous are sent to phase one, where they're analyzed for anomalies. Subsequently, phase two only processes the anomalies identified by phase one, looking for encryption. This allows for not only highly accurate results, but ensures the model is run in a timely manner and requires the least amount of compute to execute. This also provides scale, as not only can we scale up each phase, but each phase can be modified and tuned independently from the other. And finally, Rubric ransomware investigation, it poses no threats to any data locality regulations that you might have in place. No data ever leaves the confines of an organization's data center. Instead, only the metadata about that data is sent to the machine learning models within the Rubric SaaS platform. Now, there are certain processes which require access to the actual data, such as performing encryption scans. Rubric will send the instructions back down to a localized version of CDM. CDM is the local version to the appliance on premises. And that will do all of the scans and compute, and then return the results back to the control plane, so that none of that data is actually leaving your firewall. All right. So with that, let's kind of dive into exactly how Rubric detects the anomalies. So the process begins once a backup has completed. So once a backup completes, Rubric will mount the respective snapshot and generate what we call a file system metadata file, FMD. These files contain a wealth of metadata generated around the data within the backup itself. Things such as paths to files, the file sizes, ACLs, etc. The newly created FMD file is then compared with the previous snapshot FMD file. From there, we generate a diff between the two. This diff file indicates a number of characteristics, with the most applicable here being a list of files which have been created, modified, or deleted since the last backup, as we've mentioned before. The diff file is then uploaded to the ransomware investigation. Keep in mind here that only metadata is sent to the ransomware investigation service for processing. Customers' data remains within the compounds of their data center. And this allows us to leverage cloud for the scale-up nature that machine learning requires, while keeping that sensitive data behind the customer's firewall, right? So the diff file is then fed into machine learning model, and a number of characteristics are looked at. Things such as the number of changed, added, and deleted files, how files were modified, for example. Were they modified by a user account or by the system itself? And how the files themselves have been named. Are they suspicious in nature in any way? The machine learning model uses the labeled data sets to classify these changes and outputs a list of those anomalies. So next up, these anomalies are then immediately reported within the ransomware investigation UI, and alerts are sent out if configured. So if you've set up alerts to be sent via email to Siemens Sewer Tool, or just the user interface itself, they'll be sent out at this point. So the anomalous files within the backup are then queued up for an encryption scan. Scanning for entropy can be a pretty compute-intensive task, which is why ransomware investigation only performs this step if the anomalies are detected. So it would be a little bit of waste of resources to do this on every single backup. So we only take those that have discovered anomalies. And since the step needs access to files within the backups, it's performed locally on the customer's platform. So on your platform, during this task, entropy values are computed and compared against those in the last backup. So these values are then stored within a ransomware SSS table. In the end, we have a list of anomalous files along with their corresponding change of entropy since the last backup. And again, to save on resources and leverage cloud scale, the RST files are sent up to ransomware investigation, fed into another machine learning model. In this stage, entropy values are utilized to determine a level of encryption within the backup itself. This stage also implements checks around suspicious naming patterns and file operation statistics as well. And when used together, these features can be reliable indicators of whether a malicious encryption event has occurred. And then when finished, the model outputs a highly accurate prediction around whether or not encryption has occurred within the anomalies, pointing to whether or not a ransomware event has taken place. These indicators are then sent back to the ransomware investigation user interface. That's it. I mean, that's how that machine learning works. So how do we actually use this? How do we make use of all that great technology? Well, for one, when a cyber attack has been identified, two things must happen immediately. You got to remove any connections the hackers have to company systems and identify all the systems that have been compromised. And identifying all the systems that have been compromised can take days or even weeks. So trying to identify all the hosts and files the attacker had access to, what applications those hosts belong to, and if there was any sensitive data in those files is a pretty stressful task. So with Rubrik's orchestrated application recovery, ransomware investigation, and sensitive data discovery, this task is kind of automatically done for you, right? So kind of looking at some of the screenshots here on the left gives you an idea of what it looks like in the ransomware investigation. So with orchestrated application recovery and ransomware investigation, we can group hosts into their associated applications, allowing administrators to quickly see what apps need remediation. So once again, we're seeing which applications have anomalies and suspicious activity. Additionally, it can be used to recover the app in a pre-planned and uniform way with your orchestrated application recovery. And it can be tested when you're not under a cyber attack. But when an attack does happen, we can identify snapshots without suspicious activity as well. So if only certain hosts need to be recovered, orchestrated application recovery gives the administrator the flexibility to customize their recovery as needed. So we can recover all hosts back to a specific point for app consistency, or we can select a different point in time snapshot for different hosts. So do we need to recover the entire host? Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. We can identify suspicious activities on virtualization hosts and NAS shares protected by Rubrik, and it allows us to decide if they need to recover that entire host or that entire NAS share. So we can recover all hosts back to a specific point. We can select different point in time for different hosts, and we can find out, okay, maybe we don't need to recover this one at all because it has no suspicious activity tied to it. And we can also figure out which files are encrypted as well, right? So users are given all the information that Rubrik has identified so they can make informed decisions on the critical recovery actions, right? Which identified files have suspicious activity, and we can just recover only the files that are needed, or we can recover entire folders if we need to do so. In parallel with recovering data, sensitive data discovery can help us identify what files contain potentially sensitive data. So this is great because we can correlate this information with what hosts and files were available to the attacker, which allows the Rubrik user to identify their potential for leaking that sensitive data. So this allows them to inform the appropriate authorities and customers before the data becomes public. This is huge. I studied the anatomy of a ransomware attack, and it's always surprising to me how much time is spent just going back and forth with legal. What's our exposure? Who do we need to report to? What might have been infiltrated? What might have been in scope? This is where sensitive data discovery comes in. So all these things rolled into one really put you in a good place when you get hit with ransomware. It's great to have those backups in place. You need to have immutable backups so that they're always there and ready to use. You need the ability to recover quickly, but you need to be able to do it surgically. You need to have a plan in place, and you need to be able to understand what type of sensitive data might have been in scope. Aside from that, that's it for me. If there's nothing else, we can open things up for questions.
Yep. No, great presentation, Danny. And that point that you made about legal is really interesting. That's probably something that people who haven't actually have been fortunate enough not to experience a ransomware attack wouldn't necessarily know.
Right.
That's really interesting insight. Yeah, so we do have the poll question up here, and we'll leave that up during the Q&A portion. So just let us know what additional information you'd like about the Rubrik solution. Danny, first question for you. If you were hit with ransomware today, how would you determine which backups were clean and which ones were infected?
Yeah, so with the Rubrik platform, it's as simple as going in, using the exact same interface that you would use to using the exact same interface that you would use to protect all your objects, to discover source data, and to put backup policies in place and do recoveries. You would be able, based off of our machine learning and scanning, to see where the actual suspicious and encryption detection has occurred, and put that in a timeline so that you can see, okay, all of a sudden I've got 50,000 suspicious files within this one virtual machine, and 2 days ago I had 0. This allows us to really understand how we need to think about recovering, how far back we need to go to understand what's been infected and what hasn't, and understanding exactly which data might have been in scope in terms of encryption and things of that nature.
Okay. All right, great. Hey, here's a question here from Peter, who's wondering, is the Rubrik solution, as is being described in the presentation, a hardware/software solution, or does it also come as a software solution that runs on existing customer hardware? I wonder if you can talk a little bit about the architecture and infrastructure there.
Yeah, so I mean, at the end of the day, the differentiator is the software itself. The interface that you'll utilize to manage all things data protection, including ransomware investigation, sensitive data discovery, threat hunting, things of that nature, it's all going to be through one single SaaS interface. Now, I will say this, a large majority of our customers are utilizing our Rubrik appliances. We call them bricks, and those are going to be installed within customer data centers, and that's a big part of the security features surrounding it, right? We have got a proprietary built file system that has no shell access and doesn't use any standard protocols such as NFS or CIFS. That is going to be installed on our appliance. We do integrate with, we do allow for installs on third-party platforms such as Dell, HP, and Cisco. But for the most part, it's the software that is tied to that hardware that is really giving you all the security features that you need. And at the same time, we also do allow for virtual installs if you need, say, a replication source of some kind at a remote site. We also allow for cloud clusters. So if something needs to be installed in the cloud to protect particular cloud workloads, we can do that as well.
Okay. Yeah, really runs the gamut. Okay, super. Next question here. What kind of archival options does Rubrik integrate with?
All right, good question. Yeah, so we can, as part of any particular SLA policy, we can archive to any of the big three, right? And we can even choose our tier within a particular backup policy that we create. So Azure, GCP, and AWS, and we can choose our tier. AWS and Azure, we can allow for immutable archive options too. And we can also utilize anything that's S3 compatible. So think of your Wasabi, your Cloudian, Oracle, iLand, things of that nature. Any cloud out there that's S3 compatible, we can utilize, or we can simply utilize an on-premise NFS store too, if you want to do that. So a lot of different archive options.
Okay, great. So you mentioned some of the ransomware investigation tools, and they're wondering what types of workloads can I utilize your ransomware investigation tool on?
So think of any of your big hypervisors out there. So we're doing a majority of what we do is going to be hypervisor based. So we're essentially just protecting VMs. So Hyper-V, vSphere VMs, obviously, and then AHV as well. So if you're utilizing a Nutanix environment, we can do snapshots and we can do ransomware investigation scanning on that. And then also any type of file sets. So a NAS system, many of the different NAS systems out there, Windows file sets, Unix file sets, we can do scanning on all of those as well. So we kind of run the gamut for anything that is going to contain some type of ransomware, ransomware data, something that would give us indicators of where an attack might have come from or what it has infiltrated. We can utilize it on any of those.
All right, great. Well, Danny, unfortunately, it looks like we're running out of time, but if somebody does want to get started with Rubrik or find out more, what do you recommend?
Well, first things first, go to Rubrik.com. You will easily be able to find out information there with your email address. We'll get in contact with you if you're looking for more. But dig through the website itself. Look at our customer stories. Look at our knowledge around ransomware investigations. Read up and figure out what it is that you want to learn on. And based off of that, put your info in, and we'll get in touch. Okay. Yeah, and I'll put in a plug in your handout section. There is a Rubrik PDF about ransomware investigation. So yeah, take a look at those stats. Interesting stuff in there. Yeah. Okay. Well, Danny, thanks so much. Great presentation. Really appreciate you taking the time for us today. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, everybody, for your time. Y'all have a good one. All right. And now I'm going to turn it over to my fellow moderator, David Davis, for our next prize drawing.
Thanks so much, Scott. A really cool presentation so far. I've learned so much. It's now time for our next Amazon $500 gift card drawing on today's Megacast. This one is going out to Joseph Radice from Washington. Congratulations, Joseph Radice from Washington. All right, and with that, it's time now to welcome our next presenter on today's Megacast. I'm excited to introduce Laura Hamill, who is a Senior Product Marketing Manager at Red Canary. Hi, Laura. It's great to have you on.
Hi. Thanks so much for having me.
Excellent. Well, take it away.
Awesome. All right. It was really great learning more about Rubrik and ransomware. And so today I am going to talk about learning some of the precursors to ransomware and disrupting the means to prevent the end. This is our guide to ransomware detection. So my name is Laura Hamill, and I am a Principal Product Marketing Manager at Red Canary. And really, I'm just focused on understanding customer needs and what the market trends are so I can help inform the product roadmap here. And I've been working in SaaS since college, and I've been focused specifically on cybersecurity and security operations since 2012. And a fun fact about me is that I did train to be a professional figure skater, and I actually made it to the Junior Olympics. But my knees decided that working on a computer would be a better focus long-term. So here I am in the wonderful world of cybersecurity. So today we're going to talk about ransomware. And there's an old joke that the best way to detect ransomware is to have someone come running into your room and say they can't access their files. So really, ransomware is the end. And what we need to detect is what leads up to ransomware. And we don't detect a lot of ransomware at Red Canary because we're really good at detecting what leads up to a ransomware attack so we can prevent it before it occurs. And so what I'm saying is that ransomware is really a big trend, and that trend is comprised of different threats. And when we know which threats to detect, we'll be closer to detecting when ransomware will occur. And ransomware is usually a payload delivered by earlier stage malware. So if you detect the threats that deliver the ransomware, you can stop the ransomware before it arrives. And therefore, ransomware is the end. It's the culmination of adversary techniques and threats that leverage overlapping and often detectable tradecraft. And there are many means to the end, like the initial attack access vector and the Trojans. So that's why we say that the last thing we detect at Red Canary is the ransomware. And ransomware is the trend, and that trend comprises of threats like Cobalt Strike, Qbot, and other Trojans. And these Trojans are comprised of techniques, and if you get good at detecting the techniques, then you can stop ransomware before it even happens. So today we're going to dive into Red Canary's threat detection report and its findings on a pretty high level. And everything that we're covering is backed by data in the threat detection report. So if you want to dive deeper, I'll provide you a link to that report after the presentation. We'll also talk about the trends that we're focused on today and the precursors that are leading to ransomware detection. And finally, we'll talk about how you can detect ransomware with telemetry. So with that, let's get into the 2022 Threat Detection Report. So we build the Threat Detection Report to help security professionals understand and detect threats, and we gather thousands of threats impacting Red Canary customers to build the report so you can get insight into the threats and adversary techniques and how the landscape is really changing. So this is how we gather the data to create the threat detection report. We collect 1 petabyte of telemetry every day, on average from endpoints, networks, and cloud and SaaS applications. Then we parse that telemetry with our AI engine and analyze it against detection analytics. And we have about 3,000 to 4,000 detection analytics. So we're really looking for a telemetry pattern that is indicative of malice. And once there's a match, it becomes an investigative lead. And the investigative leads are analyzed by our AI first, and then every one of them is also analyzed by a human detection engineer. And then we get about 33,000 confirmed threats, and then we break them into 2 metadata-related concepts that are associated with them. So the first being the MITRE attack techniques associated with the confirmed threats, and then the second one is the actual named threats. From that, we get 2 lists. One is a list of the most prevalent techniques, and then the second is the list of the most prevalent threats. And from that, we compile them into the threat detection reports. So I'm sure everybody here is familiar with MITRE attack, but just in case you're not familiar with the MITRE attack framework, it's a guideline for classifying and describing cyber attacks and intrusions, and it was created by the MITRE Corporation and released in 2013. It consists of 14 tactic categories, which consist of technical objectives of the adversary. And some of the examples include privilege escalation and command and control. And these categories are broken down further into specific techniques and sub-techniques. And this is kind of an older version of the MITRE attack framework, but the reason I used it is because it fits best on the slide. And the MITRE attack framework takes the threat landscape and it assigns terms to all the things that an adversary might use. Fun fact is that in the Red Canary platform, we actually map one-to-one to the MITRE framework to give you a little bit more context. And we map the MITRE attack framework to classify threats consistently, communicate about them effectively, and organize detection coverage coherently. And with that background, let's dive into the 2022 Threat Detection Report. So you'll see that the report is really organized into 3 different sections. The first is trends, which include subsections on vulnerabilities, web shells, and ransomware, and we will dive into those in just a minute. Threats, which include name threats. And as a side note, confirmed detections are mapped to threats, and our threat intelligence team matches the trends into the threats. And then the third would be techniques. And these are the techniques that adversaries use, like PowerShell. So threats that deliver ransomware could be a Trojan like Bazaar. And Bazaar and Cobalt Strike are not always mutually exclusive. So these threats leverage a lot of the same techniques. And techniques would be like spear phishing, PowerShell, Run DL2, just some of the examples. And a lot of the techniques are shared in a lot of different threats. And this is very conceptual, but I do have some concrete specifics in the report. All right, so here's an illustration of all the different points that can take place within an attack and about the time it takes for all of these things to happen. And if you can build detection analytics on any of these points, you can stop a ransomware attack at any one of them. And we've broken down the threat detection report into 12 trends, and we call them the Dirty Dozen. And the top one is ransomware. And ransomware has dominated the threat landscape for a long time, and we also saw it continue to dominate in 2021. And we observed adversaries take new approaches to ransomware. We also saw more supply chain compromises like SolarWinds, Kaseya, and NPM. We also saw that adversaries exploited vulnerabilities affecting popular enterprise platforms to drop web shells, spread ransomware, and more. And common web shells like China Chopper, Godzilla, and Behinder were also used to exploit web applications. We also observed an uptick in threats that occurred after users sought out content that turned out to be malicious. And we saw malicious installers on the Mac operating system, which led to rotten apples and adware. And like I said, ransomware has continued to dominate the threat landscape, and it really has since about 2012. And it's really gotten more pervasive over the years. So it's important to understand that ransomware doesn't really start here. And so what you're looking at on this screenshot is telemetry from Red Canary, and it's from an incident response engagement that we worked where the adversary was using Windows management to delete shadow copies. And they were deleting backups so they could ransom the environment and then make them pay to get their files back. So the idea here is that they delete your backups and then you can't restore from them. So while having a detection analytic for this is sufficient, it's not always useful because by the time the shadow copy deletion is happening, you're probably already too late. So where does ransomware come from? And other threats generally precede ransomware. So these are our top 10 threats from 2021, and we analyzed some of them for the 2022 detection report, and we have the others that were analyzed in the report from last year. And the only one that we haven't analyzed yet is the Mira exploit framework. And 7 of our top 10 threats have been known to be ransomware precursors in the past. And most of these are available for analysis. And you can get the copy, you can run it in your environment, and then you can test them. And also, there are some ways that adversaries can gain illegal access to further your ransomware scheme. And these are the most prevalent in our customer base and beyond. And all of these can be used to turn into ransomware. And here's some more. So this is basically what it looks like. We start with a Trojan, like Bazaar, and then they go on to exploit other tools, and then they turn into a payload. And so then the question is, how do we detect these threats? So if you detect the techniques that adversaries abuse most often, then you'll have defense in depth against the threats that leverage these techniques and the broader trends. So we learned that 5 of the 12 techniques here are native binaries. 3 of the 12 are methods for abusing legit functions of the operating system. 3 of the 12 are overt evasion attempts, and the one remaining is how adversaries get other tools into the system. So we don't detect much ransomware, like I said earlier, and the reason for that is probably the most important takeaway from the threat detection report. So to fill it out a lot of these tools are using the same techniques. So how do we detect these techniques? And to understand that, we really need to understand what the relevant data sources are. So these are some of the top data sources that we rely on. We rely on process monitoring, command monitoring, network monitoring, file monitoring, and module monitoring. And if you have good visibility into processes and commands, then you really get a good level for detection. So what tools or log sources collect relevant telemetry? And here are some that we use at Red Canary. And then I'll walk you a little bit through managed detection response and how we do it at Red Canary. So basically, because there's an increasing amount of data coming in from the network, cloud, SaaS applications, emails, and endpoints, we take all of that telemetry in. And it also means that your team has a lot more to make sense of to uncover those threats. So some of the ways that this has been done traditionally is just through endpoint detection and response, or security information and event management, or SIEM technologies. And EDR technologies have been used to monitor endpoints, such as workstations or laptops, for suspicious behavior. And SIEM technologies have been used to collect, analyze, and log data from a variety of security tools across the organization. But really, what's lacking with SIEM and EDR is an effective way to make use of the overwhelming amount of data that comes in through them. So MDR takes all the chaos and brings order and visibility to detect, mitigate, and remediate security threats. So when we get all the raw telemetry in, we analyze it with AI and then also with our detection engineers. And we provide 24/7 monitoring, incident detection, incident investigation, and then we're able to help you disrupt or contain. And also we did just launch a new product called Active Remediation, where if you'd like, we can go in and actually remediate for you. All right. So what is the big problem when it comes to threat detection? And the answer there is noise. And you need to know when bad things happen really quickly. And a good MDR provider will tell you which of the alerts that you're taking in through your SIEM or all your other tools you really need to pay attention to. And a great MDR provider will even find threats that would have otherwise gone completely unnoticed. And a great example of how Red Canary has done this was the Independence Day weekend last year with Kaseya. And that Friday afternoon, we detected Kaseya dropping ransomware payloads before anyone else was really talking about it and before any EDR products were detecting it. And we found it because last year we'd done threat research into how adversaries might use supply chain attacks just like Kaseya. So we found it and our automated playbooks kicked in, and then half a dozen of our customers who were affected just went back to having a great Independence Day weekend. So a key takeaway here is really to test, and test again. And so we already have a library of sample tests in our Atomic Red team. And so any security team can go in and see those and execute to test your defenses. All right, so some of the key takeaways are to read the 2022 Threat Detection Report. It can go in further depth on some of those trends and techniques that I walked through really quickly today. And that can help you understand the trends that dominate our InfoSec landscape and help you know the threats that make up the trends. And then we can also help you learn the techniques leveraged by those threats. And there is a link to where you can get the reports. And then we have a quick poll for you. And just fill out any one of these or all of them if you'd like to learn more about Red Canary or our threat detection report.
Great presentation. This has really been fascinating. Thank you so much, Laura. We do have here some questions coming in for you from the audience. Again, as Laura said, make sure that you respond to the poll question. It's on the screen for everyone out there. What additional information would you like about this solution? Maybe you'd like to try it out for yourself, get a personal demo, get some details on how other companies are using this. We do want to get your feedback there on the poll. So let's see, first question I wanted to ask you here, Laura, that came in, they're wanting to know, how are you different at Red Canary from other MDR providers?
Yeah, that's a great question. So one of our key differentiators is that we actually take raw telemetry from all of those different sources, meaning endpoint, network, cloud, and SaaS applications. And because we actually take the raw telemetry, we are able to get more out of it.
Got it. Okay. Smart. Cool approach. Let's see. Here's another one. They want to know, how are you different from other MSSPs?
Yeah, so an MSSP, or a managed security service provider, they usually have, and actually Forrester has a great report on this, understanding MDR and MSSPs. MSSPs deliver a lot more breadth of solution. So I always recommend, depending on where you are in your security maturity and your security journey, sometimes it's good to go with the MSSP because they have different things like security awareness training. But really, if you want to go into like depth and actually do detection and response, then it's best to go with the MDR provider because we go a whole level deeper than an MSSP. A lot of times MSSPs will rely on data coming in from just your SIM technology. And so then they're just giving you, a summary of what your SIM has already said, where an MDR, like I said earlier, we can collect the raw telemetry and go deeper into detection.
Got it. And so when you detect, someone else here wants to know, what are the options for response?
Yeah, so we can either, the customer can either have their security team together to respond, or we could actually do it for our customers with active remediation, where we respond based on their behalf. And this is a great solution for smaller security teams or security teams that definitely don't have the ability to do that 24/7 coverage.
Got it. Okay. And let's see, another one here, they're wanting to know, does this do any sort of integration with like Microsoft 365 or any sort of other integrations like that?
Yes, and we actually have a lot of integration partners, and they're all on our website, but Microsoft is a big one.
Laura, let's see, this has been really great. I've learned a lot. I know the audience has as well. I did want to ask you one final question here while we still have you, and that is, what should folks do to get started with Red Canary?
Yeah, so to get started with this, it's really simple. Just visit our website, and you can either fill out the form or reply to the chat bot, and we'd love to talk to you.
Excellent. Yeah, this sounds like a solution that can help so many companies out there to be more secure, better protected, prevent these sort of, malicious attacks before they ever happen. So thank you so much for your excellent presentation. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And for more information on Red Canary, also check out the Handouts tab. It's right there in your audience console. That will take you over to redcanary.com, and specifically a blog that is their Ransomware Survival Guide, a holistic approach to detection and mitigation. So make sure that you check that out. All right, and if you haven't answered the poll, now is the time to do it, because we're about to move on to our next presenter. But first, I'm going to announce the next prize winner on the event today. This is another Amazon $500 gift card. This one going out to Jeff Sering from Wisconsin. Congratulations, Jeff Sering from Wisconsin. All right, thank you to everyone who responded there to the poll. But it's now time to move on to our next presenter on today's Megacast. Welcome to Andy Fernandez, Director of Product Marketing at Haiku. Andy, it's great to have you back on. Take it away.
Thank you for that introduction. I'm Andy Fernandez. I'm the Director of Product Marketing here at Haiku. We have a strong topic today, one of my favorite topics to talk about, and one of the most important ones in today's age. And we're going to talk specifically about ransomware recovery, just moving away from not just talking about prevention, but also cyber resilience and recovery specific to hybrid and multi-cloud environments. With that, we only have a couple of minutes. I want to make sure that I address everything that we're going to talk about today. First and foremost, how have ransomware attacks changed over the last couple of years? Well, what we're seeing is an increase in both the volume and the severity of these attacks. And one of the statistics that I believe really shows the actual problem is that the average downtime after a ransomware attack is 21 days. And we know that in certain cases that is much longer. What that means is that an attack today is not only bringing in bad publicity. It's not only making folks end up having to pay for a ransom, but it's actually disrupting business. Critical applications are not running, and organizations are not able to conduct business. Not just for-profit organizations, but anybody who is perceived as a potential threat within a ransomware attack. So we've seen the volume increase. We know the dangers and what it brings from a downtime and data loss perspective. But something that we've also seen in the evolution is how the cyber attacks and the cyber criminal syndicates are actually targeting critical data and data protection infrastructure. They are trying to make sure that they're able to encrypt your backup, your DR solutions, to make sure that you have no resort but to actually pay for the ransom. They're even using these backup and data protection solutions and infrastructure to find out what kind of information you care about and what they should encrypt. So it shows you that these attacks are becoming much more sophisticated, and they're coming in at a higher volume. That higher volume is coming from what I like to call it is ransomware as a service. An organization or just one individual, one criminal, is able to purchase everything that they need for a successful ransomware attack in the dark web. This is driving a lot of much lower technical skilled people who are able to actually perform their own types of attacks as well. And this ransomware as a service is driving a majority of this high volume of growth, right? So when you're seeing millions of ransomware attacks a year in these type of statistics, this is one of the primary responsibilities. But then there's the other side of the equation, the types of very high profile attacks that are done on governments, that are done on hospitals, law enforcement, energy organizations, anything that's deemed critical infrastructure. We're also starting to see political ramifications, and these are coming from nation state backed attacks. So it's a very serious situation that we live in. We know that ransomware has become much more severe, and so has its consequences. So with that in mind, how have we evolved? Right? Not just from a strict cybersecurity, from a defense in depth perspective, but how were we evolved when it comes to cyber resilience, to being able to make sure that our strategies allow for a recovery? Because we know that it's not a matter of if, but when a ransomware attack happens. So let's think about, let's rewind 20 years ago. Think of it as the environments that organizations had to protect as a castle. And it was one centralized place where you were able to protect and manage the data that you had. A primary data center, your employees worked in a building, you were able to lock everything down on premises. Centralized management, only a couple of people had access, and you really had an understanding of everything that was going in, not only on the technology stack that you were using, but how it was being used and distributed as well. You also had a pretty standard use of the types of applications and workloads that you were protecting. And because of this, the entire focus was on prevention. How do we get people from storming the castle? How do we get people who aren't allowed to come in and do damage to our organization? But let's resume to where we sit today. Every single organization has some type of hybrid multi-cloud strategy. You have disparate infrastructure everywhere. Whether you still retain an on-premises data center, you have secondary data centers for DR. You're using the public cloud, service providers, and SaaS applications that are bringing your data all over the world. This is introducing even more risk vectors. This is introducing more users and more people who are able to target and access your critical applications. And it's not just the traditional applications that we were protecting, these virtual applications that we were protecting 20 years ago, but it's about instances that live in the cloud, containerized applications, SaaS applications, and still including these on-premises applications that most organizations are still running. So what this means is that there is no more castle. We have to be able to protect everywhere, but this increases the risk of a ransomware attack being successful. So the focus is not just on prevention. I want to make sure that when we talk about this, I mentioned that prevention is extremely critical. Reducing the amount of successful attacks is still a priority for organizations. But what now has become an equal priority is making sure that if someone gets in, if someone is able to encrypt your data, that you're able to recover in time, that you are able to reduce the risk of downtime and data loss that happens to these businesses. That's what we call cyber resilience, a full understanding of from preventing anyone to getting in to being able to quickly recover applications that are unaltered, immutable, and air-gapped. And that is how the evolution that we've seen from let's just prevent things to let's protect the data along with preventing attacks as well. Now, in order to be able to effectively protect your data and be able to effectively recover that data, you need to understand what are the critical areas to look at when you are evaluating a backup, a DR, a data protection solution or service. And there's a couple of critical areas that have to be met in today's age to make sure that you have a backup solution, a DR solution that you can trust. One is being able to choose simplicity in the management lifecycle of that solution. So think about it. How many of these attacks have happened because people have misconfigured their backups? They have not attached their networking correctly. They haven't been able to reduce any type of issues there. And the reason that happens is because a lot of these solutions are very complex. They require extensive exercises just to be able to get it up and running to start protecting those VMs or data in the cloud. So the first thing that we need to look at is how do I reduce the risk involved with even managing my backup and DR solutions? Then you move on to the basics, right? This is traditional hygiene, being able to have multi-factor authentication, single sign-on, making sure that you're able to lock down the roles in your organization and have role-based access control. Should you give more people access to critical applications? Or should you allow people simply to be able to restore files? A lot of these attacks that we're seeing have malicious insider approaches as well. So role-based access control, that you have visibility to these roles in the organization, is critical. You have to make sure as well that the solution that you're using is able to cover multiple types of applications and workloads, not just your virtualized applications, but your containerized applications, SaaS applications as well. And when you're looking at AWS, Google Cloud, Azure, you have to make sure that you are leveraging their identity access management or Azure AD and making sure that you can integrate and natively use those permissions. Otherwise, you're introducing yet another area of risk. And ultimately, this is really focused on the protection side and preparing your backup solution to be able to recover. But what about the recovery itself? You need to make sure that when you're able to recover, it's not just a file restore that these attackers are going after now. They're going after your entire application. And you have to make sure that you can recover your applications consistently with an app-centric approach and that you have an assurance of RTOs. There are many examples of organizations who had their backups available, but it would have taken so long for them to get back up and running using those backups that they ended up paying the ransom anyways. So it's really important to understand not only what data loss and RPO could look like, but how long will it take me to recover my most critical applications? What does that RTO look like? And ultimately, right, this is the last resort, is making sure that you're using immutable air-gapped copies, that you have unaltered backups that haven't been touched, that you can use and know that this is that gives you an ability to recover. So just to summarize, these are important things that we need to evaluate every single data protection solution to make sure that you can establish cyber resilience in your organization. So with that in mind, I want to talk to you today about Haiku Protege. You've probably seen us on here before talking a lot about backup, disaster recovery, cloud mobility, both for on-premises, but also multi-cloud strategies as well. But we're going to talk about Haiku Protege today from the context of ransomware recovery. And what I wanted to mention too is here are just a list of what some of our customers who, well, like we like to say, are wearing purple, customers who trust Haiku with their critical applications. This goes beyond just specific industries and organizations of all sizes, organizations of all industries and verticals as well. So one thing I'd like to mention too is we do think critically about this. This is something we deeply care about, and it's about building a safer world. And Haiku is on a mission to make the world a safer place by ensuring businesses have an intuitive, accessible way to protect critical data wherever it resides. What we've seen is your environments, your IT strategies are more dynamic than ever. And sometimes it can be very difficult to catch up and to make sure that your data protection platforms that you're using are catching up to your needs. And our focus is on making sure that no matter what you choose as an organization, you know that Haiku Protege is able to deliver the resilience and the data availability that you need. So let's take a look about what that actually means, right? What we talk about Haiku Protege here is it's purpose-built protection with deep integration into both on-premises platforms and the public cloud. We're talking about being able to deliver backup, disaster recovery, and mobility that's purpose built for Nutanix, VMware, Google Cloud, Microsoft Azure, AWS, and even Microsoft 365. And ultimately here, it's about being able to protect your critical applications as they're meant to be protected, being able to perform a restore, a backup recovery, a seamless failover, regardless of what that application is and where it lives, within one single place, and making sure that this is hybrid and multi-cloud enabled, because we know that your environments change. So think of Haiku Protege as this one platform that is able to help you protect all of these critical workloads that most of these organizations have. Most people still have something on premise. Most still are adopting public cloud and SaaS as well. So it's important that we keep a consistency of resilience and an ability to protect across all of these. But let's talk about specifically when we discuss the selection criteria. There's 3 key areas where Haiku is able to help from a hybrid resilience perspective. The first one is preparation. You have to ensure that your data, the way that you have enabled your backup, that it's always protecting you and that you've eliminated all possible risk. First and foremost, one of the key value of Haiku is that it is SaaS, that it is a fully managed service. There's not a deployment. You're able to get up and running very quickly. Upgrades, maintenance is all done by Haiku. So you are reducing additional risk of misconfiguring your backups, of being able to say you did not upgrade effectively or on time. This allows you to reduce that. Regardless of the platform that you're protecting using Haiku, it was built with a security-first architecture with security in mind. And as I mentioned, there's no maintenance, upgrades, or configurations that are done by you. But the other area that's really important as well is how are you setting up your backup policies? How often are you able to do so? Do you have confidence that these policies are running 24/7? What we do at Haiku is make sure that you have an application-centric protection and recovery. Regardless of the platform, whether it's Nutanix, VMware, Google Cloud, AWS, Azure, you're able to automatically discover the applications that require protection, and you're able to, within minutes, assign backup policies that are like what we like to call set and forget. You assign a policy, you can set it, and you know that it will continue working, and you will always have notifications of your protection status. So it's really important to know that you can trust that your backups are always running. Then is the protection side of the house as well. How are you protecting this data? You have to ensure that not only the solution that you're using, but how you're protecting this data is secure. With Haiku, data is encrypted at rest and in flight. This is crucial. You have to use multi-factor authentication and single sign-on as well. But very important point here is role-based access control across all of these platforms, but also having native integration and identity management and using your AWS, Google Cloud, and Azure permissions. And ultimately, also being able to enable your immutable air-gapped copies, whether you're doing this on premise or you're doing this using the public cloud, it should not matter. And ultimately, recovery, making sure that if something happens, if somebody gets through, that you're able to make sure that you can recover your critical applications quickly with RTO assurance. But not just quickly, but that you can recover these applications consistently. And we know that there's different types of attacks, and sometimes they're very minor, and you're able to perform a restore of a file, a folder, or even an instance, or a VM. But when it comes to an application, you have to make sure that you can recover it quickly and consistently. Another key area here is being able to have self-service, being able to make sure that multiple people are comfortable with an easy recovery experience. The last thing you want is a complex recovery experience with the pressure of a ransom being sent to you. And ultimately, there are always additional tools that you'll need within an organization that give you additional layer of protection. And that's why we have dev test and cloning as well that allows you to just get an extra layer of protection as well. But ultimately, everything that we focus here on Haiku Protege around data protection is making sure that not only are you using something that's easy, that reduces a lot of risk, that reduces the risk of misconfiguration, but that your data is protected and that you're able to quickly recover and recover with applications in mind consistently. Just a couple of key highlights as well. It's a security-first architecture, and I want to mention this especially in the public cloud. We do not store your data in the public cloud. You use your infrastructure, your storage, your permissions, the way that your organization has set up. Sometimes if you use another service provider or a backup service, they will store data for you. This adds additional areas that you need to investigate, additional risk from a cybersecurity and from a compliance perspective. We eliminate that by not storing your data and giving you full data sovereignty and privacy. Haiku is a true SaaS. There's zero maintenance upgrade requirements. It is meant for you to spend minutes a week on data protection. And ultimately, we have to make sure that you have application-centric backups that are running 24/7 with RTO assurance that you know that they're always working and that you'll always be notified if something happens. And ultimately, there's the recovery aspect, knowing that if somebody gets through, you have unaltered data that you can recover from. And ultimately, you want to make sure that your solution provides you with the alerting, the reports, and detailed logging of every single event. You want to make sure that you have the documentation as well to really understand, especially when we look at post-attack analysis. With that in mind, one of my favorite things about what we're able to deliver here at Haiku is what we call an R-score. A lot of organizations really don't know where they stand when it comes to, can we recover? What's our protection strategy? Have we made sure that we are secure? It's been very difficult to quantify and understand your infrastructure, your security networking, your recovery process, and your data protection technologies. And there hasn't been really an assessment that covers all of these, not just a prevention assessment, but a cyber resilience assessment. And that's where R-score comes in. At R-score, you're able to get a free web version where you have a couple of questions that really get to the point of where do you stand today? Really understanding the fundamentals of cyber resilience. And then we also have an in-depth consultation available that really gets into your organization and how ready you are to be able to effectively recover from ransomware. I will drop the link as well here in the chat, but you can simply go to getarscore.org and you'll be able to see that for free. And really it's about delivering value and a true assessment of where your organization stands. So with that in mind, I know we have a couple of minutes left for questions, and I want to make sure that we can address them.
Andy, I learned a lot. This solution could help so many companies out there to be more secure and more resilient. We do have some great questions coming in here from the audience. I'll start with the first one here. They're asking, does Haiku store my data in the public cloud?
No, that's a really important distinction and one that I mentioned as well, which is we do not store your data. You use your storage, your cloud accounts with your control. We do not store, we simply enable you to protect them and to automate your backup processes.
Excellent. Yeah, thanks for clarifying that. Here's another good one. They want to know, can Haiku help me to fulfill the 3-2-1 rule?
Yes, absolutely. Not only are you able to fulfill the 3-2-1 rule with offsite backups and multiple copies, but you're also able to introduce disaster recovery to this equation as well, where from one interface you can perform backup operations and DR operations, because depending on the severity, the type of attack, and where it's going, you want to have all available recovery capabilities there to keep your applications running. So in short, absolutely, it supports the 3-2-1 rule.
Nice. I love that single interface. I think that points to this next question, which is, can I back up and perform DR operations to the cloud?
Yes. There are many organizations who are now starting to evaluate, do I need a secondary site on premises that is explicitly dedicated to backup or DR infrastructure? Do I need these appliances on-prem? And the answer really is no, you don't. You're able to simply leverage the value of the public cloud, but still retain control on a primary data center. With Haiku, you can seamlessly fail over to the public cloud, and you can also back up to the public cloud, whether that's AWS, whether that's Azure, whether that's Google Cloud, it doesn't matter. You have full capabilities there to do so and really remove a lot of the unnecessary redundancies of on-prem data protection.
Excellent. Let's see. Here's another one they want to know. They say, I'm looking to move my data protection to the cloud. Can Haiku help me to lift and shift?
Yes, absolutely. One thing is being able to back up to the public cloud or to perform a failover to a site in the public cloud. The other one is organizations who are ready to lift and shift. And lifting and shifting is critical because there's still downtime and data loss that's usually associated with this, especially if it's not done well. So having a solution that already protects your data, that you trust, that enables you to lift and shift is critical. And Haiku is able to deliver that for you. So it's not just about protecting your data where it stands, right, with backup and DR, but also enabling migration to the cloud and mobility as well.
Very nice. And I know we're running out of time here in our live Q&A session. We'll have to get back to the remainder of the questions there in the electronic widget. But final question I wanted to ask you, Andy, and that is, what should folks do to get started with Haiku?
One is, depending on the platform you have, go on and take a look at the product. Request a free trial. You'll be able to access it, whether that's AWS or Nutanix, VMware. You're able to get started today and try it out. But specifically for today's conversation, I think a critical element here is RScore. Understanding where you stand will help you so much more in selecting the right data protection solution and strategy for you. So what I would ask today is check out RScore, check out the web assessment if you're even more interested in a consultative approach. That'll give you the insights of how do I make sure that everything is in order, and then how do I improve using maybe a solution like Haiku Protege for data protection.
Excellent. All right. Well, excellent presentation again. Thank you so much, Andy.
Thank you. Appreciate your time, everyone.
All right, I've just brought up the poll question for everyone out there that says, what additional information would you like about the Haiku solution? And we do want to get your feedback here on this question. I'll leave it up for a few moments here, allow everyone to answer. And while we do that, I will be announcing the winners of our next set of prizes. Let's see here. We have another Amazon $500 gift card. This one going to Susan Anderson from Nebraska. Congratulations, Susan Anderson from Nebraska. And our next grand prize, this is for another of the Samsung Galaxy Book 2 360 laptops. This one is going out to Mike Pacifico from California. Mike Pacifico from California. All right, thank you for all the excellent questions, and thank you to everyone who responded there in the slides window on the poll question. Let's get just a couple more responses, and then we'll be moving on to our next presentation. If you did respond already, don't forget about the handouts tab. It's there that you'll find a link to getarscore.org. This is what Andy talked about, where you can find out your R score for free. All right. Thank you to everyone who responded there. It's now time to move on to our next presenter. I'm excited to introduce you to Colonel John Berger, Chief Information Security Officer at ReliaQuest. Hi, John. It's great to have you on the event.
Great to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, take it away.
Hey, good afternoon, morning, evening, everybody. John Berger, CISO from ReliaQuest. Wanted to spend a few minutes, talking about ransomware, managing the business impact of a ransomware attack. I'm going to spend most of my time talking about lessons learned, probably more around the business side and impacts to the business on either how they responded or otherwise. I'll touch on some of the lessons learned on when, for example, claims may not be paid in a ransomware attack. And so I'd like to kind of jump right in. Got a lot of content to cover today. Real quick agenda here. So ransomware threat by the numbers, I put an asterisk on this just because there's really no authoritative source. There's not a government authoritative or mandatory reporting mechanism. Not all companies are a part of one underwriter who might be collecting data. And so there's really not one. So what I've done here is triangulate, some of this data from what I consider reasonable authoritative sources for certain parts of the ransomware process, if you will. One of the best sources is Coveware, because all they do is respond to ransomware. But it's really no mistake that ransomware costs to business are increasing. I've listed on the right-hand side what are the top confirmed ransomware payouts, meaning these are the companies that have publicly or in a 10Q acknowledge that they were a victim of a ransomware attack, and also acknowledge that they've in fact paid ransom. There are a lot of rumors out there. I put a couple of rumors on the bottom, rumors unconfirmed. Acer's one of them at 50. They would take the record here if that were a confirmed, payout. But again, nothing here that's new to most of you, just setting the stage for what we're going to talk about a little bit more. A couple of notable statistics. Probably a couple, 3 years ago, this idea of double extortion wasn't very popular or trending with the threat actors. But now in 2021, 84% of ransomware attacks involve double extortion, which means that they've actually exfiltrated sensitive data in addition to disrupting the organization. And that was literally probably almost flipped 2 or 3 years ago, where that was not a very common, extortion mechanism. And many of you have arguably seen that DDoS could be a third, but it's not as big of an extortion lever as data exfiltration. A couple of other interesting statistics here. 68% is the percentage of firms that actually paid. The consensus upon most of the sources that I saw, whether it's government, Covware, and or underwriters, is the majority of businesses are paying today. In the middle there, the percentage that claimed that they got back to the original state after payment is a little more than half, meaning there was something that was not restored back to complete serviceability or operational capability after the ransomware attack. Perhaps the most cogent, the most notable statistic here is that 80% of companies that have been impacted by a ransomware attack are re-attacked. And I get a lot of questions as to why that is. Well, they wouldn't have paid and they wouldn't have been infected if they were capable of A, restoring back to an operational state, or B, they had the controls in place to prevent one from happening in the first place. So actors pick up on that. Obviously, it doesn't necessarily mean the same actor went after the same business, but they are obviously notable targets, particularly if it's known that they paid, because obviously then there's an indicator that they have the ability to pay again. What I see and what we see as a business, and my personal involvement in multiple board tabletop sessions, and in taking place in ransomware investigations, is that one or more of the following control areas were either missing, incomplete, or otherwise, not operational or not working correctly. And prevention is the key to ransomware. Business readiness, yep, you got to have that, but you really don't want to go into that phase. So prevention is the key to success in ransomware, and maniacal focus on the basics is going to win. Most of the criminals are opportunistic. They don't care where they get $1 extorted, whether it's from you or another hospital, another insurance agency, another healthcare provider. They don't much care. So one or more of these 5 areas were either incomplete or missing. So endpoint coverage, and not just your basic antivirus, but advanced endpoint coverage, your EDRs, your CrowdStrikes, your SentinelOnes, your Carbon Blacks. They were either not there, or they didn't have one, or they didn't have full coverage. It wasn't completely deployed. Some sort of email filtering to make sure that you keep up with the noise that comes in, or the phishing email attempts. And obviously when those come through, some sense of employee readiness to identify those and not fall victim to those. Strong credential management. I oftentimes say that endpoint is the new perimeter, but identity and access management is actually the breach perimeter, because nothing really happens. It's really, really bad until they escalate privileges in a way that allows them to move freely and get to sensitive data or critical infrastructure. So that includes multi-factor authentication. That includes privileged access management. That includes a very strong single sign-on mechanism that incorporates multiple apps that are used by the business. Fourth is backups. self-evident, but working backups, rehearsed backups, oftentimes mean the difference between paying or not paying. And then finally, visibility. You want to prevent it, but if you don't see it in time, it's going to get, a lot of times actors get in there and they pivot to the sensitive assets, and they're in there for a while. And once they get enough of those sensitive assets, they light you up. And they often like to light you up around 3 o'clock on a Friday. Is typically what I've seen happen. They're friendly that way. So I want to pivot now into enterprise readiness, meaning, okay, you get those things in place that I just talked about. Now you have to have a plan to respond should the worst happen. And this is absolutely chaos when this happens unless you have a plan. And what's kind of interesting statistic is only about a quarter of companies that actually have some sort of insurance have actually pre-selected their partners, meaning, the partners I've listed there, everybody should have some sort of, forensics provider, should have some sort of external counsel, in some cases, some sort of independent counsel, and a crisis, public relations firm. You need to have those things in place prior to this happening. Because if you're going through red lines in a contract or a retainer, when this is in the middle of happening, you just lost yourself a minimum of a day, if not more, depending on how constrained or otherwise persnickety your legal counsel can be. Talk a little bit about structure, and this is essential here. Making sure that you have the right people identified working on the right problem. And so what I typically see is that kind of, two main operating entities, and I'll draw your attention to the lower two squares. So you have some sort of business group or business coordination group. And then on the right-hand square, I would say an incident response team. And so let's take each one of them in turn. So the first one on the incident response team, at the end of the day, there's kind of 3 lines of effort here. And if you're trying to do all 3 of them as a CISO or a CIO, you will not be able to keep up with the pace. And those 3 lines of effort are overseeing the forensics provider. What you typically will see is the forensics provider starts with what happened. And that's all great. And there's a reason why they do that. And that's because they're paid by the insurance company. But some of the things you need to know as a CISO are they still in my environment? And if so, where? And have they exfiltrated information? And if so, what? And so there's a need for someone to be earmarked, can be the CISO, could be somebody in the chain of the security chain to oversee their activities. Obviously, there's an enabling component to that, but there's also a sense of kind of providing direction on what you need to know. The second line of effort there is, being able to execute the response plan, meaning, are you going to turn off the internet? Are you going to isolate? Are you going to disconnect from the internet? Are you going to isolate certain segments of the business? Are there certain things that you might be contemplating that actually tip the threat actor's hand, who still may be in there and still trying to do additional harm? And so there's somebody that needs to be completely focused on the isolation and containment of the threat. And then third, there has to be somebody that's looking at how do I recover the business from an IT and infrastructure perspective. And you're going to need to make sure that you have all 3 of those lines of effort covered underneath that team. And then I go over to the business coordination group. Well, obviously, there's the 2 things there that I find that are most difficult, and we'll get into lessons learned here, is who do I need to notify? When do I need to notify them? And what do I need to tell them? And so you need somebody that's absolutely focused on that. Obviously, there's a legal component to everything that happens, especially when it comes time to communications. And so there's a legal perspective here. And then obviously, which is self-evident, is what's the part of the business that's been impacted, and what is that part of the business doing to recover? or implement some sort of contingency plan that gets them back and running. It could be go to a manual effort, go to whatever effort. And then finally, you have the executive team. Obviously, that team is a team that's going to provide guidance, make decisions, and arguably communicate with the highest level stakeholders in the business, the board, the investors, et cetera. And so the bottom two teams need to be prepared to be 24/7. The top team can be on call. What I see as most effective is when you have kind of an always-on chat group for the two teams, and then another always-on chat group for the executive group just for updates. And you also have to have some sort of battle rhythm. I found the ones that are most effective do formal updates twice a day. And the formal updates provide a timestamp on what can be communicated to who based on the latest information so that you don't have information sprawling all over the place. And the last notable I'd point out here is that there's a difference between people that are doing things and people that are tracking what's being done. And you need to have both. So you need to have this concept of a battle captain in order to keep track of what's happening. On process, I like to call out here on the right-hand side, kind of the way to do updates. There's kind of, hey, what's happened in the last 24 hours? What's the current status of where you are on any initiative, whether that's recovery, threat response, and then what are you most worried about? What are you most worried about? And of course, what are you working on? So the four things again are, hey, what did I get done in the last 24 hours or what's transpired? What's the current status? What am I planning on working next? And what am I most concerned about that could go wrong? Kind of what's the what if? And so if you look at those four kind of dimensions on any update, you'll capture everything you need to capture in every one of these updates that I just mentioned. Some incident response lessons learned. Some of these are going to be well familiar to many of you. Some of them are going to be new. But you absolutely have to notify external counsel to make sure everything's under attorney-client privilege. You have to take immediate steps to isolate and contain potential, especially with your backups. And you need to look at what the threat response is of any actions you might take, assuming that they're in the environment, which should always be the working assumption. And obviously the business impacts of any isolation. I get a lot of questions on notifying the FBI. I've heard people say, well, we don't want to notify them because they're duty bound to notify others. They're not. We actually have a special agent in charge that works here who said there's no need, there's no mandatory policy that requires them to do so, and confidentiality is absolutely maintained. And the FBI can bring a lot of valuable insights, particularly around intel, attribution, and in some cases, they may well have the keys or access to the keys on some of the ransomware that might have infected you. So recommendation from me and for anybody I talk to is you should bring the FBI in, and you should probably have a relationship with them in your local chapter. And I already touched on this, but not performing forensics oversight, particularly around the two questions of, hey, are they still in the environment and have they exfiltrated information? And just letting them do their own thing is not something that I recommend, and has not ended well on some of the incidents that I've been involved in. Recovery and post-recovery lessons learned. Valid backups are critical, pretty self-evident. Custom apps are typically the most complicated to get back up and running, and make sure that to factor in the recovery point objective in your backups. Meaning, if you back up everything every day, you don't want to be telling them if this outage occurred in midday that they're going to have 100% backup to the point where exactly where they were when they went down. So just understanding what the status of a system is going to be at when it's recovered. I've seen that kind of be a surprise when it shouldn't be a surprise. Recovery, time to get the keys can oftentimes be 2 to 3 days. So factor in time. If you decide to pay, it doesn't mean these keys show up, in hours later. They don't. There's going to be oftentimes with the underwriting, and your broker's going to make sure they're not on the OFAC list. They're going to ask them to send some of the encrypted files, or they're going to ask, they're going to basically send some encrypted files and expect to see those come back unencrypted, basically verifying that the key is actually valid. So there's some processing time. And then I can tell you that most of these threat actors, they don't work on weekends. If you ever look at some of the Conti leaks analysis, they don't work on weekends. So don't think that the keys are going to arrive. And then time to restore, depending on the nature of how much has been encrypted, can be, days, and, depending on the scope. And that's a very variable number. And the average recovery time is still around 2 weeks for most businesses to get fully back up and running to where they left off. And then post-recovery surveillance, if you're one where data was exfiltrated and you want to put some dark web monitoring or some monitoring on whether that data shows up, it's something that I recommend be considered. A lot of times your forensic provider will, in fact, tell you that it's a good idea to do that. Kind of business coordination, I would say that for the most part, there are two main things you need to be looking for. One is most of the businesses the functions that you deal with, you need to be actually ask them very point blank, are you prepared to go manual? And if they've never thought about it, contemplated it, then they're not ready. Because manual is a distinct possibility here. And then the other thing that my lessons learned is if you don't have a plan for all the stakeholders you need to notify, and if you haven't looked at the contractual terms that you might be under or statutory and legal timelines, you will not be ready. So have those all organized and ready to go on a time basis as part of your incident response plan. Just a couple of these notifications, lessons learned. At the end of the day, I list them here on the left. It's your board members, any statutory or contractual, internal employees. Internal employees are the source of almost all leaks in a ransomware attack. And so thinking you can hide it from them is just a fool's errand. You are not going to be able to hide the fact that you've been hit with a ransomware attack from your employees, particularly your IT staff. So the best thing you can do is tell them what's happened and tell them the damage they can do if they should notify. And so it's a very difficult thing to do, but they're going to know it. So they're going to fill in the gaps unless you do. But it's better to have an upfront conversation that this is, we have sustained an attack. We may not know the nature of it, but any disclosure of it absolutely harms the business at the end of the day. Customers, key vendors, media. One of the things that I've found that works well is make sure you identify a primary stakeholder at the C-suite or direct report to a C-suite level that has responsibility for each of these stakeholders up front. And think through the sequencing of when the stakeholders have to be notified. Some people leave the employees to last. Well, they're the first to know. So sequencing them in a certain way is essential. And you have some mandatory ones that you got to get done. And you certainly don't want the board to find out through the press. So just make sure you think through the sequencing of it. Cyber insurance. One of my favorites here is, and I asked a number of lawyers and underwriters here, like when and I asked for my own self, when are you not going to pay my claim? And there's a couple of areas here that I wanted to share with everybody. The first one is off-panel. Every underwriter has a panel of providers that they pre-negotiate rates with. If you go outside that, you're at risk of not being reimbursed because they're going to charge whatever rates that they're used to charging. And unless you pre-coordinate it, it will not be covered. Pretty self-evident. Gross misrepresentations of control coverage on your application. And I drilled in on this one. A gross misrepresentation means that you said you're MFA protected on all accounts. and then you're not on any accounts. If you say all and you're at 98% or 97%, that's not a gross misrepresentation. So at the end of the day, your goal in any of your application is not to misrepresent. And what you want to actually do is most of them have a way for you to enter free text in that application on exactly what your position or status is or posture on any given control. Unreported changes in scope or risk. Most of the time this happens when there's a merger and acquisition and one of the acquired companies gets hit. Pretty self-evident, but that's a huge change in the risk or scope. If you acquire a large swath of IT infrastructure and don't report it, you're at risk of not being covered should they be impacted with ransomware. Notice timeliness. This one's interesting. If there is a case to be made that your lack of notification or response materially impacted the damage that was sustained, you have the potential for compromising your payout. Timely notice to the external counsel and or a broker, depending on how you're structured, your insurance broker or your underwriter, is essential, and you need to know what that is. Ransomware payment. This one really only happens if two things. One, if they consider that it's unreasonable or for some reason that actor was on the OFAC list. And then the next one's kind of interesting. Improvements implemented during recovery. So if you get into a situation where you have no visibility on your endpoint because you had traditional antivirus and you didn't have an EDR and you went in and bought an EDR and implemented it, obviously that's not covered, but oftentimes those improvements are claimed. And finally, proactive services. This gets at what I talked about before when, for example, your data is exfiltrated and you have the forensic provider says, hey, you should probably get some dark web monitoring to make sure that data doesn't show up even though you paid them. If you pre-coordinate that with the forensics provider, that proactive service can be covered. But if you just do it and then claim it, you may be at risk of it not being covered. So just some interesting things to think about or know that are the reasons for things not being covered. And then finally on visibility, you absolutely want to prevent a ransomware attack. However, if you don't see it when it happens, it's almost as bad because there are things you can do to mitigate the continued lateral movement and pivoting of threats if you know they're there. And again, a lot of times the actors get in there and they find the critical assets, and that takes them some time. And quite honestly, they're most noisy in the post-exploitation phase when they have to do internal reconnaissance, when they have to try to escalate privileges, when they have to pivot and move and get onto another endpoint and exploit something. So having visibility is essential. And a couple of lessons learned here. We touched on some of them earlier, but optimal visibility starts with, ransomware threat intel. You have to have 100% EDR coverage, good advanced EDR coverage. You also want to have redundant visibility on your endpoints. If you're a Windows shop, you want to have some sort of EDR. You want to have some sort of Windows event monitoring. If you're on a Mac, you want Jamf Protect. You want to have an EDR on those as well. And you have to have tuned use cases and high severity alerting across kind of the known ransomware kill chain and MITRE attack framework. Those three areas that I talked about on post-exploitation are the key components here. Make sure that you're going to see scanning, make sure you're going to see privilege escalation, and make sure you're going to see the exploitation that goes with both initial exploitation and subsequent exploitation as part of lateral movement and pivoting. And you also want to be able to proactively hunt. So those are some of the things that you want to be able to have in place, to kind of mitigate the ransomware epidemic that we're seeing. So some key takeaways here. Prevention is key. I talked about it. But should it happen to you, your response will be pure chaos, and I've seen it. if there's just no chance without a plan. You have to have a plan. And you have to have people that are assigned. And then rehearse. A plan's nothing without rehearsal, because that's where you get into the fine points and the nuances of what do I need to do and when. So that concludes my rundown. I went through it very quickly, I know, and I hope you got something out of it, and I'm happy to take some questions.
Yeah, excellent presentation, John. Thank you so much. We do have some questions for you from the audience. While we do that, I'm just going to bring up this poll for everyone out there that we do after each of the sessions on the Megacast, and that is, what additional information would you like about the ReliaQuest solution? And wow, that was just a ton of actionable advice. John, really appreciate that. Let's see, we've got a lot of great questions. I'll start with this one here. They want to know if Congress is going to penalize companies that pay ransomware attacks. Is there a legal penalty for companies that pay the ransom?
No. I mean, I've heard like, hey, what should the role of government be in this business? Certainly, that is not one of the roles that I would ever, suggest or otherwise recommend. At the end of the day, all that does is get in the way of a business making a business, risk decision that is existential in some cases. Meaning, if they don't pay it, they're out of business. So, having been a government, servant for 27 years, at the end of the day, if you'd ask me what the government can do, the government can serve more as a deterrent to this type of business. And we do have right now, if someone asks me what our red line is, it's critical infrastructure. And so there's a certain amount of crime that's been tolerated by both the current administration, past administrations. But as you saw potentially with Colonial Pipeline, when this type of activity kind of crosses the line into critical infrastructure, power, electricity, water, that's a red line. And so when you saw the Colonial Pipeline, like all of a sudden the actors are like, oh, so sorry. And then out of the blue, their Bitcoin wallet gets compromised. That just doesn't happen, for no reason. So there's clearly a backdoor communication, in this case to the Kremlin over this. And it's fairly well understood that that's a red line. And in fact, whenever, Russia or the Kremlin needs to show some sort of, reasonable community response, they go after these groups and they dismantle them. But they full well know that they're going to show up again because they're also an instrument of their power. And so at the end of the day, they shouldn't be getting in business decisions. They could probably be doing more to deter this beyond just the critical infrastructure.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, good advice. Let's see. Yeah. I like this one. They say, I've heard that the incidences of ransomware have gone down and that the actors are avoiding higher profile targets. I haven't heard that, but what have you heard, John?
There is some truth to that. So, yes. If you look at the numbers in basically Q1, I don't know if it went into Q2, but essentially more around the Ukraine-Russia conflict. The Conti group, basically, a lot of Ukrainians in that group, and the Conti leaks basically caused that group to go away, which is arguably, I want to say, the number one based on incidents. I think they were the number one. I think Hive is number one now. But that group was dismantled. There was also a lot of talk, and this comes from our Digital Shadows intelligence arm, that anything that draws attention or brings tension between the United States and Russia right now is unwanted by the Kremlin. And so this idea of lower profile targets is absolutely true. And I don't know, from many of you may have seen the kind of the uptick in Latin America incidents of ransomware, a huge uptick this year. And again, they don't care where they get their money, because of the insurance payouts that are capable in U.S. entities. Some of the other ones are not as lucrative, but they have moved away from high-profile targets. And the numbers of high-profile incidents have definitely gone down. So if I were to say the number of dollar payouts has definitely gone down. I'm not sure if exactly the number of incidences has gone down. They have gone down in the U.S., but overall globally, I wouldn't suggest that they have.
Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. All right. Well, John, I'm afraid we're running out of time here in our live Q&A. There's some really excellent questions there for you in the electronic queue. Maybe you can get back to those folks since we didn't have time for all of these. But if folks want to get started with ReliaQuest, what do you recommend? What's the best way?
Just reach out on our website, reliaquest.com. We're the company that give you the visibility to make sure that this never happens without you knowing about it.
Excellent. Excellent. All right. Well, thank you so much, John. I appreciate it.
Thanks, everybody.
And for more information on ReliaQuest, we encourage you to fill out the poll there as well and check out the Handouts tab. It's there that you'll find a resource from ReliaQuest you can download and check out after the event. All right, I'll leave the poll up while I announce our next prize winner. This is a Amazon $500 gift card going to Donnie Fan from California. Congratulations. All right, and with that, it's now time for our next presenter on today's Megacast. I'm excited to introduce Rich Mogul, SVP of Cloud Security at Firemon. Hi, Rich. It's great to have you on.
Thanks for having me. It's great to be here.
Excellent. Well, take it away.
All right. So let's go ahead and jump into the slides. So I'm going to take a little bit of a different take on ransomware, and we're going to talk about cloud ransomware. And, you know, the thing that's really interesting about this is until recently, I thought this was more theoretical than anything organizations were really experiencing. None of the organizations that I do a lot of direct work with had mentioned that ransomware cloud had been an issue for them. There had been some theoretical work around different techniques of ransomware that might work for cloud. And, you know, we mostly brushed it off to a little bit, I'll talk more on the next slide, but okay, well, people host stuff in the cloud. So, you know, if somebody compromises a server and does, you know, a standard ransomware attack, maybe that's what it is. Well, my eyes really were opened recently. I was actually Amazon's Reinforce conference over the summer and went to a presentation by members of their incident response team. And they said, no, it really is happening quite a bit. Typically, it's going to be occurring more in organizations like in the mid-tier of the market or less mature cloud organizations. And they went through the techniques and how it occurred. So did a little bit more research, and sure enough, we do see a little of this in every cloud provider and quite a bit in terms of in organizations that are less mature in cloud, which means that they can kind of get caught off guard. And that's why many of the companies that I worked with, they hadn't been expressing that they'd been experiencing this. And there are two ways, excuse me, that we see ransomware in cloud. Now, the first is what I mentioned previously. If you have virtual machines up running in any of the cloud providers and they're attached to storage and those get compromised by ransomware, the same as any servers in your data center or workstations in your environment, then that's really traditional, what I'm going to call malware-based ransomware. That's still very much an issue depending on the kind of the workloads that you run. And it's not that it's any different in cloud. And in fact, many times the vector for this kind of ransomware is going to be attacks that hit the data center first, and they can bridge across into the cloud. There's nothing really cloud special or cloud specific about this. If you're running operating systems and somebody has access to those servers and they get compromised on their laptop through a phishing attack, and the malware gets there and then it can bridge up into the cloud, that's what's going to happen. It actually can be reduced quite a bit if you're running more cloud native kinds of workloads, but that's beyond the scope of what we're going to talk about today. Now, the other one, and the one that we thought was more theoretical and it turns out is actually quite real, is cloud object storage. So this is going to be Amazon S3 or Azure Blob Storage or storage accounts, and or the similar on any of the platforms. And the cloud object storage, what fascinated me was that it's not exactly what we had expected. And so this is what we're going to focus on today. When we first started thinking about, and it was mostly focused around Amazon S3 because Amazon being the biggest provider, what we kind of thought, those of us that work in cloud security in the earliest days of this, would be that the attacker gets the account credentials, somehow gains access to that environment. And it could be phishing attack against an administrator, credentials exposed up on, GitHub, Bitbucket, which, believe it or not, is like just happens all the time. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in a moment. Then the attacker would create encryption keys, probably in an account under their control with KMS. Then they would encrypt the data in the S3 buckets, encrypt those objects with a key under their control, and then they'd go ahead and leave the node. And I think the reason we thought this is, first of all, one expert in the cloud security community, I'm forgetting who it was, they did some research on this and they played with it. They were able to make it work. I think the rest of us are like, oh yeah, ransomware, it's got to be encryption. Like that's how ransomware works. But if you really think about it, there's some problems here. One is if you know anything about dealing with objects in S3, encrypting objects after the fact is really hard. Or maybe you hijack a key for already encrypted objects, but that means that ransomware attack is only going to work if that customer has already encrypted the data and then you've got the ability to take over their key. It's like, well, it's possible, but it's probably not going to happen. This misdirected in front of us because what they're doing is really a lot easier. The attacker gets the account credentials. Again, next slide, I'm going to go more into depth about how that occurs. They just copy the data out to an account that they control, and then they delete all the data. And that's it. And then they upload their ransom note. So it makes perfect sense. You don't need to encrypt the data in place. I mean, we do that, when attackers get their malware on premise and everything else, because it's not like they're going to siphon off, everybody's workstation and all the servers and everything. No, they're just going to go ahead and copy the data out into an Amazon account under their control, and then they'll go ahead and delete all the data in the source repository and upload their note and say, hey, if you want your data back, come find us. No encryption needed at all. It was like, it really was a facepalm moment sitting in the room. And then even asking in the Kyle Exwell, who is the presenter from AWS or one of the presenters, a bunch of us are like pushing him on this, like, is this really happening? He's like, yeah, we're doing this presentation because we're seeing a lot of this. And again, it tends to be in organizations that have a little less maturity or a little less control. But remember, that can be anybody. All right, I work with really large organizations that are very immature in cloud. So it is just as simple as copy and paste and then delete. All right. Well, what enables this attack? How do they actually do it? And then we're going to go into what are the preventative controls and the detective controls, and I'll talk a little bit about the other cloud providers as well. So most of what I'm going to focus on, I'm going to use a lot of the Amazon language. The other cloud providers are catching up, but Amazon's still twice as big, and that's also where we know definitively that more of this has occurred. But I will also mention, in particular, some of the Azure stuff because they're next biggest and the next most common one we see in large enterprises. So for that initial vector, it is most typically going to be exposed static credentials. In Amazon, if you have create what's known as an IAM user, you're going to have an access key and a secret key. Those access keys and secret keys will work from anywhere. They can be exposed outside of AWS, and it really is very common. This is actually the primary initial vector for nearly every cloud exploit out there. Use of these static keys, and those static keys, they are embedded in code. We see them put up on GitHub. To the point of where GitHub actually has some scripting that will automatically notify AWS, and AWS will automatically lock the keys down. But there's still ways that those can be embedded and exposed in shared images and containers. Very much a common issue. And the attackers, if they just compromise, admin and developer laptops and desktops, if they find those keys, they'll go ahead and use them. Now, you don't have to use them for your users accessing your cloud environments. If you're using single sign-on and federation, you can dramatically reduce, but we do still see a lot of these used for like batch jobs. So if you have a server in your data center, historically, until relatively recently, you had to issue access keys and secret keys for that batch job in your data center to save its files or pull its files down from S3. So there are legitimate uses for these, but over-privileging them or exposing them is what leads to these static credentials getting compromised. Attackers will grab these things, and in the ransomware world, there's basically two things they're going to look at that are the most profitable kinds of attacks today. One is ransomware. So can I get into AWS then with these credentials? What account? Do I have access to S3? And do I have the ability to do copy and delete operations? And that's all you need for that ransomware attack to occur. The other one that we're not talking about today is crypto mining, because as you know, you can't make any money mining cryptocurrency if you're doing it on your own computers. But if somebody else is paying the bill, yeah, you can do all right. Now, the attack itself, the sequence, starts with these exposed credentials. And this is what I call attack sequences. It's kind of a way, it was the same thing on the exposed credential slide that I had a moment ago. It's a technique that I use to just describe all the specific steps. So, you know, it's similar to kill chains. It's similar to MITRE attack campaigns and some of the other models that you've seen. It's just a really easy way for me to map out what happens. So it always starts with exposed credentials or with somebody compromising a workload that's running in the cloud. And it's important that even the S3 copy delete operation that I just mentioned can be enabled by both of these pathways. I'll go into that in a moment. So if the attacker gets those exposed credentials, they're going to start doing their discovery on storage access. Now, if they compromise a server or workstation that also has access to S3, they can just use that to execute this attack. So it's not necessarily that they have to find credentials out there, you know, again, on exposed on GitHub or Docker or whatever, one of those public repositories. They can actually get those credentials because they compromise an instance of virtual machine that has access to those API calls. They may not even need to export those credentials. They could potentially execute those API calls right from the thing that they just compromised. Then it's fairly straightforward. They copy the data out. They're going to delete that source data, upload the ransom note. Now, these are actually time-consuming operations. I wrote a training class on cloud incident response, and as part of that, I have to reset accounts after every class, and this is within AWS. It turns out Azure actually has some built-in stuff to do this, but Amazon doesn't. And when I go to delete everything out of an account, I had to write custom code and multiple API calls and use a command line tool, and that's to actually delete objects out of different buckets. Now, there's one reason that was more complicated for me that I'll go into, and it's one of your primary defenses, which is going to be versions. So it is time, and it is noisy, because you've got to make all the calls to go ahead and delete that. There's not an API call in Amazon to delete a bucket. There is not. You have to go ahead and make call delete on all of the individual objects within a given bucket. There is an API call called delete bucket. It only works if the bucket is empty. And the attacker's not going to do that because they're going to upload their ransom note into the bucket after they've deleted all the objects, all the files out of that individual bucket. So how do we defend against this? And there's a range of techniques you can use. And the nice thing is that these are your best defenses are things that make a lot of operational sense for any sensitive data, any important data in the first place. So I'll kind of go through the chain of let's prevent the attacker from being able to do this in terms of getting those credentials. But then on the other side is how can we actually configure the S3 buckets themselves to prevent this? So the first is try and get rid of those static credentials to the greatest degree possible. In general, you never want to allow access keys and secret keys, which are basically the static credentials. That's the username and password with it for making API calls in Amazon. You never want to allow static credentials for users. You should have them log in to a single sign-on portal. That can be Amazon's SSO. That can be your own identity provider. It could be Azure Active Directory. It could be Ping, Okta, whatever it is. When you do that, that gets rid of those static credentials, and it moves to something known as roles in AWS, which are temporary credentials. A role is a set of credentials that only works for a session. So that's the first thing, because then the attacker can't just steal those credentials and use them from anywhere. There are more complicated attacks where you can kind of go in and try and manipulate roles and steal those things temporarily. But there's also a lot more defenses for those. So getting rid of those static credentials to the greatest degree possible. If you do have to use them for some reason, require multi-factor authentication and require that at the API level. It's a little more advanced than we've got in the 20 minutes that I've got here to go into exactly how that works in this situation, how you would actually implement it. But your cloud experts internally will know how to do that. So you definitely want to have MFA. Now, if you're using service accounts, you can also reduce your use on static credentials. There's a new capability called AWS IAM Anywhere. It's more digital certificate based and allows you to use roles and IAM roles on-premise systems. Really relatively new, but something to definitely consider. Although, I say all of that, sometimes you are just going to have static credentials in your environment. So let's look at what we can do at the next level. The next one is use separate roles or permissions for deleting out of a bucket. And if you don't need to enable those delete operations, you can have somebody switch to a different role to perform a delete operation. Now, again, this totally depends on what you're doing. If you've got like an enterprise app that you've built and you are, both adding and deleting files to your S3, or, this would work the same in an Azure storage account or in Google, then you might need to have the same thing you write, read, and delete. But if you can split those permissions out, that can help reduce things. The other is if you do know it's where you have to use an access key and a secret key, and it's always coming as like part of those batch jobs, you can use restrictions on the IP address. And that's actually something you build into your Amazon IAM policies. In Azure, you would use conditional access policies, and that can restrict the source IP address that's making those API calls. So at that point, the attacker has to actively engage in the attack on using the thing that they compromised. They can't just take those credentials and use them someplace else. Now, there's a couple, the next one is in many ways the easiest, and it's also what you're going to want to do for any sensitive data, which is turn on versioning. If you turn on versioning, then when the attacker deletes the object, they would also need permissions to delete the versions of the objects. And that's not as common a permission to give. Or there's a bunch of other ways of backing up data in S3. Any of those will just break this attack because you're going to have your data still there. Remember I mentioned earlier that I had my automation tooling that I wrote for wiping out accounts. It was really hard for me to go ahead and get my code working reliably to delete versions of S3 objects. Deleting the objects itself wasn't too horrible. Deleting objects plus versions adds another barrier to entry. And so that can really help reduce the chance of the attacker succeeding, especially because you can use that versioning as well as other tools to like lifecycle policies to make a copy someplace else. There's probably, 6 to 8 different techniques of protecting that data for operational resilience, not just for preventing a ransomware attack. Now, Amazon very, very frequently will recommend turn on block public access, including block public write. That's great, but doing that at scale is kind of complicated. And there's not even an equivalent over on the Azure side to handle this for storage accounts. Block public access is an important and very valuable feature, but it's not. I don't think it's going to save you on this one. I think these other techniques are going to be better techniques for you to go ahead and use. Now, how do you detect the attacks with your detective controls? There's a bunch of different places. Remember, I said this is a very noisy attack. There's going to be a lot of API calls being made because you have to make them on all of those different objects. So the first one is for any, again, sensitive buckets, you want to turn on something known as CloudTrail data events. In Azure, you're going to have to turn on diagnostic logs and storage accounts. That's the equivalent way of getting most of this activity, because this won't necessarily appear in your regular CloudTrail or your Azure activity log. But those data events will give you all of those events, and then now you can start building alerts and metrics in your SIM or whatever other tooling you want to use for when there's a lot of like these delete calls. In AWS specifically, GuardDuty has some S3 protections to help detect some of these kinds of things. but you have to turn it on and pay extra money for it. And that's, by the way, the same thing with the CloudTrail data events. You do need to pay more for both of those, which is why I say only turn those on in the environments where you really need them, because if you try to turn them on everywhere, you're going to blow out your budgets. And then there's just a lot of alerts that you can use in your SIEM or in whatever you're doing natively in cloud. You can use your standard recon detection. So a bunch of weird API calls for read activity as the attacker tries to figure out where their permissions are. So you look for denied API calls. And they have a whole bunch of those coming from one particular IAM identity, and especially if it comes from a particular IP address, that's really indicative that somebody's trying some kind of an attack. And it won't work just for this, it'll work for all sorts of other kinds of things. You can look at S3 deletion from unknown IP addresses, those guard-duty S3 discovery events, so somebody trying to kind of recon your S3 environment, failed read, list, delete API calls for S3, or use canary buckets, canary objects. Put some objects in there that nobody should ever use, and you build an alert. If anybody ever does a delete operation on this object, because we never would delete that object ourselves, it's a fake object just there, and you write a rule into your SIEM, or you can even do it natively in cloud, that's going to go ahead and give an alert. One thing I kind of barely covered, I did want to go back to the other slide, is your permission management is also really important here. One of the ways we handle some of this stuff internally, we use our own tool. It's called Firemount Authorization Control. And within Firemount Authorization Control, none of our devs have persistent access to our production environment. They actually have to request it, and then it goes through a Slack message for an approval. And it takes it takes seconds. It's like 15 to 30 seconds to get approval for them to access that environment. But that also means that we know there's, even if their laptop or desktop is compromised, we have out-of-band confirmations and just-in-time privileges for them to be able to go in there, which dramatically reduces the chance of any kind of an automated attack can ever be effective. Now, I didn't spend a lot of time. I talked a little bit about Azure. I kind of skipped over Google completely, again, for time's sake. Again, the structure of the attack is going to be on the same for all of those. We do have fewer examples, but again, remember, they're smaller providers. I mean, yeah, it's crazy to say that, but Azure, if you pull out Office 365, Microsoft 365, just Azure itself, is less than half the size of AWS. So of course, we're going to have less incidents and it's going to be less focused on exposure. Also, the way that Azure, you can use fewer static credentials for users in the environment because everything runs through Azure AD. Google is going to be really similar because they were basically just how they handle their identity stuff. Well, it turns out there's other ways that those attacks can be enabled on those providers that are just as bad and as devastating as what we see on AWS. We're just not seeing quite as much of it today. It doesn't mean we won't see more of that into the future. So I think I'm right at my 20 minutes here, so I'm going to go ahead and stop, and we'll turn this over for Q&A.
Yeah, great presentation. Really cool stuff that you all are doing there at Firemount. We do have some questions for you from the audience. And while we take those, we'll just bring up the poll that we do after each session here on the Megacast. For everyone out there in the audience, we want to get your feedback on this. What additional information would you like about the Firemount solution? And so let's see, lots of great questions coming in. If you have a question for Firemount, now is the time to ask it. This is a good one here. They're asking, can we leverage CloudWatch, CloudTrail, and encryption in transit to prevent compromise along with preventative controls?
So encryption in transit is not going to help at all for this. This is an attack on static storage. CloudWatch and CloudTrail, that's going to be those detective events that I mentioned. You're not really going to get that out of, well, actually you could. You could put some metrics on CloudWatch and number of delete events or failed API calls would be a way to do that natively. Most orgs I work with will try and push that to their SIEM, their cloud detection and response tool, but you could potentially do that natively to some degree with the CloudWatch metrics and such. I'd probably look to guard duty first as opposed to trying to do that as a metrics filter, but yeah, I mean, you absolutely, you could do that by building it out as a metrics filter.
Okay. I know you talked a lot about AWS. They're asking out here, is this also an issue in Azure and Google Cloud?
Yeah, and as I said, we have less real-world examples. And even for AWS, me and the people that I know in the cloud security community, not sounding egotistical, but we tend to work at a big scale. We ourselves had not seen a lot of this, but this was like a presentation, like a bunch of us who all know each other kind of walked down. We're like, oh, wow, we did not know that that was occurring as much as it is. And so we do have some definitive evidence. Microsoft and Google haven't talked as much about this, so we don't know. Microsoft's not great about engaging with the community on all of this stuff. So there's no obstacles to this occurring on the other providers using similar techniques. Let me give you an example. Like one of the problems we have with Azure is using of SAS tokens, which are like these temporary tokens for access, URIs. And so I could see that occurring there. I do think that the different natures around how IAM is handled might be a factor, or it might just be blind luck, and it might just be because Amazon's the biggest target.
Right. Yeah, it could be. Okay. Good info. Let's see. Here's another question. You explained really well how to handle this for an S3 bucket, but how would we do this at scale?
So it's a couple of different things. One is the detectors for the recon and large numbers of delete events. Those can be rolled out into multiple environments. And you can do some of that with your tooling. I mean, obviously we have some capabilities here, third-party vendors. You could also build some of those in, like somebody just asked the question around a metrics filter. You could roll that out into your different environments. And so on that detective side for scale, I would look for large number of delete events within a certain time frame, as well as your just standard recon stuff, which you should be doing anyway for failed API calls. And again, you can do that through a whole bunch of different tools and techniques, tools like ours, as well as your SIM or natively within the cloud platform itself. Now, on the preventative side, there's a few different things. I am clearly biased on IAM and doing just-in-time permissions. That can help that user part of the problem. So get you closer to kind of managing your least privileged pieces there. And now that said, there's going to be a lot of batch processes and stuff that are going to be running automated. And batch process is the wrong term. Service accounts. So service accounts could be part of these exposed credentials. So minimal permissions, IP restrictions. Those are going to have to be done a little bit more on a one-off basis, because you have to bake that into your security, architecture and assessment process for individual environments. The way I would recommend to do this is hopefully you have enough governance to know where your sensitive data is being dealt with within your AWS accounts, and then you turn on the extra features in those accounts that have that sensitive data. You turn on the CloudTrail data events, you turn on guard duty for S3, and then I would also look at putting in more, then checking those and turning on versioning or backup. That should be like essential anyway. You should have versioning and backup for any sensitive data or any important data. Sensitive isn't even the right word in cloud for non-security reasons, just regular old operational reasons. That alone will really inhibit this attack without you having to do anything extra on the security side.
Very good. Very actionable advice. I appreciate that. I'm afraid we're running out of time here on our live Q&A, but if folks want to get started with FireMon and learn more, what's the easiest route to do that?
Yeah, just head on over to firemon.com. We are actually doing some early access for our authorization control product. It's a thing that we use internally for just-in-time IAM permissions. We have a whole bunch of other stuff that's going to be coming out here pretty soon on top of our existing tooling. So give us
excellent.
Just head to the website and let us know.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much, Rich. I really appreciate your presentation today.
Thanks, Sarah.
And thank you to FireMon for supporting the event today. Check out the handouts tab there. There's a link to the firemon.com website, specifically the Disrupt Ops landing page there. There's a big button to get started with your 14-day free trial of the FireMon solution. So make sure that you check that out. I will leave up the poll question there for anyone else who hasn't yet responded while I announce our next winner of our Amazon $500 gift card. This one going to Robert Foster of Vermont. Congratulations, Robert Foster of Vermont. All right, and with that, it's now time for our next presenter on today's Megacast. welcome to Andrew Silva, Technical Marketing Manager at Zerto, a Hewlett-Packard Enterprise company. Andrew, it's great to have you on. Take it away.
Hi, thank you for your time today. My name's Andrew Silva. I'm one of the technical marketing managers here with Zerto, and I'd like to take the next few minutes to walk you through how Zerto can help protect and recover business operations in various ransomware scenarios. Before we dive in to all of that great stuff with the ransomware, I want to give a little bit of a background about Zerto, give a high-level review of all of the components and the architectures that are really going to make these ransomware recovery scenarios a little bit more impactful, so you can see how Zerto does that. Once we go through that review, we'll go through ransomware recovery, the disaster landscape, and then we'll end on those recovery scenarios. So let's go ahead and dive in. So what is Zerto, right? For those of you who aren't familiar with Zerto, to bring it as simple as possible, Zerto is, in a nutshell, is a cyber resilience tool that can help organizations recover from ransomware, various disasters, and help you move your data where you need it, when you need it, whether that's moving from on-premise to, I guess, your production data center, to a private cloud, to a public cloud, or to multiple clouds. We can provide capabilities to be able to do that. And we're able to do that based off a foundation of continuous data protection. So what do I mean by continuous data protection? So Zerto's true continuous data protection is really made up of 3 technical pillars, and I will dive into those in just a second. The first pillar is our near synchronous replication. So whenever I talk about continuous data protection, this is a core building block. It's the block level replication, and we're able to deliver near synchronous replication, which is really the best of both synchronous and asynchronous replication approaches. We're able to give you near zero RPOs, and we're also able to do this without having any performance impact on your environment. We're a software only solution that is totally independent from underlying hardware, and this is why Zerto works so well across different hypervisors, clouds, and platforms. You have the choice to do what's best for your business, while Zerto effortlessly works in the background without impacting your production. And remember, I want to hit on this again. Zerto works in the background, completely hands-off. So no fiddling with backup windows, tweaking schedules, managing snapshots, or having to deploy and manage a bunch of agents. You simply set it up, replicate it, it stays on, and it keeps you always protected. The next technical pillar I want to dive into is our granular point-in-time recovery with the Zerto journal. So part of what makes CDP so powerful is our unique journaling capabilities, right? Just being able to capture a write or an IO doesn't necessarily mean you have CDP. It has to be paired with the right technologies. And this technology in Zerto, or I guess one of the technologies in Zerto's case, is our extremely efficient journal. So the Zerto journal tracks every change made to your virtualized environment, your VMs, and it logs it as checkpoints every 5 to 10 seconds, whether you have just a small number of virtual machines or thousands of virtual machines. We can do this at pretty much any scale. Zerto's journal can store the change data for as little as 1 hour up to 30 days. And when you compare that with the 5 to 10 second checkpoints, it really offers unmatched granularity when it comes to recovery. So whenever you need to leverage, whenever you have a scenario that you have to recover, you simply rewind to an old checkpoint and easily recover to that exact point in time. As you see here, if we have a disaster event, you get infected with ransomware, 10 a.m., we're able to roll back to 9:59 and 59 seconds and completely resume operations to a state prior to that infection extremely quickly. The last technical pillar I want to dive into is our application-centric recovery, right? We know today's modern applications are made up of multiple components, right? Typically, it's you have multiple servers and services that make up and deliver an application. So we definitely want to account with that. So with Zerto, we have the ability, when we create recovery points, we're able to define what we want in groups. We want to define how we recover in what we call virtual protection groups. So we're able to take all of these components that make up this single entity, and whenever we're creating recover points, all of these VMs are going to share the exact same checkpoint with right order fidelity across all of them. So when the application's recovered, every VM that makes up the application spins up from that same cross VM recovery point. So you could have a web server with a database on another VM, plus a load balancer, a logging server. All of these things come up in the boot order of your choice without any extra work on your part. And this really allows you to protect and recover complex multi-VM applications as a single unit to the exact same point in time. And this saves a ton of resources when you're trying to reduce the amount of dedicated time to recovery. So let's go ahead and dive into some of the architectural components. There's a few pieces I want to go into that'll align very closely with our recovery scenarios. So first, let's get an understanding of the components, right? So like I mentioned before, we're software only, scale out architecture. So this is really how the scale out architecture looks from an on-premise perspective, right? We have our Zerto Virtual Manager. This is the management component. So this is what's looking at all the inventory of your virtualized environment. It's a one-to-one relation with your vCenter or SCCM, and it installs in minutes. The second component is our virtual replication appliance. Again, scale out architecture. You have a VRA per host. It's an extremely low footprint, low overhead, and you can think of it as a data mover, right? So it's really moving the data, it's replicating the data, and that is really the core function of that VRA. This is the cloud native architecture, right? So when we're talking about what this looks like in maybe an AWS or a public cloud, right? We have a Zerto Cloud Appliance, which is really combining the data movement functionalities and the management functionalities as a single entity. The second component is we're leveraging some of the native APIs that are available in the public clouds as well. We're combining those to be able to provide some of that orchestration capabilities within these cloud environments as well. So this architecture right here, right, just like that very first slide, we have our ZVM and VRA, right? The third component at the bottom, that's our journal. So the VRA does handle that replication of the journal, or of the data to the journal. And what we're also able to do is we're able to do a kind of a point-in-time copy of our journal and store that in an offsite S3 object store, and leverage the S3 object block functionalities to make that immutable and unchangeable. And this would be our long-term retention architecture for just taking that point-in-time copy and storing it. This would be our disaster recovery architecture. So, our disaster recovery architecture, right? It's not going to be cloud. You'll just have point A, point B. You have our ZVM at both sites. We have our VRA that's handling the replication between the sites, and then we have our journal at the secondary site where we would recover to in case that production site ever went down. And this is combining that long-term retention component with our kind of DR architecture as well. So just like that previous slide, we have the replication capabilities happening between our production and DR. We're having the journal, we're having those blocks replicated to the journal at both sites. We're doing local replication, but then what we're doing is we're taking a point-in-time copy of both sites of both journals, and we're storing those to an offsite S3 repository. And we're leveraging an object block. So this is really another kind of a best practice architecture. So let's dive into ransomware recovery, right? We're really going to be building off of these those architectural components we just saw. So where does data protection come in to play when we're talking about security and ransomware? right? Data protection actually is a very big component, right? It's not just an operational thing, it's an organizational thing when we're trying to align, when organizations are trying to align to specific security standards or controls, right? So whenever we look at kind of the NIST cybersecurity framework, this is where we fit, right? We're not identifying, we're not protecting, we're giving you a means to recover in case it is almost like a lifeline if and when some of these other controls potentially fail, right? And that's why you have a layered set of security controls that are implemented, because it gives you that really robust security posture. And this is where we fit in that framework, right? So whenever we're talking about remediating root cause, in some of these scenarios that we're going to go through, we're going to talk about some of the on-demand sandboxing capabilities that Zerto can deliver. Let's just say we have an event, right? We need to be able to, the organization needs to be able to respond and identify root cause analysis and do some of those things. So if we have the ability to bring that environment back states before an incident and provide that to our forensics teams, they can do their job quicker and more effectively to determine root cause and to help fully cleanse and remediate that issue. And then at that point, Zerto is able to recover and push that cleansed environment, or a environment that we know has been validated by our security team that's in a good state, and we're able to recover to those points in time. So that is the scope of which Zerto is operating, right, within this framework. So lots of controls, lots of pieces. We're a portion of that. So this first scenario, right, it's a very common scenario that you hear when dealing with ransomware, right? Encrypted files, right? So like a SMB share that's living as a VM gets compromised. So now we're not able to access the share. It's just there's a Windows file server in a virtualized environment, got impacted. So as you see here, right, we have the VRAs, we're doing local replication, we're doing a long-term retention copy of our VM, so we're taking a point in time of that journal. And these are just all best kind of standard practices that we would recommend doing, right? And so let's say, okay, we have an event where we have an encryption on one of the VMs. It's one of our SMB shares. It's Windows servers that got encrypted. So what we're actually able to do is we're able to leverage Zerto's on-demand file level recovery option. So we're able to go back to the journal seconds before this encryption event happened, and we can recover those individual files just by simply searching, or we can recover the entire VM just depending on what the organization decides to do. We can give you both of those we can give you all that flexibility. So like I said, we're going to be recovering those individual files or that VM back to that state seconds before the attack, and we're able to get on with our day. We now have we've given access back to those files. Not to say that there's not any other operational security operational things that need to happen within the organization. I'm just saying we're able to bring those, we're able to recover seconds back prior to that impact. This next scenario I want to go to is VMs that form an application get encrypted. So let's just say we have multiple, let's just say an application was compromised, and we know that the application consists of multiple VMs and services, and we're not able to access any of those, right? So the scope is very specific on an application gets encrypted. So very similar architecture to what we just saw. We have our ZVM, we have our VRA, we're having our long-term retention immutable copies that we're taking. The journal's doing what it needs to, but instead of just having a single VM that is just files, we now have multiple VMs that get encrypted, and these VMs are making up a specific application. So what do we do in this case, right? We're able to very similar recover recovery process as we saw in the last slide, except in this slide, what I'm going to be showing is we're not going to be doing the file level recovery. We're just going to be restoring kind of an application group, right? So we're going to be able to, we're restoring from one of our virtual protection groups that I mentioned earlier that has all of our individual VM application components. So we're able to recover everything back to that same point in time with right order fidelity across those VM components. And now we've brought this environment back to a state seconds before that impactful event, and it's accessible for the organization to do what they need to do now. This third scenario, it's what if we lose an entire site? So all VMs get encrypted. So in this scenario, we're doing, this is not local replication, we're doing remote. So we have a production and DR site. So as you see here, we do have local replication happening, but then we also do have remote replication happening as well. So all of those changes are being, all of the data is being replicated to from production to the DR site. And as you saw in previous, we're doing those point-in-time long-term retention copies. It's just a best practice. Have your data in multiple locations. I know you've heard 321, but 321 is getting a little bit outdated. I would say have as many copies of your data as reasonable for the organization, and using that 321 rule is kind of like your very, very baseline. With Zerto, we can offer a whole lot more flexibility to have that be 5, 3, 2, whatever, right? That's the beauty of what we can deliver here. So back to this slide, right? We're handling that replication. We've done a long-term retention. We're having our journals that being updated. Now we're locked out of production at this point in time. So this is the beauty of Zerto, is since we've been replicating all of this data, we have kind of built-in orchestration capabilities into our tool that allows us to fail over to this production site. Obviously, if we had an encryption event, yes, it could be that we're replicating, those changes over to that secondary site, so it could be impact, but we know the time that it wasn't impacted. We could roll back 5 minutes. We know that 5 minutes ago everything was good. So whenever we're going to fail over this operation, we're going to recover back from that journal to that point in time that we know that the environment was not impacted or down, right? And then we're able to bring this environment and provide that back to the organization for them to do their diligence and do the recovery efforts that they need to. So we're providing a tool for accessibility for the organization to make the decisions best for them. This fourth scenario, right? This is a fun one, right? What if we have stretched data centers, right? Let's just say we have production in DR, but part of the production workloads work at DR, because that never happens, right? We never have things working in production at DR. That's, yeah, just kidding. But in this scenario, what we have here is we have a tertiary site. So whenever I said we could do 3, 2, 1 and go beyond that, this is one of those use cases. I mean, we could start doing replicating to multiple sites, right? So this is really one of the one-to-many approaches that we can have. We can have a single production site. We can replicate to multiple target locations. In this case, we have a production site, and then we have a cloud site as well. So again, all of the best practices, always take a point-in-time copy, have your data as many spots as possible as it makes sense for your organization. But what happens when we lose prod and DR? All of this fun stuff. Luckily, we have our tertiary site, right? So this is just really more of the resiliency piece. We're a resiliency tool. We're providing capability to move your data where you need it, when you need it, so you can have that level of resiliency. So just how you would recover for your production DR site, it's very similar process. we're now accessing that Zerto cloud appliance is the management functionality, and we're able to go back to that journal and we're able to recover those VMs to that point in time prior to know we had that impactful event that was at our production in DR. Whether we know that that impact was seconds, or minutes, or even an hour prior, we have the ability to roll you back to that specific point in time that makes sense for your organization. And this is a fun one, right? All hope is lost. It's not quite all lost, but pretty close. If you had some infrastructure managers or engineers or administrators, they would probably think all hope is lost, but it's not. So what happens if we lose everything, essentially, right? What if we lose our production, our DR, and our cloud DR site? It's all infected. The DR sites were actually running more production than we thought. And because of that, we've now compromised multiple environments. So we have a ransomware, again, always going to do the VM long-term retention copy. And this is actually very important in this specific scenario that we're going to see here, because we are doing those long-term retention point-in-time copies, and they're written as immutable, leveraging that object lock capability. So what happens when we lose all three sites? We've had the journal writing everything and saving changes to production and both DR sites. This is really where our long-term retention immutable copy comes into play, right? So since we've stored a copy, a point-in-time copy of that journal, we're now able to leverage that immutable copy to help us recover. So what does this recovery look like? It doesn't look fun, right? This is all hope is lost. We've lost everything. Here is our lifeline, right? Luckily, we've had that immutable copy. We're going to have to build a recovery site in this case. There's no ifs, ands, or buts around it. If you lose everything, you're rebuilding a recovery site. So we have our hosts, we have our storage. We're spinning up from specific points in time. We're deploying the infrastructure, the VRA components. We're relinking those VRA components to that mutable copy, but now we're able to recover. And because we're not dependent on hardware, this is another big thing, right? If we lost everything at a site, right, and we're dependent on hardware, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. And I guess hardware from, purpose-built type solutions, right? It's going to make things more difficult to recover. If we need to get another one of those appliances, that's going to be the time that it takes to help with that recoverability. With Zerto, again, software only, so we're able to deploy this extremely quickly, relink back to our S3 object store, and we're able to bring those VMs from that long-term retention copy to a state. Yes, in this scenario, right, it's not ideal. There's going to be data loss, but it's a lifeline, right? And that's the importance of why you want to have as many copies of your data in as many places as it's reasonable for the organization to be able to recover from situations like this. And so this was the last one. This is the pain in the butt scenario, right? You're losing more data than you'd like, but you're able to recover, and we have a means to do it. And because we're software only, we're able to do this. We're agnostic to the underlying infrastructure. So if you're just piecemealing something together, deploy Zerto, we can bring it back online. So we can be extremely efficient when it comes to that as well. So I'd like to thank you for your time today. I know I'm going a little bit over, so thank you for bearing with me. If you have any Q&A, we can definitely follow up with you after this call. So again,
great presentation. Thank you so much, Andrew. Really enjoyed that. That was cool. I love the different scenarios. I learned a lot. We got a lot of great questions coming in. We encourage your questions. We also encourage you to respond there to the poll question on the screen. What additional information would you like about the Zerto solution? And I'll leave that up for a few moments here while I announce our next set of prize winners. Let's see, we've got another Amazon $500 gift card. This one going to Zaire Saeed from Texas. Zaire Saeed from Texas. And our next grand prize, this is for another one of the Samsung Galaxy Book 2 360 laptops. This one's going out to Stephen Johnson from Massachusetts. Congratulations. All right. Thank you to everyone who responded there to the poll question. If you haven't yet, also check out the handouts tab. It's there that you'll find the Cyber Attack Survival Kit from Zerto. You can download that and check it out after the event. All right, excellent responses. But it's time now to move on to our next presenter on the Megacast today. I'm excited to welcome back Mr. Adam Margette, Product Marketing Manager over at Unitrends. Hey, Adam, it's great to have you back on.
David, thank you so much for having us. It's nice to be here. How have you been?
Doing excellent. Great to hear from you at Unitrends again. Take it away, Adam.
All right, excellent. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Congratulations to our prize winners. And let's jump right in here. I'm sure you've been hanging out today on a great event talking about kind of how these various vendors in the marketplace are helping to battle the ransomware scourge. And I think that that's a great, very pointed choice of words by Actual Tech. It absolutely has become a scourge and a massive threat to businesses of all shapes and sizes. As David had mentioned, I'm the product marketing manager here for Unitrends. I've been with the company for about 6 years, a little over 6 now, where I've had the opportunity to work with customers, partners, prospective users, all sorts of folks, a lot of experiences that I'm excited to share with you here today. If you'd like to connect, you can click that link on your screen and send me an invite on LinkedIn. I don't want to spend a tremendous amount of time on the landscape and on some of the issues that are out there, but I pulled a couple of really, I thought, kind of poignant stats that are out there that we found this year. IBM's Cost of a Data Breach report revealed that ransomware-related incidents are up 41% year over year, and you couple this with Palo Alto reporting that ransom demands have increased 144%, that not only are these threat actors incredibly kind of voracious and hungry to get after and target users, an increased rate in the ransoms that they are demanding would suggest to us that, one, they are emboldened, they're seeing great runs of success, they're getting craftier and more effective at locking out and closing out those potential loopholes for recovery. We're seeing the downtime increase due to the complexity of these attacks and also these threat actors' ability to obfuscate themselves within networks and perpetuate further damage. And the cost to remediate a ransomware attack, as reported by IBM, is roughly $200,000 higher than the average cost to remediate a data breach. I also wanted to share some really interesting findings from their report. You can click on the link there and download the data from IBM with regards to the breach lifecycle. And you just saw that the cost to remediate these attacks is rising. The cost to contain a data breach, such as a ransomware attack, is a metric that's increased since 2018, and it's really scary because in a lot of cases, part of these attacks now is some of that obfuscation, setting up fraudulent admin accounts, infecting other systems, creating sleeper systems within the network. So once an organization thinks that they have contained the breach, they've wiped those infected systems, they've re-imaged them or restored them from their backups, that dormant malware wakes up. It was dormant on other systems. It was dormant within the backup files themselves. Fraudulent accounts continue to take on activity, escalate permissions. There are more and more tricks that they're coming up with, and it's creating tremendous challenges for IT and security teams to track down and contain these attacks and these threats. So what do we know? With regards to ransomware, employees are targets. Phishing attacks represent about the entryway to 90% of all cyber attacks. About 65% of all ransomware payloads are delivered via phishing attacks. And the rate of phishing has gone up anywhere from 400 to 600%, depending on the source or the stat that you find. We talked about how ransomware is avoiding that detection, creating that attack loop, and ultimately, our backups are under attack. AV-Test Security 2021 malware report revealed that as much as 78% of malware that's developed within the last 2 years has been designed to target and penetrate Windows systems. So how do we attempt to stay one step ahead, and how do we combat these threat actors and all of these threats that are out there? Ultimately, at Unitrends, we do so with our platform that we call Unified BCDR. And from a Unified BCDR perspective, kind of what is that? What does it mean? It's really a couple of easy steps, and this is a little oversimplified, but you can protect anything anywhere, whether you're dealing with traditional data center workloads, data that's now moved into SaaS applications such as Microsoft 365 and Google, even file and folder data that's being created out on our end users' PCs. We've got different modularized approaches, really unifying three of our best-in-breed technologies to deliver you with that protection. The next piece, of course, things happen. You've got the ability to recover how and where you need. Recovery from ransomware might be as simple as removing lightweight scareware and replacing infected files, to something that's much more complex and much more arduous, bare metal restores, full recovery or failover of a virtual environment. There are different steps that we may need to take, and we'll walk through with you how Unitrends enables you to recover at multiple levels depending on how you need to recover that data and where you need to recover the data to. We've injected a lot of automation. Really the goal behind a lot of the artificial intelligence, the automation that we're building into the platform, is to reduce the frequency and the severity of these data loss events, things like a ransomware attack or other things that go wrong, and we give you a central place to manage all of these approaches. Let's break down that platform. I know that was kind of abstract and from a high level, and I want to unpack this a little bit in terms of what we're providing you in your ransomware survival kit. And we boil this challenge down into really 5 key areas: the ability to protect our data as well as our end users, securing the backup environment and the backup applications themselves, detecting for malicious or potentially threatening activity, of course, our ability to test and certify our recoverability, and that step to recover when we need to. With regards to protection, everything starts with the Unitrends UniView, and this is our global dashboard. It's a SaaS-powered management portal, and up in the top left, you can see on the menu there, it's a little bit small, but if we're able to zoom in, you can see where we've coalesced those 3 approaches: the Unitrends hybrid cloud appliances, spanning backup for your SaaS applications, and Unitrends endpoint backup, 2 sister companies that are unified under one singular platform. Really, the foundation of ransomware protection is going to be from Unitrends, and with Unitrends to protect your data center assets and your environment. And with regards to protection, it's going to begin with the deployment of one of our hybrid cloud appliances. This is an all-in-one turnkey solution that can be deployed as either a physical or a virtual appliance to protect more than 250 versions of applications, operating systems, and hypervisors. Spanning, conversely, is our cloud-to-cloud backup solution for SaaS applications like your Microsoft 365, Google Workspace, and Salesforce. So we've got 2 approaches here to protect these 2 main streams of data. The data is backed up. Now, with regards to the backup appliance, it is going to be locally isolated. There are conditions in which a customer or a user may run the appliances exclusively on management networks outside of common channels that hackers are typically accessing. You can further restrict local access to the appliance and use that UniView, that SaaS management portal, to access all devices, as well as some of the health reporting, alerting, and other metrics that we've built into that platform. All incoming ports to a Unitrends appliance should be firewall protected. Ports in use are limited and only open during active jobs. We've also recently, in one of our updates, released a secure agent pairing. You could think of this as kind of a Bluetooth connection where the appliance will match the certificate and pair that with one of the agents that might be installed out there protecting your machines to establish a secure connection. And of course, the ports are only going to be open while we are running the backup jobs. All communication to the internet is outgoing only, and in order to get that data, a copy of that data off-site, you may choose to replicate to a cloud target such as the Unitrends cloud, where the backups are stored in an immutable fashion. And I would recommend really doing both. You may also choose to replicate to something like removable media, disk, or tape devices, where you can create that air gap off-network and ensure that you've got a backup copy that is separate from production and also immutable in that sense. Now, with regards to how Unitrends works, we deploy a physical or a virtual appliance to protect the various assets across your environment. That long-term archive or that air gap can be created by replicating cold backup copies to disk media, tape media, or another storage device. And creating that air gap is great, can be advantageous, but the challenge becomes is that our recovery time objectives overall are going to suffer. Replication for the DR purpose and really creating a 4-2-2 strategy. I think I saw someone in the chat earlier say that all these conventions are starting to read like zip codes in the backup world, but creating kind of that 422, we want to get a copy of backups that's hot to our DR site. This could be the Unitrends cloud, as we had mentioned earlier, with our disaster recovery as a service, or as we got a question from Harvey in terms of who's going to execute the recovery. If you don't want to place recovery in the hands of our team, you could replicate to a Unitrends virtual appliance that's been deployed through the AWS or the Azure Marketplace to perform DR in the public cloud, or else you can replicate to another Unitrends appliance, either hardware or software, at a secondary site or DR location. So there's really no one best way to deploy the Unitrends solution depending on the resources that are available at the primary or the secondary site. You can leverage a combination of hardware or software, and then the cloud of your choosing, whether that is a public cloud, a private cloud of your own, or our purpose-built Unitrends cloud. For protecting file and folder data on remote PCs and laptops, the Unitrends Direct-to-Cloud is a lightweight agent that's installed on the devices, and that also replicates data specifically to Unitrends cloud storage. Now, one of the areas of automation that we've built into our platform is called Helix, and Helix is posed to solve big problems with backup. The idea was autonomous remediation, fixing things like VSS writers, ensuring that we've got enough space on our data store to mount a VMDK before we go to take a snapshot, essentially making sure that the success criteria for a backup running successfully has been met before we go to run the backup. So rather than coming in after a great long weekend, you had time with the family, maybe your sports team won a championship or whatever it might be, you come into all these errors and alerts, and now you're putting out fires, trying to run through troubleshooting, figure out what went wrong. In a world with Helix, you get a little email like this. It details the asset in question that was in an unhealthy state, and any remediation actions, particular services or writers that Helix may have restarted autonomously. Then the subsequent backups would have kicked off and hopefully had no errors. But an interesting use case that we've discovered with Helix was found by our customers that have deployed it. It's still fairly new, but in some cases we're seeing hundreds, if not thousands, of fixes per week. But really interesting is we've had many customers report into our support organization that Helix has helped them catch ransomware or malware within their environment. It didn't say that we've noticed ransomware, but as it was performing these actions, customer gets a notification that Helix performed a remediation on what they assumed was a healthy server. That happens one time, okay, we had a little blip there, something went awry. Then that happened a second day. The same services were being restarted on the same clients. It happens a third day. And they start to see this pattern. They investigate what they thought was going to be a healthy machine. They discover there's malware within that machine that's attempting to disable the VSS writers or other aspects. And that's something that's really common, whether they're hunting for backup file extensions themselves or trying to damage or disable Windows services and other utilities. There are certain environmental factors that every backup vendor is going to have to deal with or have to overcome. VSS issues are not unique to Unitrends. If you've been in the backup world for a long time, they can be finicky. It can be a challenge, but really kind of an interesting use case. While ransomware detection wasn't something that we had planned for Helix, it's given our users another set of eyes into their environments and into their systems. The security of the architecture with the way in which the bad guys are attacking things today is really important, I think. And from the Unitrends perspective, we talked a little bit about how you can isolate that appliance on the network, but we deploy a purpose-built backup appliance, so you don't need any kind of add-ons or proxies. All of the engines for backup, recovery, replication, deduplication, and compression, encryption, etc., are native to the appliance. The appliances themselves are written in hardened Linux, so that differentiates the backup environment from production systems in a lot of cases, and the hierarchical permissions model of the Linux architecture makes compromising the backup appliance and getting into the backup repository with a level of root access that would be required very, very difficult. Just make sure that your password isn't root user admin 1. You want to be best practices here, of course. But we're storing those backups outside of that commonly targeted Windows architecture. All data is going to be ingested with AEX 256-bit encryption, where it remains at rest on the local target, encrypted in flight to any off-site targets, and then at rest on those targets. You control the passphrase to the encryption keys, and our role-based access control enables you to set scope and permissions for the various users that may be utilizing your system. So if somebody comes in, you've got a new administrator, you may only want to give them access to view backups or run recoveries against a certain set of systems. They may not want full-fledged access throughout the entire backup environment. With regards to our SaaS protection, the solution is entirely cloud to cloud, and we're accessing your tenant through OAuth 2.0. That's API level access, so there's no need to create service accounts with elevated permissions. That's another set of credentials that could be compromised. Two-factor authentication secures access to the environment, and again, we're leveraging AES-256-bit encryption for all data. Now, spanning also gives you the ability to bring your own encryption keys, also known as customer-managed encryption, for an additional layer of security and increased control over your data. You, as the end user, can revoke the encryption keys used for that data stored in Spanning's cloud at any time, giving you more granular control, and especially helpful for organizations like legal or financial institutions that need to maintain full control over client data as they adhere to certain compliance and regulatory requirements. The ability to detect and spot anomalies is really, so the data is protected and it's secured. Let's take a look at some of the functionality that we've built into the product to reduce the frequency and the severity of some of these cyber attacks. We talked a little bit about Helix and how that's helping users identify unhealthy systems, but beyond Helix, as we're ingesting backups and learning about the activity within your environment, every Unitrends appliance is equipped with a machine learning algorithm, artificial intelligence on the front end to proactively identify ransomware threat conditions. We're analyzing every backup to understand the typical behaviors of the asset that we're protecting within the environment in order to establish baseline patterns of behavior by looking at a number of heuristics. This includes the entropy or the overall randomness of the data and the changes to that data, levels of encryption present within the data. There are a number of attributes that we're looking at. I can't give away the full secret recipe, but when we identify a client that is behaving anomalously and the behavior probabilistically matches the behavior of a client infected with ransomware, it triggers a dashboard alert, email alerts, and we're going to identify the potentially impacted systems, the date, any updates to this, the source of the alert, was it to a backup job, a replication job, and we will flag any suspect or subsequent backups of that system within our UI to prevent a recovery attempt using infected files. When we look at some of the more significant attacks and some of the notable attacks that have occurred in the last couple of years, Atlanta's one, for example, some of their costly recovery efforts was attributed partially to the fact that they didn't know when they were impacted. So our ransomware detection enables users to react quickly to strange or anomalous behavior within the environment. And I do want to offer a word of caution. It is a behavioral-based detection method. So it, does generate the risk of false positives, but we certainly would want to identify where those are anomalous changes. But going and paired with things like other signature-based detection tools, honeypots, or other kind of deception-based tools that you might be using in your environment, this is a great kind of little behavioral add to that stack and something that comes native with every appliance. This is not a paid feature or an add-on. From the SaaS side of things, the ability to protect and safeguard our users, hopefully to, going beyond protecting just the backups, we're bringing some of our technology to the front lines to help protect your end users as well. Email is the primary target for hacking and these malicious attacks. Weak and stolen credentials is the #1 hacking technique. So as a part of our SaaS backup solution through Spanning, we're employing patented AI technology through our sister company, Graphis, that monitors communication patterns between people, devices, and networks to reveal untrustworthy emails and senders. We're focusing on the credibility of each interaction in order to identify and block social engineering attacks on targeted employees to help keep your organization safe from some of today's biggest threats. Known threats are going to be quarantined, while incoming emails will display a warning banner that's fully customizable, similar to what you're seeing on your screen here. And what's really cool is there are actionable buttons on the bottom of each banner. You can customize what those say and the messaging, the color scheme to match your organization. But this part is where we're empowering the employees themselves to take a part in the defense of your organization. If somebody clicks and marks an email as suspicious, everyone else within the organization that receives that email will have it automatically quarantined out of their inbox. So IT can investigate and release it if it is deemed to be safe, but for for those proactive employees that want to be kind of doing good, they can click things. I'm often eager to get spam out of our inboxes. So if other people on the marketing team here at Unitrends are getting bombarded, we're helping in part to keep each other safe. The other part of that is monitoring the dark web proactively for credentials. And this is another piece, our credentials exposure monitoring, that is integrated directly within the spanning UI. You can kind of see the tab there on our screenshot. So there's no separate login or separate tool to manage. And what our dark web ID is doing is monitoring more than 600,000 sources of dark web data through internet relay chat rooms, onion sites, Tor sites, malicious bulletin boards, a number of sources. And we leverage a combination of human and artificial intelligence to proactively identify accounts at risk. You'll see things like potential passwords that have been compromised or exposed that will be revealed there, so you can open the conversation proactively about good cyber hygiene with your employees. The dark web monitoring tool is pre-configured and is really designed to give you pretty intuitive controls directly within your spanning backup, which can be activated within your Microsoft 365 or your Google Workspace tenants. So we've taken steps to protect the data, secure the backup environment, detect for anomalies, and hopefully secure and help our users. Even with everything going right and everything in order, things can still go wrong. And that's where the ability to test really comes into play. And at Unitrends, we were one of the industry first to fully automate out DR runbook testing. And it's what we call recovery assurance. And the goal here is really to remove some of those hurdles that come with backup and DR testing. It takes time. It disrupts production systems. It costs money. All of those things are true. And we're combating those problems through automation, both locally and in the cloud. You can proactively detect recovery obstacles and issues, generate compliance reports to verify that recovery point and recovery time objectives are being met, and validate your backups at the operating system and the application level to certify those restore points. Hopefully you can see it. It's a little bit of a small screenshot there, but as you're building out this particular job, you will build out your DR runbook, including boot orders, networking, service profiles, as well as application-specific tests. So if you need to verify that an N-tiered application will come up and we need to first initiate restore of our domain controller, then our SQL DB, then the application, you can test all of those machines in concert to ensure that the backups that you are taking will be fully recoverable within a DR event. Recovery assurance also gives you the ability to spin up isolated lab environments on segmented networks, as well as orchestrate that DR runbook to be restored into production. So you could point this job at a production host and initiate restores of the systems that are within the jobs. But the ability to stand up that isolated lab was a really kind of a key use case that we learned about a little bit ago for customers of ours that was hit with a really nasty ransomware attack. They're a large chemical company that's headquartered in the U.S., but they've got a VM environment that spans multiple hundreds of VMs across multiple continents. The main attack originated in the United States and hit multiple of their sites, ultimately knocking down production systems, another backup vendor that was in the environment, but their Unitrends appliance was unharmed. They went through a number of steps and triage processes to remove the infection, clean the environment, and they were getting ready to restore. They were working closely with the Unitrends, their dedicated support team, as well as their cyber liability insurance provider. And when they notified the provider that they were getting ready to fail back into production, the provider said, well, hang on, hold on one second. We cannot run the risk that infected backups are going to be used in recovery. It would void the policy. It's going to create issues with you collecting on your claim. We need to see a little bit more here. So what the company did was they used that recovery assurance job to spin up the isolated lab for their VMs in batches of about 10 or so. They executed our recovery assurance testing to ensure that functionally the applications were working, and then they went in with Carbon Black into those lab environments for that deep scan of the backups to ensure that they were clean and free of malware. So they leveraged us in combination with Carbon Black to ensure that they were able to meet both their goals for business continuity and their insurance requirements. Really kind of an interesting use case. So when we kind of bring that resilience full fold, it is prevention through the hardened Linux kernel, the replication to air-gapped media, or else immutable cloud storage. It is that early detection through the machine learning algorithm to identify anomalies within the backup data. It is confidence in knowing that you have fully tested, verified backups that you can use as certifiable recovery points. Now, that recovery piece is the last bit. And we talked earlier about how you may need a number of approaches to restore depending on the level of infection. Lightweight scareware, it might be simple to replace infected files. We give you a granular file recovery for assets that are protected at the file level, image level, host level for VM snapshots. You can run granular restores out of your Exchange. Application level backups, you can restore. You can find the items through index search or other means to restore and replace any infected or damaged files. You may need to go a step further, completely wipe that system and restore it onto bare metal. We can perform bare metal restores or else instant recovery or carving out things like replicas for a virtual environment or for Windows assets that are protected at the image level. Now, replicating that data to a secondary site gives you the same level of control to restore individual files, perform bare metal recovery, instant recovery from those backup copies. So really, you're looking at kind of two sides of the same coin as you're replicating data from one Unitrends appliance to the other. All of the capabilities that you have locally for that primary environment, you can initiate with those backup copies at your secondary environment, whether that be a site that you are managing or else restores that we can perform in the Unitrends cloud. Spanning is strictly focused on file and item level recovery for things like Office 365, Google Workspace, and Salesforce.com. Now, one of the options that we had talked about was the Unitrends cloud, and Unitrends stores data in an immutable fashion. We're a little bit different. This is not a general use cloud where you could say, oh, I want to migrate my production applications to Unitrends. We've tuned our cloud services specifically for long-term offsite retention for our customers, as well as our disaster recovery as a service. So you can replicate data to the Unitrends cloud where it's stored in an immutable fashion for the fixed duration of its retention. Not even your source appliance can modify, change, or otherwise delete data once it has been written to the cloud target, though you can access and restore backups down to your local appliance at any time with no charges for egress or ingress. So recovery from the Unitrends cloud is entirely self-service. And we've had folks say, why can't I perform a deletion? And for one, it's compliance. We are going to make sure that the data is retained for the contractual term that has been set. But if that appliance or those credentials were to be compromised, there was an inside threat actor involved in this attack, as they are involved in roughly 1 out of every 4 malware or malicious attacks, data breach incidents, those potentially compromised credentials to that Unitrends backup environment could result in that threat actor going in and deleting those backups off of your cloud repository. Cannot happen with the way that we have configured our appliances and the cloud infrastructure. So now you can recover any time from the Unitrends cloud, but recovery within the Unitrends cloud is our disaster recovery as a service. We are replicating the data. This could be a handful of mission critical applications that you absolutely need to keep your business running, or in some cases, our customers have enrolled their entire data center set into the Unitrends cloud. As part of the onboarding process, we build out your DR runbook, similar to that recovery assurance job that you saw. Those boot order dependencies, networking configurations, QoS rules, firewall settings, the provisioning out of public-facing IPs, exactly what the DR response needs to look like. We build that into the runbook and into our cloud environment to seed that and have it ready for failover. We will contractually back our service with either a 24 or a 1-hour recovery time objective SLA. Now, when disaster strikes and you need to initiate that failover, you're not driving 2 hours west to your DR site, you're placing a phone call to Unitrends, and we are spinning up the backups in our cloud at one of our geo-redundant data centers based on your region. And when we bring the workloads online, we help you reroute traffic through an IPsec tunnel, typically an SSL VPN, so you can redirect traffic in your users to the workloads that are now running out of the Unitrends cloud. We continue to take backups as you're running with us, and when you're ready to fail back, we will reverse seed a brand new appliance or a NAS device for our virtual appliance users, overnight you that device so you can be in that local import, and then once that has been completed, we'll track down any last Delta changes over the WAN as we complete that failback process with you. So that disaster recovery as a service really, Unitrends acting as an extension of your team in some of those toughest moments. So the ransomware survival kit, kind of combating that problem as we boil it down, it starts with protecting, that 321, that zip code of backup. A lot of options, both locally as well as to get data off-site and immutable. We talked about securing the backup environment with hardened Linux appliances and some of the other capabilities and features that we have built in there. We are testing the backups, critically important, testing. We will help to detect against malware and other malicious behaviors through some of the artificial intelligence and analytics engines. And of course, you can recover, as we had talked about, in a variety of fashions, both locally or offsite at your DR location. If you would like to continue the conversation, please feel free to reach out to myself on LinkedIn. It was in there at the beginning of the slide. We might be able to drop that up, or you'll find me, Adam Margette, for Unitrends. You can reach out to us at info@unitrends.com, or otherwise visit us at that same address, www.unitrends.com. Looks like we do have some questions coming in, so I will turn things back over to you, David.
Absolutely, yeah. Great presentation, Adam. Really appreciate that. As always, I always learn a lot when you present here. I've just brought up the poll question for everyone out there. What additional information would you like about the Unitrends solution? We do want to get your feedback here on this poll. Adam, I'm afraid we're out of time for our live Q&A. I always enjoy it so much, but if it's okay today, perhaps you could get back to some of these great questions that have come in electronically in the interest of our schedule here on the event today. But it's been great having you on the event today. Thank you, Adam.
David, it was a pleasure, and I will get to the chat. So if you folks submitted questions, I'll try my best to get to all of those. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Adam, and thank you to Unitrends, of course, for supporting today's event. Check out in the handouts tab, as Adam was talking about, there is a guide there on detecting and mitigating ransomware with Unitrends Unified BCDR. Make sure that you download that PDF resource, and you can check it out after the event. Again, thank you for all the excellent questions, and I encourage everyone to respond there to the poll question that's on the screen. I'll just leave it up here for a moment longer while I announce the next winner of our Amazon $500 gift card prize. This one's going out to Mark Samuel from Missouri. Congratulations to Mark Samuel from Missouri. All right, let's get just a couple more poll questions. If you don't see the poll on the screen, push refresh. Someone said they didn't see it, so go ahead and push refresh, and I'm sure it will come up. And with that...
Well, David, while you're hanging out with the poll, can I come out and hang with you?
Yes, please, Jess. It's great to have you back on. I took away your thunder announcing the prize. I apologize for that. But I'll hand it off to you.
Mark, I was supposed to tell you you won the gift card, but David got to tell you, but I hope it's still equally special. David, thank you so much for leading so many awesome and informative discussions today. I've been listening to you and Scott all day and just having a blast on live chat. What a day. So as David said, we're going to clip things right along because we still have a lot of presentations left to get to. And folks, I have to tell you, I am so excited about this next presenter because I was just chatting with Dale, Dr. Z Zabriskie, who's a field CISO at Cohesity. And boy, is he a lot of fun. We were debating whether or not doctors can ever be superheroes, because I think that if you're a doctor, you're always a bad guy, Dale. So I think you might be an evil mastermind.
Well, what about Dr. Strange? I mean, he's
you
a
got
Marvel
me.
guy. Yeah. We're not all bad.
Okay, all right. Well, Doctor Strange and Dr. Z are turning the clock around on Marvel supervillains that have doctorates in, and in this case, it's a doctorate in sales, right? You're the sales doctor.
Yeah, that's it. A PhD in the School of Hard Knocks is what's happened for me. So
there you go. Well, I'm leaving you in good hands, folks. Take it away, Doc.
Hey, thank you so much, Jess. It's a really pleasure and honor to be with you today and to spend a few minutes. You're probably getting inundated, shall we say, with this idea of ransomware, right? And what does that mean to us and to you? And what I want to do is just spend a few minutes and discuss some strategies and some best practices, some of the things that we're seeing in the space. My career has taken me through almost 30 years in cybersecurity. I spent about half of that at as the evangelist for Symantec, traveling the world and watching how organizations manage the challenges that we've got within the cybersecurity space. So first of all, of course, I have to do this for the lawyers and just say we're going to talk about a few things that are yet to come but are worth looking at. So don't quote me that Dr. Z said that this was going to happen. So let's talk a little bit about this idea of a blast radius and the history of ransomware a little bit, and how this crafted in this idea of 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0. You know, I remember when ransomware came out. So here's a question. We won't do a poll, but just kind of think, when was the first ransomware attack noted? It goes back to 1989. So this thing's been around for quite a while, and the evolution of it really parallels what's been happening in technology. Originally it was something popped up on your screen. It was targeted at individuals saying, you've done something wrong. There's an FBI logo, and you have to pay $300. Go to Walmart and pay $300. Long before Bitcoin. And now the evolution. The bad guys are going, well, why are we focused on individuals? Let's go and let's attack the organizations. And the evolution has now, as we've seen within the organization, or within technology, I should say, the data. It's all about the data. So 1.0 is, okay, we're going to encrypt the data and then put a ransom on it. And so what happened, that evolution, is that backup became much more integral and much more specific for organizations. Backup, of course, has always been there, but now the approach has been, for organizations, let's be more proactive about how we're protecting that data and backing it up. Well, so what do the bad guys do? Well, they go after that now. So they're going in and trying to eliminate or encrypt the backups so that it forces you now to pay the ransom. Well, thirdly, now, and really this is kind of an interesting evolution because it's exfiltration, right? It's taking the data away. And so you get your data encrypted, it can't do anything, your backups are not available, and now they take away data that they can now make public, and that's going to be a problem, or a privacy or a confidentiality issue. Maybe it's valuable information for your company. In fact, right now, maybe 3.3, 3.5, 3.2, maybe 4.0, the next evolution is they're just taking data. They're not encrypting. Depends on the organization. So it's really important that you understand your information and your data, because the bad guys could get in, exfiltrate it, and then just hold that for ransom and say, we're going to release this if you don't pay us. You can still go on your day-to-day operation. So it really depends on the organization and industry that you're in. But this has really been a fascinating evolution over the last 20 years, especially. We've seen ransomware become such a daily topic on every show. I mean, this week tonight, or last week tonight, I should say, with HBO, they're talking about it everywhere. So we need to be prepared for it. And we asked the questions, in looking at what people are worried about. It's that, and this evolution, right? 81% involve exfiltration. That's where it's going. And year over year, 2 times now, it's 10%, but it's doubled over the last couple of years, that all data breaches involve ransomware. It is the way to get in, right? I'm sure you've had conversations today around phishing, and people, how they get in is all varied, but what they try to do is really focused on ransomware. And then the cost of a data breach. This is an interesting number that's gone up and down over the years, but it's still a significant amount of money. We used to, you look at it as cost per record, cost per data that's been taken, depending on what it is. But and that's applies to something like a credit card or personally identifiable information, especially in healthcare. But it still costs a lot to go through that. So what we asked our customers, what do you want? And not surprisingly, 95% want to detect threats early. I don't know who that 5% is that's saying, hey, we're good. They may be in the survey next time, but we all certainly want to understand what's happening as far as threats in our environment. And this I want to really touch on is how, historically, IT is an organization that has an InfoSec arm to it, and InfoSec is a security operations. They create a policy, they throw it over the fence, and they say, do something about it. And never the twain shall meet. These things that are happening are affecting every area of an organization. And so we need to bring those together. And especially around data management, that ransomware is changing the strategy and how we respond. Can't just think of it as backup or security. It's all around managing that data. And finally, is defense in depth, is data management is part of defense in depth security strategy. This is an area where there's room to grow. Because the more you focus on the data, the more effective you're going to be. So let's talk about 1.0. What do you need to combat 1.0? Well, in the middle here, we have our data. On the left side, we have what creates our data. We have people, we have applications, we have all these different sources that are creating data. And, I just want to stop for a minute and say, my career has taken me through this idea of data management or backup and security coming together. Veritas and Symantec, EMC and RSA, all these companies over the last 20 years decided, well, let's come together and we need to get this comprehensive approach to protecting data. Well, that's a great idea, but what happened to all of those mergers? They all kind of fell apart. But the main reason is that, I think twofold. Number one, nobody suspected that we would have data, so much data. I mean, the proliferation of the creation of data. You're talking about this. Just get another petabyte. You're going to buy a couple of petabytes of storage. It's okay. It's cheap. And so the amount of data was so overwhelming. And then the proliferation of threats. It was hard to foresee how many threats would be created in such a short period of time. So now those things are coming back together to be able to manage the data so that you can be effective. And you have to create, you've heard this word probably ad nauseum today, resiliency. I think of resiliency, I'm old enough to remember the old punching clown, right? That had weight at the bottom and you hit him and what does he do? He comes right back up. That's resiliency, coming back to the state where you want to be. So your data has to be encrypted. You have to have a system that's very, very fault tolerant in order to protect. Now you've got a couple of wrappers around that. First is detection and analytics. And as we said, we want to see what's going on and we want to see it earlier. We want to understand the anomalies that are in my data, in my backup. These are the things that we haven't been able to look at so well until now. And this is really one of the hallmarks of what Cohesity gives you, is the ability to really see what's happening from an anomaly perspective. You have to know what normal is to understand what abnormal is. And that's where you have to start. What is normal? What is my normal space, so that you understand when things change. So the second wrapper is access control. And this is a topic for years, right? Multi-factor. Cannot say how important this is. People, complain about it all the time. It's one of those things that we have to get into our lives and say, okay, I accept this. I am going to do this because it's important. And that little time that it takes to click yes, or to put the code in, or to type this, or to whatever, needs to happen. And you help your people understand that this is just an evolution and that pretty soon it's just a way of life. And also, from a back-end perspective, it's these access controls around roles, so the role-based access control. These things start to tear down the lanes that the bad guys can come in, those attack vectors. And then obviously auditing. This comes with this detection, right? You've got to look, you've got to understand what's happening. And what is an audit designed for? An audit is designed for you to know where you're failing. That's what you want to know. Where do I need to put my resources? So, when the auditor comes in and you tell them your first lie, which is, hey, it's nice to see you. That's the first lie you tell the auditor. It goes from there. But don't be too hard on them or the whole situation, because it really, really is helpful. And so now to go combat 2.0, where we're attacking the backups, what do we need to do? Well, we need to have some different things. The quorum idea, where more than one person is required to make a change or to take care of something. The old 2 keys for the nuclear bomb, right, or the missile. You can't do something on your own. Second, third individual needs to be brought in so that critical decisions have the right number of eyes on them. And then secondly, it has to go on. You have to have this continuous monitoring and systems that are going to provide you that actionable intelligence, okay? Ultimately, what this brings you is this creates this zero trust model. We could go on and on. Zero trust is a great topic that has a lot of things to talk about because it's challenging and it's not a one-size-fits-all thing. But ultimately, you want to know that you can move forward, that you have the triad, the confidentiality, the integrity and availability, and you can move. You have confidence. That's what zero trust does for you. And ultimately, this is the other word you've heard a lot today, immutable. Having an immutable backup. You know that that cannot change. You have confidence that that's a reality. And so this is what's happening. And that's, sorry about that build, that's not right. But it's tamper-resistant archives, and it's being able to recover going forward. So what does 3.0 give us? There, that looks a little better. So on the right side, ultimately, we're recovering very quickly. We're recovering from ransomware or an operational failure. You know, how many times has something happened because somebody patched something? It's just going to happen. And so being able to recover is what's important. It's not, you know, we talk ransomware, and that's why we're here today. But I remember sitting with the CIO from a healthcare company. The chief security officer asked me to come in and have a conversation with the board around spending money for security, right? Give us a budget. And I said to the CIO, I said, don't think of this as insurance, or don't think of this as, you know, I have to spend money for something that's not a problem. I haven't seen any problems. Why am I spending money? It's business continuity. That's what this is. That's what all this security is. And I'll never forget his face. He turned to me and he just cocked his head to the side and he said, that's good counsel. So that's what I would recommend. That's the conversation that you need to have. It's all about this idea of resilience and business continuity. What is IT's job? IT's job is to keep the revenue generating clock running. That's the job. And so if that's not running, if that job's not running, then what's happening to the organization? It's not making money, and that's IT's job, right? So this whole thing about recovering. So in this 3.0, there's some other things that we need to add. We need to add this threat detection that's almost real time. It's near real time. Something's happened. Something's in the system. It's going to happen. You cannot prevent it. And we've learned that. At this point, there's no way to prevent it. So how do we respond? That's how you have to build your system, is responsive. And it's not reacting, it's responding. Reacting is no good. Reacting is what? Reacting is emotional. Reacting is hurried. Responding is thoughtful. And it's the right approach, but it only happens with some few things in place. Number one, as I said before, you have to understand what normal is. Number two, you have to have a plan, right? And what am I going to do and how am I going to do it? And that plan needs to be practiced and rehearsed. And number three, you have to have the intelligence or the actionable intelligence to make that plan, to put that plan into effect. That's the one thing, you know, you don't ever want to do, but it's going to happen. I once had a CISO, chief security officer, tell me, I don't care what brought the systems down. I'm all about what gets them up and running. And that's an interesting school of thought. And I can agree to that with that to a point, is not so much that, you know, just get it up and running. If that's very, very true, you need to be up and running. But if you're not aware of what happened, that's the time when you're going to reboot a computer you shouldn't, or plug something in that you shouldn't, that's going to kick off other problems. So it's all about understanding what's happening in the system and being ready to respond. Additionally, classifying the data is really, really critical. You know, and this is a can of worms, quite honestly. Data classification is a challenge. It's one of those things that, well, let's put it this way. I've rarely seen a full data classification program that works. That it's really hard to do. But if you think of it in the terms of currency, your data is your currency. So imagine you're driving down the road, you come up to an intersection, there's someone standing there with a cardboard sign asking for help. what would you do? And it's not and I'm not asking for you to emotionally or, what the whole attitude is, but would you give that person a 50 or a 20? Probably not. Would you give them a $1 or a $5 bill? Maybe you would. And the point here is that you have bills in your wallet. You have denominations in your wallet, and you treat them differently because they have different value. Your data is the same way. You have to understand what's most important and where it is and what controls are placed around it. And this is a key. This is something that we're really focused on. We have some really cool capability in that. And next month, you're going to hear about some other things that are coming along those lines. But it's all about what's in my backup, what's in my data. And when you understand the value, you make the right decisions around protection and management. Because if you can find out where all the ones are and the coins are, just think what you could do to clean things up. You could even delete some data. That's hard to do. It's very hard to do. Push the button, hard to push the button. But you know what? Deleting data is very therapeutic. It feels really good. And if you could get the junk out of the way or put the junk somewhere out of the way, you have it. And if it got lost or it was taken, it wouldn't be the end of the world. You could do that. And then you could take your hundreds and your 50s and whatever and really put some wrappers around that and protect them. That's a key to being successful and in this space, okay? And then lastly, it's the analytics around behavior. And this is where the artificial intelligence, machine language, those kind of capabilities come in, where as things change and looking at the behavior of individuals and of transactions within your systems, right? The data that's there, things that are happening, that you're adapting to it and you're being alerted to it and that you're responding appropriately to it. So this is what the whole thing is around 3.0, right? Protecting against number one, 1.0 is the encryption, 2.0, protecting the backup, and number 3.0 is all about keeping things from being taken away, right? This is the comprehensive approach. So I mentioned earlier about data security and data governance and throwing things over the fence. This is what has to happen. These two have got to come together. And if you're in a situation in your group where you have some real impact on this or influence, I highly recommend that you get these conversations going, because these questions, right? Who has access to the data and where your sensitive data is, those top two questions on either side. When you can answer both of those and your team is working together to create that information and to protect that information, now you are really being, you're really able to combat the things that are coming at you, okay? And then, how do you know you're not leaking data? That's a question I've always had. You look at these big data breaches and somebody just sat there siphoning off data. How do they not see that? That's the visibility that you need to create. And then proving compliance, right? These things are joined at the hip now. So bring those together within your organization. It's really critical. So here's that threat architecture, right? And then what it's designed to do is to work with the technology in your systems, right? Your identity management solutions, your detection, your endpoint, the things that you do to manage vulnerabilities, and then how do you log that? How do you put this together? This is what we really, really try to do for our customers. And so let me leave you with a couple of ideas around best practices. And this is a bit of a review of what we've talked about. Number one, right? You got to protect the backups. You've got to enforce the data protection. If you can do the write once, read many, make that happen. Turn that on. And of course, the 3-2-1 rule, where you have 3 copies of your data in 2 different locations, and one of those locations is offsite, is in an air-gapped situation. Number 2, you still have to do the environment. That will always be there. We talked about MFA and the multi-factor, the least privileged approach, right? Different credentials across systems. Don't just open it up. I'll never forget a friend of mine that went to work for a software company, and some guy came up to him about a week later and said, "Hey, I need to log in to your system. What's your password?" And he looked at him like he had 3 heads. What? That was their life, right? That was what they were doing. So we've got to avoid those types of things. and keep things up to date. I've hit this hard. Know your crown jewels, know your data, understand where things are, and monitor to protect them. And lastly, you've got to practice. You have to have those tabletops. You have to make sure everybody's ready for responding. A layered defense. We talk about defense in depth for as long as I've been alive, as I can remember. That's a long time. And then know what your people are capable of. That's one of the first things to answer in this space is, do I have the team that can do all this? And how do I manage that? Because this is evolving, and you've got people that have been in your organizations for a long, long time. They may be struggling to deal with these new concepts or these new approaches or tasks. So that's something that's really, really critical is, do we have the right people in place to make that happen? So as you heard today, these are the things that need to be in place. And this is what we're trying to do as an organization. And I will leave you with this thought of why did I join Cohesity? I've only been with the company just a couple of months. And as I said, I spent 20 years in cybersecurity. And 15 years ago, we were talking about this. We were talking about how data and security, data management, security, protection, backup, and security come together. And it couldn't happen. It's happening now. And the reason it's happening now is because technology is allowing it. And this is what Cohesity has been building for the last decade, is the ability to pull these things together. Cloud has made it possible in a lot of ways, but we are doing today at Cohesity what I was talking about at Symantec 15 years ago. And that's not a slight on Symantec. It's a fabulous company, done a lot of good things in the world. But my point is we were talking about it a long time. It's happening now. And I encourage you to be a part of it and understand and to look at what's happening with what we can offer at Cohesity and all the things that you've heard today. So I appreciate the time. Thank you, Jess, and back to you if you've got questions.
Well, thanks, Doc. That was a blast and lots of great information. I could talk to you all day, but we are a little short on time, so I'm going to zip through just a few questions here. While we're doing that, I'm going to throw up a poll here. We do want to know what additional information you would like about the Cohesity solution. So look, you've heard a lot today. There's a ton of information in your brain. You are not going to retain it all. There's no way. It's not going to happen. So make your life easy. Somebody out there is saying, challenge accepted, Jess. But more likely, you're not going to remember everything you just learned. So what do? You need these handouts. You need these follow-ups. This is how you take action on everything you're learning. This is how you get the most out of the day-to-day. So click on that poll, and then Cohesity can send you the information that's going to best jog your memory, that's going to be most important to you wherever you're at in this process. I want to dive into a few questions. So while that's up here, Doc Z, I just want to call you Doc Ock. I can't stop in my head.
Yes.
Elena here is wondering if you recommend doing dry runs of full recovery scenarios, and if so, how often do you recommend that?
Well, okay, Elena, that's a big question because I don't know your environment. I don't know exactly what it entails. But the short answer is yes. If you can make that happen, absolutely. And as far as things are, how often, look at how often things change within your organization. Did you acquire a company? Did you get new people, significant positions? Did you make a significant change in certain policies and processes? Are you now responsible for protecting different kind of data? Maybe it's proprietary, maybe it's personally identifiable. Look at how things change within your organization and try to build around that. I think at least yearly is good. Along the line of the questions of how often do we do security awareness training? That too depends on how your organization changes. But yearly is a good idea. Because you're going to learn. You're just going to learn, and then you're going to adapt. And as you do it, you will learn the cadence as well. And sometimes maybe an idea is to break it down, not try to boil the ocean, but take a department, take a set of data, do something. Can you carve out your organization to where you can practice one thing over here and another thing over there? And then over time, you can pull those things together, because as you learn, that's certainly going to impact the decisions that you make overall.
Well, that was a great answer. And boy, Doc, I wish we could keep going because we had so many other great questions that we're just not going to get to. Before we wrap, I do want to remind everyone who asked a question that you will hear back from the Cohesity team because they will be following up with you. So we'll make sure all the questions go to them. So if a question hits you in 30 seconds and you didn't ask it, don't worry, type it in and we'll make sure that that gets to Cohesity. Before you leave us, Doc, if somebody is really excited, ready to jump in, wants to get started with Cohesity, what do they do? What's their first step?
Well, there's a couple of things. You probably have, groups that you're working with. Maybe you know a Cohesity rep. Maybe you have a partner. I would talk to the organizations that you buy things from. Tell them, go listen. I learned about Cohesity and I want to know more about it. How do you work with Cohesity? That's going to tell you a lot. Find a good partner, someone that helps you, install and manage your world. And talk to them about it. You can go directly to us, right? You've got to go to cohesity.com. As soon as you go there, your little window is going to pop up and say, hey, what do you want to know about? And just, you can send an email to sales@cohesity.com. There's a lot of different ways to do it. But I suggest, finding out from the people that you'd work with from an IT perspective, the vendors that you use, start talking about it, and what you're going to see, you're going to say, hey, yeah, we can help you. Let's bring the guy in or the gal in or whatever it is. So go right to the website, learn all that you can. There's too much stuff to read, right? Do that and reach out. You can call me, Dr. Z at cohesity.com. That's your last line of defense right there. I'm at the end of the alphabet. But you can certainly contact me and I'll be happy to know. It's drz at cohesity.com.
That's perfect. Well, thank you so much. So many ways to get involved and to reach out. And I'm sure a lot of people out there want to have more conversations with you. Doc Z, Doc Zeta, Doc Z, however you say it. We're so happy we got to chat with you today. Thank you so much for taking some time to chat with us and answer some questions.
It's been a pleasure and an honor to be with you. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, and I do want to remind everyone out there in the audience that if you haven't already checked it out, head on over to that Handouts tab, download the Cohesity white paper, amplify your ransomware defenses, protect, detect, and recover. Next-gen data management protects from ransomware and data-centric threats. Long title, but every word of that was interesting, so I left it in. It is very, very intriguing, engaging, definitely worth a read. Download that now, save that for later. I've been leaving that poll up, so also a chance to fill that out. And while you're doing that, I'm going to give away another $500 Amazon gift card to another lucky winner out there. I do want to remind you that you do need to be here live, present at the Megacast, and who doesn't want to be here? Our next lucky winner today is Brent Cranda of Virginia. Brent Cranda of Virginia, you have won a $500 Amazon gift card. As always, we'll be in touch about claiming your prize after we wrap. Don't forget, there are still lots more chances to win a prize today, plus that best question gift card from each session. Even if we don't get to it live, you're still entered to win that best gift card, or best question gift card. So make sure you get those questions in. But for now, we're going to keep zipping right along in our awesome, super-powered, supercharged Megacast. Hope everyone has their second, third, fourth cup of coffee and is feeling good and awake and alive and alert, because we've got at least four more presentations in line for us, and each one of them is going to be amazing and fascinating. So stretch it out. Get ready. I'm so excited to introduce you all to our next presenter. We're going to hear from Lewis Smith. He is the Director of Sales Engineering and Security at Commvault. Lewis, I'm really happy to have you here at this super megacast today. I know you've got some great content lined up for us, and I know that we want to leave some time for Q&A. So I'm going to hand the mic right on over to you. Take it away, Lewis.
All right, Jess, thanks so much for that kind and warm introduction. Hello, everyone. My name is Lewis Smith, and today we are going to take a look at Metallic ThreatWise. We're going to start with a quick presentation. I'm going to talk about the technology, and then we're going to do a demonstration. So with that said, let's take it away. So strengthening customer security with Metallic. This is a timeline of the security posture in which Metallic is put together. And if you notice at the far end of that, ThreatWise was the latest addition to that security stack. And we have methodically really put together what we believe our customers can benefit from in terms of an overall strengthened security posture. Today, again, we are going to talk specifically about ThreatWise and how it could protect your data. And we're going to jump right in and take a look at that. So, introducing Metallic ThreatWise. So what is Metallic ThreatWise? Well, Metallic ThreatWise, it's an early warning system, okay? As the big blue box in front of you says, data protection starts before your data is compromised, not at the point of recovery. That's exactly what we're doing. We are alerting you as an early warning system to let you know that perhaps there is a problem before you actually have to get to the point of recovery, okay? So how do we provide early warning? Well, the way we accomplish that is by mimicking real assets. So when you think about an attacker could be a person, a process, it could be accidental, it could be intentional, like an insider threat. In all cases, we don't care what it is. We are able to see what is occurring within your network. And the way that works is by mimicking real assets. So if someone or something is touching one of the assets that we put out there, part of the ThreatWise solution, we have high fidelity alerts that will alert you on that. So what is that accomplishing? Well, what it's accomplishing is it's tricking bad actors into interacting with us, the solution, ThreatWise, versus your real assets, okay? And really the net is, it is exposing those threats early on, again, allowing you time to respond and also safeguarding your real assets. When you think about mimicking real assets, the more ThreatWise components, threat sensors that are out there, the less likely that an attack or an attacker will land on your real asset. So what are the benefits? Well, being able to expose silent threats. When we look back at the timeline of all the cyber threats that have occurred, especially with ransomware, which we're going to spend a little bit of time talking about today, one of the reasons why these threats have gone through even some of the most sophisticated security stacks is because a lot of the threats today, very sophisticated, are slow and low, meaning they are able to penetrate even the most sophisticated stacks out there. And what we do is we provide high fidelity alerts based on what is occurring in any condition, in any environment. So what happens? Really, what we're doing is containing the attacks before it creates a negative impact to your environment, which allows you to accelerate recovery. Not only are you getting an early warning, but you're able to accelerate your response to any such attack, okay? Being that this is a solution that was built from the ground up, scalability was built into this product, again, from day one, which allows you to expand very easily within minutes, really giving you scalable risk reduction. So let's dig in a little bit further. So I'm going to use ransomware. Again, there's a lot of use cases here, but I'm going to talk about ransomware specifically today. So if you look at ransomware yesterday, we're going to do a quick before and after contrast. But when we look at ransomware, you could see top right, it says 2015 to present. Really what happened was, users were getting it, right? Again, it could be a person, process, whatever it might be. There's a lot of components happening. We actually map to the MITRE framework, which really gives you a nice map of how this all occurs. We map to that inside the product. But just to keep it real simple, things occur, right? Lateral movement, privilege escalation, some command and control, phone home type of events. The impact traditionally was encrypting the data, and the way a lot of companies would respond to that is restoration, recovering from a backup. Well, that has evolved a little bit. So what's happening now is data's leaking out, data's being exfilled, purposely exfilled out, data's getting destroyed in addition to getting encrypted. So there's a lot of moving parts that are occurring. The threats are more sophisticated now than ever before across a number of different reasons. Like I said, it could be a person, a process, accidental or intentional, and having a layer in your stack to account for all of it is really critical, giving you that early warning so you can be prepared in all cases to respond, okay? So this is a high-level overview of what the solution looks like. This is a SaaS-based solution. So you see the TSOC, that's the Metallic hosted management console, that's in the cloud. So from management, administration, reporting, et cetera, that's all hosted by us, okay? Which really allows quick time to value. It allows you or customers, prospects, to get this solution up and running quickly so you can realize the value of the solution in short order. So that's the TSOC. There is an appliance. An appliance would typically be closest to the assets. That would be by your assets within your company, within the confines of your perimeter. And within the appliance, threat sensors are hosted from that appliance. You notice there's a little box called VM in the appliance. The VMs are very portable. They could be, we support all the major hypervisors, and it's a very lightweight virtual appliance that would be installed, again, within your environment. It is also for special use cases. It could also run on hardware. While we don't sell the hardware, we can certainly help you determine what hardware it runs on. We have a supported compatibility list. Most of our customers use VM because it's lightweight, it's portable, it's, again, that time to value, it's quick to get it up and running. One appliance, one single appliance can support over 500 unique threat sensor types, okay? And you could have multiple appliances talking to a single TSOC, okay? Talking to the SaaS service. The reason why I say unique threat sensors per appliance is because every environment is different. Every environment is dynamic. Every environment contains not just servers and workstations, but IoT devices, specialized equipment. And we're gonna take a look at that. But it's incredibly flexible, it's fast to deploy, and it's scalable in terms of not only quick time to value, but robust threat sensors that can look like your environment. Because remember, this is designed to look like your environment, to trick bad actors, again, person or process, into interacting with us, not your real assets. There are a few parts. LORs. LORs are optional. Say, a lot of our customers use LORs, but certainly not a requirement. LORs are bait, okay? This helps expedite getting the attack to the threat sensor. So if you think about ransomware as an example, a LOR could be a hidden map drive. So your everyday user would work business as usual. They wouldn't know there's a hidden map drive there, but ransomware will. So I like looking at ransomware like water. It takes path of least resistance. So if there's a hidden map drive, that ransomware will latch onto that. It will go immediately to our crypto trap, and we would contain that ransomware. So while we're putting that ransomware in what I like to call a hamster wheel of sorts, it is alerting you that, hey, there's a problem, and then you could take action. That's one example of many LOR types that are available in our solution. And then there's a full system threat sensor. A full system threat sensor solves very specific use cases. One of the more common ones is a prospect or a customer that says they want to put their golden image out into the wild within that deceptive environment. And we have that capability. We support full system sensors for Linux type of environments, Windows type of environments, et cetera, even backup environments for Commvault customers that use our backup solution. Also optional, not required, but definitely provides a next level of intelligence in terms of what's occurring within your environment. The threat sensor itself, these are lightweight emulation components that look like the real thing, feel like the real thing, interact like the real thing meaning your assets. And even if there's something that is not built into the product, we have a utility called Build Your Own Trap that will allow you to build a threat sensor based on anything within your environment that has an IP address. Now, next to the appliance, you could see there's an arrow that goes to Network Intelligence Sensor, another optional component, nice component. And that really addresses the question that sometimes comes up of, okay, what happens if I have a threat and it doesn't land on a threat sensor? Well, that's okay. That's Network Intelligence Sensor. We call it NIS. That is a safety net for that command and control, phone home type of thing. So if there is something within your environment that perhaps doesn't land on a threat sensor, Our NIST, which pulls in threat intelligence, will map that threat to what's in our threat intel feeds within the solution itself and still give you that early warning. More threat sensors, less risk. So that is something to bear in mind, that you would have many threat sensors within your environment, reducing the likelihood and risk of a bad actor, person, or process from landing on your real asset, coupled with the network intelligence sensor, really gives you an incredible strengthening and hardening of your security stack. Last but not least, all the alerts in real time occur in the TSOC, and coupled with a security ecosystem gives you an opportunity to not only get alerted, but to respond. So if you wanted to do any sort of integration with your, as an example, SIM or SOAR, you have that capability, both from the TSOC as well as from the appliance. That's the high level overview. Let's dig in a little bit more. Okay, so what are some of the threat sensor types? While I was talking about the high level architecture, I had mentioned, workstation servers. Well, here is kind of a rough list of what that looks like. So workstations, Windows, Linux, Mac endpoints, servers, kind of what you would expect, databases, backup servers, virtual machines across Windows, and different flavors, 2008, 2012, 2016, so on and so forth. I'll show you when we get to a live demo. IoT devices, networking, Juniper, Cisco, etc. Medical, industrial, financial. And what's not here, again, is the BYOT, the build your own trap component. So if you are looking to create a threat sensor that is not built into the product itself, you can create it. It's a self-service utility, and most, if not all, of our customers take advantage of that, because you want threat sensors to look just like your real assets. And again, these are all emulations, so you don't have to build them, you don't have to license them, and you don't have to worry about any sort of inherent security risk in building those. These are purposely built to be attacked, to respond like the real thing without any inherent security risk. Okay, so they're lightweight patent technology, emulation based. Okay, so in this particular example, you could see replicate a backup server. So you could create an emulation threat sensor built as a Windows Server 2019, which would happen to be a Commvault command center. And by the way, that could be built as an emulation or as a full OS. And as you could see here, fake SMB, FTP enabled, this threat sensor will look, behave, and act just like a real Commvault command center. So from an attacker's perspective, they may think, or it may think, if it's a process, it is attacking the real thing, but it's not. It's interacting with an emulation that we call threat sensors, and you as the administrator or owner would be alerted that, hey, something bad is going on here, which will give you time to respond, again, hence early warning. So really what's occurring here is we are deceiving the attack or the attacker in this particular case. Okay, so this here, again, we're going to show you a live demo, but this here is just a quick little screenshot of what the dashboard looks like. I like to call that risk at a glance. We're going to dig into that a little bit. Risk at a glance shows you, hey, there's 10 emulation traps, 4 workstations, 6 are server traps. You have your top 10 network intelligence sensor events, a timeline of events, and then we have our threat statistics, which I'm going to spend a little bit time telling you about. But it will give you some intel on the decoys, precise and high fidelity alerts. The solution scales rapidly, and it's all delivered by way of SaaS. So alert severity, this one here I think is real important, because we are not just alerting you that there's a problem, we're doing so with precision. What I mean by that, you could see under threat statistics, it shows scan, connection, reconnaissance, interaction, and infection. When you think about the life cycle of an event or an attack, one of the reasons, in fact, on how these sophisticated cyber attacks get through is because there are certain things that occur that are, like I mentioned earlier, slow and low. So if there's something on your network that might just be doing a simple scan, right? Because that's where sometimes it begins, is just running a scan, like an Nmap as an example. So me as the attacker, as a person or a process that may be doing the same thing, you have to first find out, okay, what's in that environment? Well, guess what? We'll pick that up at scan, okay? Now, scan returns results. When you do a scan, it's like, hey, here's a server. Here are some ports that are open on that server. It will give you kind of at a glance that this host or this server or this asset is vulnerable. Maybe it's running an old version of an old operating system with lots of ports open. So that attacker would connect to it. We will tell you then and there that something connected to one of our threat sensors. If something starts querying a file system, we will alert you on that. If something or someone drops a payload, we will alert you on that. If that payload is launched and executed against, we will alert you on that. So we're not just alerting you that there was something that occurred, we are alerting you step by step through the life cycle of that attack, which allows you to respond early. Again, early warning. Okay, so alerts in context. Well, you could see over here in the image that we do map all of our alerts to MITRE, and we are giving you all of the forensics in terms of, in this particular example, a JSON could be downloaded, a PCAP could be downloaded. If we're doing any sort of dynamic or static analysis, the files could be downloaded. We are giving you all of the intelligence that you may require or may want to see in terms of how did that attack unfold? What did it do? What credentials did it use? Where did it come from? What time? What's the MAC address? What did it connect to, et cetera, et cetera. You'll have all of those forensics available to you. Okay, so with all of that said, let's hop into a live demo. So what we're looking at here is the dashboard. Risk at a glance, like I had mentioned. You could see our timeline of events, top 10 NIST events. This is what the safety net caught on your phone home. These are live malicious URLs that are NIST caught. Here's our threat statistics, emulation types, etc. Okay, so I'm going to click, everything here is clickable. I'm going to click on infection, and that will bring me right to an infection. In this particular case, when I click on this, we'll see all of the details of what occurred with this infection. What we're looking at here, you could see right away, this here was a ransomware event. This came from the attackers, this Win10, 142, 192.168.1.142, and you could see everything that occurred here. In fact, you could see, if I scroll down, because we're recording everything, every interaction we're recording, you could see over here, these files were being encrypted. The good news is for you is that it was encrypting files within our crypto trap. Again, that hamster wheel I had mentioned earlier, we are containing that ransomware while we are alerting you that, hey, there is a problem here. So you could see over here that that files are being encrypted. The good news here is it is encrypted within our crypto trap. So while we are containing that threat, we are alerting you that there is a threat within your environment. This is one example of what an alert looks like. Now, what I'm going to do here, I'm going to hop over to Appliance, and I want to quickly show you what those emulation types look like. So I have 3 appliances here. One is a full OS. 2 are the appliances that I showed you within the high-level architecture. And these are highly customizable. Again, you don't have to license them. You don't have to build them. And by the way, everything I'm showing you here within the UI, we have bulk deployment tools. So if you wanted to deploy 500 different type of emulations, you have that capability to do that in bulk at scale. This here is the UI, so obviously it's one at a time for the sake of this demonstration. Workstation, servers, IoT, etc. In this particular case, we have a Windows server, and you'll see here what the LORs look like, what the services look like, etc. So if you want this to be a 2003 or 8 or 12 or 16 or 19, you have that capability. It's all built in. And then you could customize the service type. So if you want the FTP banner to be your own company banner, you have that capability. Your own proprietary app running on your Windows Server 2008 has custom ports open, you could create those custom ports as well. You can put data on these traps so it looks like your data. Of course, you wouldn't want to put real data, but you could make it look as authentic as you want that to look, again, tricking an attacker into believing they are interacting with one of your real assets. So highly customizable. If I close this, here's our BYOT. Self-service utility, incredibly simple and scalable. Give it a name, give it an IP address, and let us do our magic. We will reach out and do a 3D rendering of what that asset looks like, and then it would become part of our trap types here. That's a high-level demo. My name is Lewis. It was my pleasure showing you ThreatWise today. Thank you for your time, and I will hand it back over to you, Jess.
Perfect. Lewis, thank you for that awesome presentation. Love the demo. All in all, just a really great time there. We have a ton of questions coming in and we are a bit short on time, so we're not going to get to all of them, but I want to try to squeeze in a few here. Lewis, you ready to dive in?
I am ready to dive in.
Let's do it. Okay, so first up, this is a great question. This deception sounds a bit like a honeypot. How is it any different?
Well, you know, honeypots are cumbersome. You have to build them, you have to license them, and you have to hope you know more than the attacker. So they're very heavyweight and there's inherent risk. What we are doing is giving you the same type of outcome without any risk, right? They're emulation based. You can build threat sensors at scale without any risk because they're not springboards. And you don't have to license them, you don't have to build them. Basically, you just deploy them through the appliance. So it gives you all the benefit of the honeypot without the cost, without the burden, and without the risk.
And speaking of the burden, are they using any storage?
No storage, no
Okay.
storage.
Okay, so nice and easy there. I'm going to ask you one last question.
Sure.
Because today everyone's heard a lot about, building these different strategies and protection and recovery with ransomware. So obviously a lot of people are really considering these higher level strategies for their organization. So we have a question here that I think is really fitting for that. One of our audience members is wondering, where does deception fit into my overall data protection strategy?
Yeah, it's a great question. It lives in production, and we are really a company that is first to offer deception to flag these type of threats as early warning before it would reach your real data. Okay, like I had mentioned earlier in the presentation, backup and recovery has always been required, and that used to be what was only required for business continuity. But deception starts with the hopes that you'll never have to recover because you could intercept those threats before they reach their targets. So it's an early warning system within your production environment.
I love that. Okay, well, like I said, Lewis, I wish we could keep going, but we are going to have to leave it there. Before we let you go, though, if for somebody out there that is really excited about learning a little bit more or jumping in with Metallic ThreatWise and Commvault, what's their first step? What do they do? So right there, if you could still see my screen, get a free trial today at metallic.io/trial. They can fill out, it's a very short form right on our website, and I look forward to seeing some trials come in. I talk to customers every day and prospects every day, and I look forward to speaking to perhaps one of you that joined the session today. Well, there you go. If you needed any extra incentive to go follow that link, now on top of it all, you get to have another conversation with Lewis, and who doesn't want that? Thank you so much for sticking around to answer some questions. This has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you. Likewise. Have a great day, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity.
Well, I hope I'm speaking for everyone out there when I say we are having a great day, because it's just been a ton of fun here on the Super Megacast. And the fun is not over. We've got a few more sessions coming up, so I'm seeing some comments from you all. You're on round 2 or 3 of coffee. That's great. I do want to point out that I've got a poll up here for you. We do want to know what additional information you would like about the Commvault solution. So we just had a really interesting conversation with Lewis, and we want to know how you would like to follow that up. So as I mentioned before, lots happening today. Don't trust your memory banks to be able to record all of this. You're going to get snippets and moments of it, but there's a lot that's going to slip through. So the best way to make sure that you can follow up and actually take action and get the most out of your sessions here today is to click on these polls and let the teams know what additional information you would like to know. How can they follow up with you? What can they pass on to you so that you are able to take action on some of the really cool solutions that we're learning about? Speaking of cool solutions, I have another one to get to, but before we do that, I'm actually going to give away a couple of prizes here because you guys have been lovely and patient. So up next, we're going to do a $500 Amazon gift card, and that one is going to go to Marquez Vernado. Marquez Vernado of California, you have won a $500 Amazon gift card, and now I'm going to give away one of those Samsung Galaxy Book 2 360 laptops. There's a title. Now I'm going to remind you all that you do need to be here present at the Megacast in order to win, and our next winner of one of these awesome new laptops is Chris Montini of Tennessee. Chris Montini of Tennessee. So congratulations to Marquez on your gift card, and congrats to Chris on your new laptop. As always, we will be in touch about claiming your prizes after the webinar. Don't forget, we've still got a few more chances to win, plus that best question gift card from each session. So even if we don't get to your question during a live Q&A session, you're still entered to win that best question. So keep those questions coming in. I know it's been a long day. I know that maybe you're feeling a bit tired, but I also see a lot of those questions still trickling in, which tells me that your brains are lit up and activated, and I love that, and that's exactly how we want to start this next presentation here, because we are about to jump in with Unit 42 with Palo Alto Networks. So Kevin Flanagan is here to talk to us. He's the Senior Director, Security Architecture, Palo Alto Networks, Unit 42, which is just the coolest sounding name ever. Kevin, thank you so much for being here with us on this Megacast today. I know you've got some great content lined up for us, so the platform is all yours.
Great. Thanks, Jess, for that intro, and happy to be a part of the Megacast. So the
double mega.
I love it. All right. Going to try to advance the slides. Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. So when you mentioned Unit 42, an awesome sounding name, 42 being the fact that we're a bunch of nerds and geeks. We take our name from the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, where 42 is the answer to life, the universe, and everything. So adopting that as Unit 42, we hope within Unit 42 of Palo Alto Networks to be the answer to life, the universe of everything as it relates to cyber threats and cyber incidents. If you're not familiar with Unit 42, hopefully at least you're familiar with Palo Alto Networks. Unit 42, who we are an organization inside of Palo Alto Networks, who is the largest standalone cybersecurity company on the planet. We within Unit 42, we have a special mission within Palo Alto Networks, and then the first mission is to really protect all of Palo Alto Networks customers and even beyond that customer base by integrating the threat intelligence that we have from our threat research team and all the telemetry that we get out of our widely deployed solutions to be able to accumulate a significant amount of threat intelligence and really build that into our product set so that we can block threats before they become a problem. So we take a prevention first approach. But then what we do is through the course of all that research, provide a lot of just information and threat intelligence and publish various different reports and other types of collateral and deep dives into attacks and TTPs to our customers, as well as openly. If you go to the Unit 42 website, you'll see a lot of research that we provide. But then the other new area of responsibility from a Unit 42 perspective is twofold. We have well over 200 consultants that focus on incident response and digital forensics, and we have worked some of the largest cases and matters that you've probably seen publicly in the news over the past 4 or 5 years from an incident response standpoint. I'm going to cover some of that today, but we also work with our customers to hopefully make sure that they aren't having to call us for digital forensics or incident response. And we work with them proactively to assess risk, to help build out security programs, incident response, and doing purple teaming, et cetera, with those organizations to build up their cyber defenses in hopes that they won't have to use us in the case of a specific incident or emergency. So a little bit about us, right, and what we've seen. So we produce significant reports. You can go in and search the Unit 42 incident response report. We just published this about 2 months ago. And what we do is we look back at what we've seen from the past 12 months from engagements that we've been involved in. And out of all the cases that we've worked from a Unit 42 standpoint, ransomware was the top incident. 36%, more than 1/3 of all the cases and matters that we get engaged in are that of ransomware. But right behind that is business email compromise. Now, I'm going to focus a lot of my conversation today around ransomware, but BEC, business email compromise, is something that people should be aware of as well. While ransomware makes a lot of headlines, business email compromise kind of sits behind the scenes, and organizations are losing large sums of money through fraudulent wire transfer as threat actors are finding ways to social engineer their way into the email and accounts payable systems in a lot of organizations. And we help organizations both investigate business email compromise as well as go after the threat actors to get their money back. But speaking of ransomware, over the last 9 months, I'm going to focus in on one attack from one ransomware variant. We see ebbs and flows. Lockbit's coming, has picked up a lot significantly in the past 3 or 4 months. Black Cat or LV is another one that we see. But I'm going to talk a little bit about Hive. Hive is a newer ransomware organization that we've been working with. And over the last 9 months, our digital forensics, incident response, and threat intel teams have been deeply involved in several cases with this threat group. But we haven't been working alone. We partnered with various different certs, so Lithuania cert, Portugal cert, Europol, law enforcement in the UK, and the FBI here in the US. And for most of those that don't know this is a rather unusual, maybe unique thing that we do at Unit 42. Many teams aren't so closely aligned or able to collaborate globally as we do with a lot of law enforcement agencies. And I'm going to touch on one specific case, but before I get into this case, I want to give you a little background on Hive and just ransomware in general. Hive is a ransomware as a service operator, and it's one of those emerging ransomware as a service organizations across the world right now. We suspect that multiple groups of threat actors are working as affiliates of this program. And as we work a lot of these cases, whether it's Hive, Black Hat, Lockbit, Conti, now defunct, as we work these cases, we now discover that these groups are actually prone to mistakes. And so what I'm going to do is highlight a specific case that highlights this. And so late last year and early into this year, an IT organization, and specifically a professional within that organization based in Denmark, couldn't access the system that they thought they should be able to access, and they were seeing indications that something wasn't right, and early indications from an end user perspective that there was a ransomware incident, and that's where we got involved. They had a retainer with Unit 42, and within about 30 minutes of them, reaching out to us under that retainer, we kicked off an incident response engagement. Our team started digging through some of the data, and over the next few months, we uncovered a crime spree that spanned about 30 different victim organizations across 20 countries. We worked with 9 law enforcement agencies around the globe, and we shared a lot of data and intelligence. And with this, just for the one specific customer I'm going to highlight here, we prevented a massive financial loss to this organization and actually denied the threat actors about $1 million in ransom. So with the help of law enforcement and some of our partners, we've protected also the unauthorized disclosure of millions of records and terabytes, not just from this impacted organization, but by others, and also provide a lot of information to law enforcement about this specific Hive affiliate. And as the agencies are building their cases around this specific attack group, we expect to hear some news and hopefully some headlines about arrests related to Hive. So to give you a timeline about this threat actor, our incident response team was tasked to investigate this attack at this company in Denmark, and in the first 48 hours, we actually identified 4 of the threat actor servers where we had evidence of a compromised network belonging to a university out of Portugal. So then what we did is we reached out to the Portugal CSIRT and learned that most of the client's IT and the development and security functions from the target organization were in Lithuania. So I'm getting you a lot of geographic context here. The reason why is because the organization that was the target of this initial attack had a significant operating infrastructure in Lithuania. And when we traced back those servers to the attacker's infrastructure, we could see that they were also in Lithuania. And when these kind of things happen, we at Unit 42, while we do get cooperation from law enforcement, if it's an organization in one country and law enforcement's in another, sometimes it's very difficult to get that collaboration. But this is great from a ability to get speed and response, because the attacker was in Lithuania as well as the target organization. So we were able to get really good cooperation with Lithuania's CERT and their law enforcement and their NCSC to actually seize the threat actor's Cobalt Strike system. So if you're not familiar with what Cobalt Strike is, it's probably the most popular tool used by attackers to set up backdoors and command and control to systems, and also provide data exfiltration. Now, when we worked with the Lithuanian CERT and their law enforcement, they took down those servers, and this disrupted this specific high variance operation. But now that we had access to their infrastructure, our analysis team dug deep. We uncovered about 30 more potential victims in 20 countries, and many of these victims were hit well before we started to work for our client. And then we also, one of the things that's unique to Unit 42 is we negotiate with threat actors. This threat actor was trying to get two ransoms out of us. First, they wanted payment for the decryption key to decrypt and unlock their files, but they also wanted to be paid to not disclose the data that they stole and exfiltrated in the attack. Attackers know that organizations are under pressure to get their data back and limit the negative fallout that comes with this type of publicity. So for attackers, this double extortion technique has become incredibly commonplace, as it increases the ability for a threat actor to get paid in the case of an attack. But in this case, since we took the server down and we had access to the actual data within those servers, we had leverage. So we negotiate with these threat actors. We set up a covert, or the actual threat actor sets up a covert channel, and during the negotiation, the opening negotiation, the threat actor wanted $1.2 million in Bitcoin. Our partners in law enforcement, like I said, had that Hive server. We had the Hive server in our possession, and we were already helping our client restore their data back. But because the threat actor didn't know that, it gave us the ability to negotiate harder. It also gave us time to collect more intelligence on them, and this is ultimately what we would share with law enforcement. So we continue on with this negotiation, and the next day we asked them for proof that they had the files for this client. Of course they didn't, because the server was locked in an evidence room and we were combing through a forensics copy. So there was expected back and forth, but we kept demanding proof that they had the files. Then abruptly the threat actor just cut the ransom demand in half. We don't know if they realized that we were onto them, but this was a good sign that we could push them even further. And we do this every day, by the way, in terms of negotiations with threat actors. But instead of jumping at their new offer, we kept on insisting of seeing proof that the clients had their files. They kept insisting the threat actor that the hard drive had been damaged, so they immediately even dropped their price another $200,000, promising to never disclose the matter. But through this negotiation, it was pretty obvious that they didn't have our files. But we were still looking to save our client as much money as possible, because while we were restoring some data, we wanted to make sure that we did get that decryptor, because there was some content that we needed back. So we offered $100,000 for the decryption key, which meant we were saving our clients about 92% in the ransomware payout through this negotiation. Still not a great outcome for the organization. It's better than paying $1.2 million, but it also really impacted the threat actor's reputation. But the threat actor squirmed and ultimately agreed. I think after these negotiations, they realized that they were dealing with Unit 42, and they basically called their generosity a late holiday gift. So let's go over just a couple of the highlights. First, we prevented our clients from having a large financial loss of about $1.2 million. We brought that down to saving them $1.1 million by only having them pay $100,000. I don't like it, But in some cases, to get that data back, organizations, not us, organizations that we work with do make the choice to pay a ransom from time to time. But by working with various law enforcement agencies, we were able to prevent our clients' data from leaking, which was a major concern for them because we got the data before the threat actor was able to make copies of it. And we love that, the fact that we destroyed their ability to damage our client's reputation. And then we provided a lot more data back to law enforcement to help with their criminal investigation. But that was just one example of many of the cases that we've worked. And just to give you an idea of what we're seeing from a ransomware standpoint, we see demands and payment trends, demands as high as $30 million, and we've had payouts as high as 8.5. As far as organizations go, we see a good amount of attacks going towards finance and real estate and retail. What's really not showing up on here is healthcare, hospitality, and local education is also being hit, probably not to the extent in terms of payment, but we're seeing a higher degree of volume, specifically within state and local government and higher ed. But as I mentioned, attackers are using multi-extortion techniques because a lot of organizations, while ransomware's been around for a while, have good capabilities to restore from backups. In fact, we see ransomware attacks immediately when they get a foothold in an organization going after destroying backups as quickly as they can. But what that does is force the attackers to now go and exfiltrate data and threaten to release that sensitive data if a ransom isn't met. So that gives them something in their back pocket to use as leverage. As far as how they're getting in initially, 68% of our ransomware incidents that we see out there, so roughly 2/3 of them either come from a software vulnerability. So we see a lot of unpatched VPNs that need to be patched. So if you're running your own VPN on site, good idea to patch it. If you're running on-prem, web servers or email servers, say Exchange on-prem, you've got to keep those updated as those present a significant attack surface for actors. But we also see a lot of credential attacks where, these ransomware as a service attacks make it easy for toolkits to be exploited and also leverage credentials that may have been harvested through organizations that really focus in on harvesting and selling credentials on the dark web. And that's led to a significant amount of remote desktop protocol, aka ransomware deployment protocol, being leveraged when credentials are compromised. So being able to understand your desktop or your attack surface is key. Where do you have VPNs? Where is RDP tuned up in places that you wouldn't expect? Where do you have cloud that is moving that you aren't aware of, cloud instances that are being created? And 28 days is the median dwell time that we see after initial access. So the amount of time that actors have to scan and move laterally in the network is 28 days. While that's coming down, it's not coming down fast enough. So real quick, 7 issues that threat actors don't want you to address, or the way that, that's kind of the way to look at it from the person trying to frustrate the threat actor, but let's call it just best practices that organizations should adopt. And the primary one to focus on is multi-factor authentication. Credentials are being used heavily through RDP, through VPN compromise, through multiple different ways to attack organizations. And if you're not using multi-factor authentication, it's very easy for threat actors. I know for some folks on this phone, you can't believe that someone would go this day and age without having their VPN or their SASE environment or their SaaS environment protected through multi-factor, but there are lots of organizations that do not have that. So multi-factor is key, and having that configured is key. In 44% of our cases, organizations didn't have endpoint detection or EDR or XDR tools. They were running on base antivirus, which stops some of the commoditized attacks. But a good XDR solution gives not only the ability to block either behavioral-based IOCs or other types of signatures, but gives you the visibility for those attacks that are using new TTPs that you haven't seen before. So tuning, maintaining, and watching. I've had organizations with incidents and large-scale ransomware that had an XDR solution, but nobody was watching the console to see alerts come through. I mentioned this earlier, patch management in 28% of the cases, having poor patch management led to compromise. So looking at your attack surface and keeping your software up to date. Number 4 is mitigations for brute force attacks. Just looking at being able, so in 13% of cases, looking at being able to identify when someone's trying to brute force a password in your environment. So password lockouts and alerts inside of a SIM, which gets me to number 5, just being able to look at all this data coming into your security information event management or SIM solution. It's great that you collect the data, but how do you correlate and prioritize those alerts? And then number 6 is looking at password security. Again, multi-factor is key and important, but password guessing sometimes leads to ways that threat actors are getting in. And the final area, number 7, is misconfiguration, right? And misconfigurations are becoming even more commonplace as an initial entry point, especially as organizations go more towards some of the cloud service providers. So cloud solutions and cloud platform as a service is a great solution, but configuration of that environment is critical, right? Good user hygiene, good role definition, and good controls around who can do what inside of these cases is incredibly important. So those are the things to look at. So just a quick summary from a Unit 42 perspective. To learn more about ransomware, you can download our threat report, our incident response report, or if you just go to unit42.com, by all means, download and reach out to us if you have any questions. And if you are under attack, by all means, reach out to us and we'll see if we can help you. I don't know if I left any time for questions, but happy to take any questions if anybody has any.
You did. We definitely have some time. Thank you so much, Kevin. That was an awesome presentation. And I have to tell you, I literally fist pumped when you told us the nomenclature, the reasoning behind your name is so cool. And you got another high five from the audience. I did not know that, and I love that. So good choice to whoever picked that name for you guys. Love that.
Awesome. Great. Thanks. And that was long before my time, but I'll take credit for it if you want to give me
You're the face of it today. We're giving you all the credit. Well, thank you for that, Kevin. So a couple of questions that we're going to jump into, but before we do that, I do want to point out that we've got that poll up for you all. So what we want to know is what additional information would you like about the Palo Alto Network's Unit 42 solution? So as I said, I've said this before, but again, this is just a lot to cover today, a lot to try to retain, a lot to remember. You guys are all doing your own research. You're all figuring out how you need to apply the solutions that you're learning about at your organization and what might work for you. So that's a big job. So this is an easy, it's the easy button, right? Click on that poll and somebody's going to hand you information. Doesn't get any easier than that. So let them know what information you would like to get, and Unit 42 will make sure that you have the answers to life, the universe, and everything. It doesn't get any better than
love
that.
it.
So. All right. So Kevin, we're going to jump into some questions here. You ready?
Sure. Let's go.
Perfect. Okay. Now you mentioned this. You said, I don't like this, but some of our organizations that we work with will pay the ransom. And so one of our audience members here is wondering, can you tell us why a company would pay the ransom versus not?
So in many cases, it comes down to a business decision, not a security decision or even, an ethical decision. If you put yourself, and I do this oftentimes when we have a ransomware matter that we're investigating, is put myself in that organization's shoes, right? And many companies can measure specific revenue customer losses that occur for every minute that they're not able to provide services to their customer in every hour. So it comes down to a business decision in many cases. If you can pay that ransom, get your data restored in, let's say, a 36 to 48 hour window versus trying to restore for backup, trying to figure out what you do and don't have that may take weeks. I have one customer right now that is probably still 7 weeks since the initial ransomware incident, and they probably only have about 20% of their enterprise restored. And you take that to, say, a healthcare organization, which we've seen, where the sense of urgency and other critical aspects of operations, not just from a financial perspective, come into play. There's a lot of pressure to get things resolved quickly, and sometimes it's cheaper from a restoration standpoint to get data back up and running, to pay a ransom, get the keys in place, and then get the data back from the keys that you use to decrypt that data. And then from that point, okay, let's improve our security posture, because I will tell you, 11% of organizations that we worked with in just the past 12 months, this is the second time they've been hit by ransomware. So just because you paid the ransom once doesn't mean that another organization or threat actor is not going to come in and exploit similar vulnerabilities. So it should be a wake-up call as to what can we do now that we may have paid that ransom to improve our cybersecurity so that we don't have to pay it again. And a lot of times it's not buying new technology. It's let's take a step back, understand our risk, understand our crown jewels, and let's really build out a stronger security program, not just a technology stack.
That's so interesting. I think so many of us assume like, oh, well, we just got hit by lightning, we're not going to get hit again. And then, but in some ways you almost relax. The worst has happened, but
well,
as
if you've
say,
got the tallest building, if you got the tallest building in open field,
yeah, we're all running around on a golf course with big metal poles over our head. Okay, so you were just talking about this a little bit, and you kind of brushed on it, but it hits on another question from our audience here around the additional costs. So there's the cost of ransomware and tools and protection, but one of our members here is wondering about, beyond just the ransom demand, what other costs can an organization consider, or should they be considering, when they're determining the financial implications of a ransomware event?
Yeah, so a lot of it is, there's other hard costs like potential litigation, et cetera. But I'll give you an example of an organization that we recently worked with that had a ransomware incident, and the ransom ask was $2.5 million for this specific organization. And it had a data exfiltration element to it, as well as a significant amount of their data was encrypted, and really halted their operations for quite a period of time. They chose not to pay the ransom, right? So when you do that, now you're really going to factor into what the costs are outside of just paying that. And their rationale was, we could pay this 2.5, but that's really not going to stop somebody else from coming in. So there's how do we get the data back? How do we recover our system? So there were hard costs associated with that. That they had to take into account. And even if you paid the ransom or were able to recover, it just doesn't happen automatically. It takes people to rebuild. And then as you rebuild these images, you also need to go back in and ensure they're clean. Because, well, if one ransomware actor is in there, chances are there are other threat actors in there as well. So there's a lot of cleanup that needs to happen, as well as just rebuild and reorganization. And there's costs to that in terms of, when I say reorganization, changing the way your security team aligns itself to the business to protect the organization. And there may be technologies that need to be acquired as well in some cases. The epidemic that I see in the world today is way too many technologies. So I ask organizations, hey, you could probably save money and take out a few of these security controls to put in ones that are more effective. But there's those hard costs that we see as well, in addition to most organizations measure uptime, downtime with some sort of dollar amount to it. So lost business is a huge, if you can make that tangible, that's another cost that comes from this ransomware issue that we're seeing. So while it may look like it's only a $3 million ransomware ask, oftentimes it could be 10x that in terms of ultimately the costs to recover.
Well, that is a lot of food for thought. Thank you, Kevin. We had Will out here has chimed in and said, I hope everyone has their towel. Everyone's prepared. Gilbert wants to know if Unit 42 is the answer to cyber life, the universe, and everything. Yes, I think safe to say you've definitely engaged the audience today, which is great because it's been a long day, Kevin, and it's been a lot of fun talking to you.
Great. Well, it's a noble goal for us. I can't say we answer everything, but we're working towards it. So.
Hey, you got to have goals, Kevin. That's key. Kevin, before you take off, if somebody wants to get started with Unit 42, besides grabbing their towel and sticking their thumb out, what's the next step?
Next step is if you go to unit42.com, there's an opportunity there. First of all, while unit42.com is there, we share lots of threat intelligence. We provide updates to our research reports on there. You can go there, click to subscribe to our newsletter. Trust me, hopefully you don't get too much marketing follow-up. I don't think you will. It's more thought leadership than it is sales follow-up. If a business development rep calls you because you clicked our Unit 42 link, I apologize, and that shouldn't happen, but it's there more for research sharing. But you can go there, and that will show you how to, get in touch with us if you do have something you want to talk about, or just to download our research to learn more.
Love it. All right. Well, thank you so much again for being here, for some good laughs and good info and a lot of insightful discussion here. So I really appreciate that, Kevin. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thanks for having me on the Megacast. Love it.
And to anyone out there that filled out the poll, thank you to you as well. Those of you asking questions, I do want to remind you again that we will make sure that those questions go to the Palo Alto Networks and Unit 42 team, so you will get answers back for any question that we didn't get to. I also want to remind you all to head on over to that Handouts tab. You can download Unit 42 Threat Intel and Incident Response Services Overview, Intelligence-Driven, Response Ready. I love that. It's fun, easy to read handout, lots of great information, definitely worth checking out. So be sure to snag that PDF, download that, save that for later. And hey, we've got another prize giveaway now. So we are going to, hang on, I'm just moving my thing over here. Yep, there we go. I knew there was a prize in the wings there. We're going to give away a $500 Amazon gift card. Quick reminder that you do need to be here present at the webinar with us in the Megacast in order to qualify to win here. So our next winner is Sean Diaz of Nebraska. Sean Diaz of Nebraska, you have won a $500 Amazon gift card. So congratulations to Sean. As always, we will be in touch about claiming your prize after we wrap up today. Don't forget that there's still a couple more chances to win a prize today, plus that Best Question gift card, and that's from every session. So keep asking those questions, keep getting those in, and we will take a look at those after we wrap. All right. Gilbert says, so long and thanks for all the fish. And we're not quite there yet. We've got a couple more presentations, so hang tight with us, hitchhikers. Let's move. Boy, I hope there's no copyright infringement here. I got to stop quoting the book. Let's move it along in our presentation. We're going to hear from another really exciting expert. Just one of my all-around favorites to chat with. Absolutely fascinating human. We're going to chat with Andrew Miller, Principal Technologist at Pure Storage. Andrew, thank you so much for being here with us today. I know that you have a great presentation lined up for us. So I'm going to hand the mic right on over to you.
Hey, thanks so much, as always, for the kind introduction. It is so great to be part of yet another Actual Tech Megacast. I continue loving seeing how Actual Tech keeps growing, knowing David and Scott and James back in the day, and how they keep doing great work. But I think we're here to talk about a specific topic and probably should dive in a little bit. So my name is Andrew Miller, Principal Technologist here at Pure Storage. And as you can see from the slide, we are here today to talk about break free of ransomware, addressing attacks before, during, and after. Now, what I want to do today is not start with immediately what Pure Storage does. That's where I am right now, right? But what I actually want to start is, frankly, a little bit more educational. Hopefully, we're going to look through, actually go pretty deep into the anatomy of an attack within the time that we have. Then we're going to explore some defense in-depth principles. And then finally, going to put some solutions, architectural principles to think about and how Pure can help. And a teaser, I do think that Pure does have something unique in this space. Before we get going, since you're stuck listening to me for a little while, a brief introduction, and I'll just go ahead and get out of the way here. So Andrew Miller, Principal Technologist, Office of the CTO, like I said, at Pure. Been here about 3.5 years now. Potentially, most importantly for today, started on the customer side, kind of admin to engineer to architect, everything from storage to virtualization to networking. There's some security stuff in there, even help desk way back in the day in college. 8 years on the partner side, building out solutions, an SE to manager director, a couple years building out a technical marketing team. That's actually probably why I'm here, because you go back about 5-6 years ago is where I start to be somewhat of a public voice on this topic, for better or worse. I didn't mean for it to be that long, but if you put Andrew Miller ransomware into Google, you'll find stuff both from Pure and from previous places that I was. And like I said, here at Pure, a liaison between product management and engineering. In our role, we're the steward of the roadmap, and also working with larger customers and partners. And tried not to sell my technical soul over the years. And if nothing else, that's actually the V-expert, and really appreciate the community that's been built out. And if nothing else, you got to see a picture of a kangaroo today. So there you go. But diving in, like we said, and I'll come back here. So a little bit of, starting with both anatomy attack, but really, how did we get to this dystopia? If you like, I like to read a lot. One of the genres is around dystopian fiction. So, we wish our life was like this. And maybe in the last couple of years with more remote work trends, et cetera, you've been doing this. Be careful of the sound on the laptop. They don't go together well. But we know that life is actually more like this, right? It's nonstop crazy. There's new projects, there's new tickets, there's emergencies. The CIO walks in the door, all this stuff. And to the middle of this comes ransomware. And this is as basic as we get, right? But just to set the table, make sure, encrypt your stuff until you pay money, you don't get it back, right? Or out of college, I was actually a backup admin. So in that case, a little bit of a snarky definition of ransomware is a problem that requires restoring huge amounts of data from systems that just weren't designed for it. You'd ask me if I was a backup admin, hey, can you restore really quick 50% of the data center? I'd be like, that doesn't make any sense. It's not what you gave me the budget for or ever even asked me for. So unpacking the anatomy of an attack, and I've done various versions of this over the years. There's things that we're going to leave out a little bit, but it always does start with day zero, or it'll often refer to as the point of infiltration. Now, I used to spend more time around how attackers would get access to environments, just because it was more of a question of if versus when. The best story that I often will put in here is, as I'm in Toronto talking about this topic, the gentleman came up afterwards and said the day before he'd received what looked like it was an email from the iTunes or the App Store for $49.99, $50. And you're like, man, hopefully that's not make or break money for anybody here. But what did I or my wife or my kids buy? Or my spouse, like that. That's crazy. That's $50 for an app. The only thing wrong in that email was you'd have to look in the view source and see the HTML to see that the dispute this purchase link wasn't actually going to Apple, but to something else that looked like an Apple URL, but wasn't. And if you think about the zero-day browser vulnerabilities in Firefox and Chrome, et cetera, we've got a problem, right? Less time here, and there's a lot of good stuff to be done here around network protection, endpoint, and access. But at that point, the attackers are getting in. And now we're into the idea of dwell time or gestation period, if you will. So, going back 6 years ago, even when I started talking about this, some of it was kick off the encryption phase of the attack right away. In 2018, the average attack length was 206 days, 2019, 51 days, 2020, 2 to 6 weeks. The numbers have gotten mushier, longer, and shorter. But the key point is that attackers are getting in and trying to get almost to what I used to do when I was on the customer side, doing like consulting for data center migrations. Let's figure out all the things and what talks to everything else. And, this server over here on the side, and does it still do anything? I guess it does. We find that when we power it off. So they're trying to get preferably to the holy grail of domain admin credentials. In this case, I know of an example of a hospital where the storage admin's machine was compromised because they pushed a keylogger to his machine from the help desk after they'd compromised domain admin credentials. I'm anonymizing all the stories here, right? What we've seen recently, though, is one other piece. And like it says, optional but real. In other words, this doesn't happen every single time. But right before the encryption phase of the attack, so let's build this out a little bit more, so into the point of encryption, the attacker's going in and trying to remove the means of data protection, which is super logical. You think about it. They're in the business of making money. If you have a means to recover without paying the ransom, you won't pay them. They're going to go after what that is. So this is erasing snapshots on arrays, breaking backups, backup data targets, if you will. Again, I'm extending that story of a gentleman in a hospital. It was the day after the storage admin went on vacation. They got in and actually removed snapshots from a system. They trashed the backups, even the replicated copies, and more of a large manufacturing organization where something similar happened. They actually compromised the IT operations password database, which no matter how good your security is and how long and complex the passwords are, if you get in there, all bets are off. Now, at this point, we're into the phase of what I would call, we're starting to be into recovery mode. But the other piece here in good term to know is incident response, or incident IR, capital I, capital R. This is the idea of before we can just go and bring things back online, we've got to figure out how the attackers got in and what all they got access to so we can know what to clean up. Because then from a recovery standpoint, it can't take weeks to months. That's a story of a Fortune 500 that almost went out of business due to some of this, right? When all they had left was tape. That's the weeks to month comment, because tape is just barely better than nothing in this scenario. But we're looking at a restore scenario where we want to come back to preferably T-1 second right before the point of encryption. Key point, and this is where it varies some from disaster recovery, because if we're thinking about a ransomware attack, if we don't have the data in its unencrypted state, we don't even get to start. Do not pass go, do not collect $200, right? But if we restore back to before the point of infiltration, that might be weeks or months. I mean, I don't like even Pure, any business, you roll the systems of record back, weeks or months, you go out of business. So it becomes this very key variation of a recovery point objective. And yes, we're in some kind of DR concepts here of going right before the point of encryption, but with a very fast RTO, often from systems that aren't necessarily designed for it, right? Like my original story, for real, want to be in a backup admin, kind of thing. There's also one other key point here to make, which is that often when you look at organizations, sometimes up the org chart, you may be at a board level, there's a sense of, hey, we may not have a choice but to pay the ransom. It's not that we want to, but we think we might not have a choice, right? So in that case, actually, I realize maybe I should get out of the way of this for just a minute. We'll go to, turn that off there so you can see. In that case, there's no guarantee from paying the ransom. And this is where the only story that I tell that's not anonymized, a Colonial Pipeline. If you look at what they said publicly, they were hit by ransomware. They analyzed the attack, and then they chose to pay the ransom. After that, they ended up recovering from the exact same methods they just determined were too slow or slow enough they needed to pay the ransom. So what's up with that? They publicly stated, they actually realized it. So you look at the decryption tools, and let's assume the attacker's honest, kind of. So you pay them ransom, they give you the decryption tool. One, do you think they're going to be optimizing the infiltration and the encryption tools or optimizing the decryption tools? Second, even if they are relatively optimized, decryption is computationally intensive, right? And then you've got to validate and make sure they're decrypted correctly. So this is a question of compute and RAM and IO going across, right? So there's another story in an Andreessen Horowitz podcast talking about an organization that 3 months after they got the encryption tools were still decrypting some of the data. Because once they start to kick off the encryption phase of the attack, it's encrypt as much as you can really fast, right? So, going back to that whole, can you restore 50% of your data center really fast from backups? One last item here before we get into some defense in depth and how Pure can help. Now, if you'd asked me when I was a data center architect, I had responsibility for most stuff, just about everything except actually the mainframes and AIX pieces. Is everything in your data center patched and up to date and hardened? That's an extremely uncomfortable question, right? I know how much work there is to do every day, and new patches and hardening guidelines and all this stuff, right? So this, the height of the stack and all the different pieces, the attack vectors, if you will, is why slowing the growth of ransomware in the near term, and I've been saying this now for years, sadly, is almost impossible, because the attackers only have to be right once. We have to be right every single time. Even the idea of a little bit of asymmetric warfare, if you will. Next. Oh, and also, I left one thing out. This is not inherently an on-prem discussion or a cloud discussion. Even with, say, AWS, the shared responsibility model. You're responsible for some things, the cloud provider is responsible, but there's still many things in your realm of responsibility. Next, getting some hope. The real hope is the last section, but defense in depth. This is definitely a defense in depth discussion. It's all hands on deck. If anyone tells you they have a silver bullet that will solve this problem, I wonder why it's still been going on for years, right? So easy in theory, but hard in practice. My peer, Andy Stone, often field CTO for Pure and a previous CISO and CTO, often goes much deeper on this. And actually, so can I on this section. We're, adapting to the time. So when we look at this, we're going to start using now, as was mentioned in the title, a before, during, and after frame for a lens to look at attacks. So there's a lot here. We're going to kind of cruise through this, but hopefully you're thinking about it. And even if you know some of this, and even the previous thing about anatomy attack, can you explain it to other folks internally? Like, do we really know something until we can teach it? That kind of idea. Before, patch management is critical. This isn't necessarily fun, but it shrinks down the attack surface. Critical patches very quickly, hours, days, whatever it is, probably days, as well as on a regular patch cycle otherwise. Logging is interesting here because you remember what we said about incident response. It's looking at logs actually to figure out how the attackers got in and what all they got access to. And you won't know what you need to log until it's too late because you need to look back in time. So this gets into the principle of logging basically everything. If you can log it, log it. And then if you have the right tools and performance underneath the tools to start to shift from logging even more to analytics, right? That we can get potentially closer to real-time or real-time signs of a threat actor. Story here, actually from a company that got hit via the SolarWinds attack. The first indication they had of the attackers is they had an account executive, someone in sales, okay, logging into a Windows Active Directory domain controller. There's no world in which anybody in sales should be logging into Active Directory domain controllers, even if they're great AEs, SEs, et cetera. That's not their role. Of course, looking for indicators of compromise. We can do that out of analytics. That's a capital I and a capital C as a term. Of course, training. Great companies like KnowBe4. They're often on Megacast as well. Next, during an attack. Now, there is sometimes the inclination to think that we may need to just shut things down. The goal is to actually take systems offline so that attackers can't keep going through them. Actually part 2 of, this story here where they, detected someone logging in was actually that they were then following through the environment as they tried to cut off internet access. So Microsoft's actually on record of saying that they can get off the internet, not the Azure side of Microsoft, but the corporate side, get off the internet within about 14 minutes, which is crazy to think about, a multinational company, the scale of Microsoft. So this then gets into, well, how do the good guys, your vendor support you get in? The most simplistic version is a laptop that's a jump box connected to tethering a cell phone. There should be much more formal stuff than that with multiple internet connections and access. Being able to identify the type of attack was launched, the breadth, and especially around communication. Now, this is a big theme. If you haven't done a tabletop exercise inside your environment, I strongly encourage you to do that. That's not as much a technology discussion as how if the attack comes in and we see this ransom note, who's notified, how they're asked. We actually did this as Pure. We've done this internally. There were about 25 folks that were part of the actual tabletop exercise, about 25 plus folks that were part of the monitoring team. That was me. I was in monitor mode because I don't do this stuff hands-on, to be real. I haven't in the past, or not now inside Pure. It's just not my role. So what was fascinating there was that a lot of the discussion, there was some stuff about recovery, and we'll get to that Pure can help with, but a lot more was around who's notified and what do they say. And if something, it looks like an employee on Twitter that talks about an attack, is it really the employee? Or is it someone with a compromised Twitter account or a fake Twitter account trying to manipulate the stock price? All this stuff, right? Going through that ahead of time is critical. This would be to be done internally or via consultants potentially too. Last, after. This does start to get into things that feel a little bit like disaster recovery or business impact analysis, put your applications into priority recovery tiers based on RPO and RTO. Absolutely leverage any work that you've done there. But key item, it's not a bring back online, it's bring back into an offline environment, the data right before the point of encryption, so that then what you found or your incident response teams, maybe companies you have on retainer to do that, can tell you then how to identify and clean out malware infections, change credentials, etc. Constant communication. Now, in this scenario, when we're into what is really kind of the last line of defense here, one other key principle. If you have systems here that require day-to-day care and feeding, they won't be there when you need them because there'll be so much else to do. So a high impact recovery from a ransomware attack is as high impact as it gets, but it's not happening every single day. And complexity in those last line of defense solutions is killer. Maybe a little bit of a cheap jokes here because, hey, we've been a little bit serious, so a little bit of the coffee dog, right? It's almost the sense of like, hey, there's all this stuff going on. I know there's risk, but the fire right now is just keeping my coffee warm. I'm fine with this. And sometimes, and I've been here too, we can almost get a little bit immune to the level of risk that we've taken on, especially in scenarios that are high impact, low probability. So How does Pure help? Or the hope? Continuing with the before, during, and after framework. Now, these are both architectural principles you can apply to multiple solutions, as well as that you can apply to Wolf. So how we fulfill those with Pure. So first, before, something that's simple to implement and operate, or like we mentioned, it probably won't be there when you need it if it's not easy enough to set up and keep running on a day-to-day basis. Some of the solutions in this space that I see require huge amounts of day-to-day operational overhead. During the attack, knowing that someone can't compromise the data, both immutability, and even if they have compromised admin credentials. We hit on that in the anatomy of attack. Attackers going after that. But after the attack, then, if we've done all the work up here and it's not fast enough to recover to avoid major organizational, financial, reputational impact, it's almost like the work that we did up here doesn't count. And that's really painful to think about, right? So speed, not just for recovery, potentially restoring multiple times as we're iteratively figuring out what the attackers got into and what they did. So first line of defense. Now we're moving into how Pure can help. Immutable snapshots on primary data. If you were wondering, is he going to talk about snapshots at some point? Yeah, here you go. Because nothing is faster than metadata. And there are times where I almost feel like up here, I almost don't want to call snapshots because I've worked with snapshots on a lot of other platforms. And I'll often say that, snapshots on Pure are what snapshots want to be when they grow up, if you will, right? That you can make them instantly. You can take tons of them, up to current maximum is 100,000. When you make them, they don't take any space. They're deduplicating compresses that diverge from the baseline. They're independent from the volume they were taken from. So you don't have to, split them off. The recovery process, you just copy a snapshot to a new volume or over top of an existing volume. That's a test dev scenario. They have always been immutable on FlashArray and FlashBlade. There's some nuances between the platforms, right? But this is a platform discussion for Pure. And as well, if you haven't had the scenario of someone compromising the admin credentials of your backup systems or storage systems, this is all that you need. If you go to blog.purestorage.com and Google on and search on ransomware healthcare, you actually find a hospital that was able to recover from a ransomware attack with just snapshots. They hadn't gotten down to the administrative levels, fortunately. So sometimes I feel like I should spend more time here because this is one of the key ingredients. Next, what if all of your data is not on Pure yet? Or maybe, there are things that you have different recovery tiers and it's not worth the space. There is some cost having snapshots, even as they diverge from the baseline, increased capacity usage. So this is where, from a Pure standpoint, we partner with many different backup providers, not as a rip and replace discussion, but an augment discussion to provide a fast recovery tier within a backup infrastructure. You see some of the ones here, whether it's Commvault or Veeam. Veeam does scale out backup repository, SOBR, which is a great acronym, right? That you could have the most recent 7 or 14 days of backups, maybe either on a FlashArray C, which is a great combination of speed and cost, performance and cost, different QLC, or on FlashBlade. That's actually where we validated out over a petabyte per day restore speeds, which is a crazy number. And this is going to be backups. It can even be, things like database dumps, because in some ways it's not a backup discussion now, it's a restore discussion, right? Because we're not actually as worried about the backup windows as the restore window in mass for huge amounts of data. Now, if you've been following along, you may be thinking, okay, I get some of the simplicity. Snapshots are easy enough to set up and keep running, or you can see they are on Pure. Hopefully you trust me on that, as well as maybe from a backup standpoint. If I'm not on Pure, I can augment what I have. I don't have to rip and replace. Hey, speed. Well, snapshots, if they're just metadata, you can copy them instantly to new volumes or bring back from backup. That's speed, or do that multiple times. Okay. He's mentioned immutability, which is kind of a fancy word for read-only. It can't be modified. But that immutability doesn't have anything inherently to do with can something be removed or deleted or destroyed in some way, right? And that would be the missing link. Sometimes I like to call it immutability plus. I have a peer likes, I think, super immutable snapshots, right? We provide this via what we call safe mode, but a little bit of an origin story. We had a customer who actually was running, they'd heavily invested in Pure. This is 5 years ago, had hundreds of Pure arrays. We're very happy with the simplicity and that the number of people that they had to manage a much larger fleet than they'd had previously. Then they went and flipped that analysis around and said, one person has access to a huge amount of stuff at an administrative level. What if they go out the door unhappy? What's the blast radius, if you will? So that then they came to us and said, this is actually a challenge. We trust our people, but it's a risk. Can you help us? It turns out that we could. And the way that we could was in a relatively lightweight way. I realized actually here I've been off video for a little bit, so I'll come back, in a relatively lightweight way where we could take our snapshots, build on top of them, because data removal on Pure has always been a two-step process. You destroy, and then it sits in kind of a recycle bin, and then you eradicate. So what we do is we lock down that final eradication step, extend some timers, look through the rest of the array for any other scenarios where schedules or other things will be manipulated to remove data faster than those timers. So basically, even if someone has local administrative access on a Pure system, they can actually go and do the final removal of the data faster than a timer that you set. Sometimes I'll refer to this as a permissions air gap, just because, frankly, the term air gap is not, there's not a true industry definition for this. Often it refers to what's really a network air gap or an operational, which is a network drawbridge that goes down, the data flows across, it goes back up. If the attackers are in for weeks or months, they're going to try and figure that out, right? So I say a permissions air gap because actually the only person that can override that final removal of the data is actually authorized company designees working with Pure support. This can apply to any data set, primary or application data, backup data. Remember what we talked about with logging and with analytics, the performance needed to make it real-time analytics? This is where Pure provides platforms that can dramatically accelerate and protect logging and analytics. We provide this on all of our platforms at no charge. Now, in some cases, this is almost a little bit too simple of a feature, but we can bake this in multiple ways throughout your infrastructure. You could use mutable snapshots on safe mode on a single array. You don't need a whole separate set of infrastructure. Use on two arrays that are synchronously replicating. If you've got snapshots or backup warehouses, replicated snapshots, or Pure living behind as a fast recovery tier between backup products, you can go and have that there. It could be underpinning your DR infrastructure. Even in some cases, this is Fortune 500, 100, maybe a data bunker, kind of thing. So you don't have to have all of these layers. You could have it with literally just one array, but you can layer these capabilities and this level of protection throughout your entire, tiered protection architecture. With that, I think I am at time and want to hit on a question or two. Recap, simple to implement and operate, safe mode, speed of recovery, and even though some of the forensics and analytics, reducing future attacks. Okay, questions and answers. I think I see a couple here. I'll try to take two or three on. First question. How far back, and I'm paraphrasing this a little bit, how far back do I need to restore? So this is where we go back to a little bit of the point of infiltration versus the point of encryption. Well, we go back to the point of infiltration, that might be weeks or months back. So it's really preferably right before the point of encryption, an offline environment. The next question is immutability. Is that good enough? Well, it's critical, but immutability doesn't mean that someone can't, if they have local admin credentials, get in. So that's the scenario to think about. What if someone, heaven forbid, compromises admin credentials? What can they do, even on the storage or the backup systems? Our last question here is kind of funny. I think this came in before I mentioned air gap. What about air gaps? Are they needed? So like I said, often air gaps are kind of a network drawbridge that goes down, it goes back up. So I can say, and there's a great blog post on Pure about our approach and our philosophy around air gaps. Safe mode provides what I'll often call a permissions air gap. I would often just be very careful about the term air gap in general. Make sure you understand what the vendor means by it and what it's accomplishing and the level of overhead, professional services, and costs that are attached to that. With that, I think that we are at time. Actual Tech team, thank you so much as always for a great event. Appreciate you hosting and also appreciate all of you listening. Thanks. Have a great day.
Well, thank you, Andrew. And yep, definitely having a better day because you were here with us. That was a lot of fun and a really enjoyable presentation, as you always give us. So thank you so much for that. I do want to tell everyone, remind you all out there that that poll question is up on the screen for you. So what additional information would you like about the Pure Storage solution? So we've talked about this a few times now. I'm just going to remind you again, this is a great way to make sure that you're getting the right follow-up from the webinar today. So you've just heard a bunch of different solutions, you're buzzing with ideas, you've got all kinds of things you want to put into action, and you're going to wake up tomorrow and you're going to remember like 30% of them. So download the resources in the handouts tab, fill out these polls, and it's the best way to make sure that you get the resources that you need in order to take action on some of these incredible opportunities and solutions that we've just learned about. So please do click on that poll. Let Pure Storage know how they can follow up with you. Well, again, a big thank you to Andrew. Thanks to everyone who asked a question. I do want to remind you that we are going to make sure that those get to Andrew and to the Pure Storage team. So you will get answers back. I know we only got to a few questions today, so we'll make sure that you get responses back to all the other questions that were asked. I am going to remind you again to check out that handouts tab if you haven't already done that. There's actually a link over to the ransomware survival kit from Pure Storage. Really cool, interesting resource there. So do check that out. The tagline, knock out ransomware, protect your data, business, and reputation. I love that. All of those things are important and worth visiting. So, and who doesn't love a good survival kit? So head on over there, check that out, make sure you've got that link opened and save that for after we wrap up the webinar. But that said, it is time for another prize giveaway. So we are going to give away another one of those $500 Amazon gift cards. This is not the last one. This is the second to last one. So if you're counting along at home, this is our second to last giveaway here. $500 Amazon gift card. You do need to be here present at the webinar in order to win. And our next winner of a $500 Amazon gift card is Chris Camara of Massachusetts. Chris Camara of Massachusetts, you have won. Congratulations. We will be in touch about your $500 Amazon gift card after we wrap. And a reminder that there's still a chance to win that best question. Even if we don't get to your question live, you are still entered to win. Gilbert, I have to agree with you. I also feel like Andrew gets an hour's worth of content into a 20-minute presentation. That's a great description, and I'm sure many of us are out there resonating with that. And I know that this next one is going to be in a similar vein because we're about to hear from 3 exciting experts. And folks, this is our very last presentation of the day. So if you're starting to feel a little bit of the day sitting on you, stand up, stretch it out, shake it off, because we've got one last presentation. I just shook it off if you could hear that as I'm bouncing around here. We've got one last presentation, so stay with us because this one is going to be very interesting. It's a little bit more of a discussion between 3 really incredible experts, and it's going to be fun to kind of sit in, be a fly on the wall as they dig into some things here from Equinix. So we're going to hear from Grace Andrews, Principal Product Evangelist at Equinix Metal, Peter Mahoney, Senior Manager, Sales Engineering at Dell Technologies, and Glenn Deckheiser, Principal Solutions Architect at Equinix. So Grace, Peter, and Glenn, thank you all so much for being here with us to bring us home on this Megacast. End it all in style. Grace, I think you are going to kick us off here today, so I'm going to hand the mic right on over to you.
So I'm Grace Andrews, and I'm a Principal Product Evangelist here at Equinix Metal. And today I'm joined by Peter Mahoney, who's a Senior Manager of Sales Engineering at Dell Technologies, and Glenn Deckheiser, who is a Principal Solutions Architect here at Equinix. And before we get started, I want to do a little bit of framing around what we're going to be talking about today and what we're identifying as the problem that we're helping to solve. So here are a couple of stats and figures that are from a global tech trends survey that we did this year in 2022. And so you'll see here, one of the first questions that help us to better understand what we're talking about today is how people are deploying to the cloud. So we see that there's hybrid cloud, private cloud, and public cloud, with hybrid cloud having the most amount of respondents across the globe, basically saying that it's a main part of their component of digital first strategies. And that's really important to keep in mind because, you know, in a world where a lot of people are more familiar with either private or public cloud life, this hybrid cloud infrastructure really is one that is everywhere and is a part of the future. And then when we think about what that means, we really have to ask ourselves, well, what are the expectations around cloud migrations? And you can see here that a lot of our surveyed respondents said that they will move more functions to the cloud. So as they go into this hybrid cloud model, they're actually going to be taking a lot of their resources, a lot of their functionality there. And that's really important to think about in a global connected market.
And the final figure that I want to introduce to help us with the framing today is the kind of threats that exist to the business and to overall business success as people move into this digital first strategy market. And I do want to emphasize a couple of points, one being around cyber attacks, security breaches, right? A lot of times when we think of threats to business, we may think of global shortages, or we may think of a shortage in talent. But the truth of the matter is, according to the respondents, a lot of people are really concerned about security, especially around cybersecurity and the potential for data leaks. And I think that that really serves as a good backdrop for what Glenn and Peter are going to be talking about today. So I'll go ahead and pass it off to Glenn and Peter.
So today, we're going to be talking about a solution that addresses many of the dynamics that Grace was talking about. First of all, we have customers that are moving dramatically quickly to the hybrid cloud, the multi-cloud, and are still relying on data protection architectures that they designed years ago, hoping that they would extend somehow to these other locations. However, we're finding that there's a big stress on the organization, and companies that find themselves victimized by cyber attacks, or that simply need to restore data from physical data loss or some sort of human error, are finding that their data protection architectures and operations aren't up to the challenge. And so what Dell and Equinix have done, have come together with Equinix's global locality and interconnectivity and married it with Dell's data domain technology, which reduces the amount of data not just stored on a device, but that can be transmitted from a source to a target. Combine this into a solution that is a very forward-thinking architecture for metro-located backup targets for lots of different backup software. Peter, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, so first of all, Glenn and Grace, thank you very much for the opportunity to join this tech talk. And this is one of the biggest topics right now in Dell Technologies. We have a great story around cyber recovery, but as you know, Grace, you kind of hit it in the very beginning. Everybody's moving to a cloud or with a hybrid cloud mindset. Cyber recovery and cyber attacks are like the number one topic that CISOs, CIOs, IT departments are having conversations with. Now, Dell Technologies, we have a great story around cyber protection and how to recover from a ransomware attack. But honestly, when we partnered with Equinix, this is where the solution really came together. How do you provide customers that really want that cyber resiliency with the whole concept of a hybrid cloud and a cloud mentality? So that's where I'm really excited about how our offerings have come together to provide these solutions for the marketplace.
It's a good time to talk about Equinix Metal. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
And I think you're going to actually hit on this, Glenn, as you kind of talk about how Equinix Metal fits into this model. You're using words like resiliency and flexibility, and I'm curious if you could define what that means in the model we're looking at and the way in which our solutions are knit together to provide that.
So resiliency represents the ability to come back from an event quickly, which is extremely important. It's one thing to do a backup job, but the reason we do backup is to restore. And so if you can't restore within an acceptable service level, then your business is going to suffer, and that has a real cost associated with it. Most organizations haven't updated their architectures to accommodate for hybrid multi-cloud. Maybe they're starting to back up inside of a cloud, and most customers we speak to don't like the idea that they have production workloads in a specific cloud, and then they're also backing up those workloads into that same cloud. The customers we speak to are telling us that this is a risk that no one has really addressed. Well, the solution that we put together here does address that. And Equinix Metal, to give a little introduction to that platform, is the ability to put single tenant bare metal servers and network adjacent to the multi-cloud, also adjacent to metros in which customers may have resources, assets, locations of their own, either inside the Equinix platform itself or perhaps in a remote site local to that site. That allows us to have what we'll call a data pivot point, where all backups from that area can come in from some backup software that is compatible with data domains technology, deduplicate that data so that we can avoid expensive egress charges from the public clouds, and also make the most out of our network links, and store that data on Equinix Metal running Data Domain, the virtual edition. So this allows us to have data located in various metros as depicted in this diagram. Don't worry about the metro names themselves, but it could be any of our 19 metros that we have Equinix Metal available in today, and be able to restore that data that is now located on the Data Domain Virtual Edition on Equinix Metal to any of the sites that are located either proximate by the multi-cloud, the various cloud providers, and we connect to over 1,200 providers, service providers on our Equinix Fabric, or to customers' sites within Equinix platform or through their own on-prem sites. This capability happens at a much faster rate than it would be in the cloud itself because we're leveraging all-flash technology. And this allows us to do things with Data Domain that you typically can't do when you're in the cloud. We actually have the capability of restoring a cloud workload back to that same cloud faster than you could if you put Data Domain VE in that same cloud. So that ability gives you a faster restore. Again, that's why we're doing all this, from some sort of a cyber event or simply a loss of data through human error, right? And in the cloud, a lot of that happens.
And so, Grace, I also want to come back to the cyber resiliency, right? So in Dell Technologies, we talk about a cyber plan. And the solution that we've partnered with Equinix is one element of a plan, right? So you have the CISO organizations, there's network monitoring tools, there's Active Directory, making sure that the right people have the right access to data, outside threat vectors. For those of you that remember the Log4j, where there was capabilities for bad actors or hackers to pretty much access server infrastructures through web portals, these are all real threat vectors that CISO organizations are fighting. And the solution that we have created, both Dell Technologies and Equinix, is a part of that plan. Hey, in the event that you've done everything possible to try and prevent an attack from happening or a cyber ransomware event, in the event that you are hit and you have to recover from that, you're going to be looking to your backup and restore environments. And like a great example of this is the Colonial Pipeline. It brought the eastern United States to its knees, and all because a hacker organization came in and impacted the billing database for those oil productions. So they could ship the oil. There was no issue with shipping oil. They just couldn't bill people. And so rather than charge customers revenue that they may not have incurred, they had to wait and restore the entire database from backup. And so that's what we're trying to create from a solution here is that, hey, look, the CISO organizations with real-time threat monitoring, that's all important, without a doubt. But in the event that you are attacked, you're going to be looking to your recovery and backup systems to put that data back. And many times now, ransomware is deliberately targeting your DR copies and your backup application software and hardware to destroy that data, because if they can impact that environment, they can pretty much guarantee that they're going to get a payday. And so part of the solution that we've created with Equinix on Metal is really important. So a couple things that customers really want nowadays, they want a cloud-like experience, and that's what Metal provides. And they want the ability to provide software-defined capabilities. And that's the real value here, is that I can take software licenses and I can bring it into the Equinix Metal environment, and I can leverage your fabric to connect to anywhere. You have, 4,400 different interconnected points all over the globe, spanning from AWS, Azure, GCP, OCI, IBM Cloud, and various destination endpoints. These are extremely powerful statements or capabilities that end customers are relying on to provide a cyber resiliency to come back from an attack. So that's why I love this offering that we've put together.
I think that that's a really great segue into, maybe this is a statement I'm making, or maybe it's a question, but a lot of times, what you just said, people will, for instance, attack your reserves. They'll go where they know you would go for your backups to ensure they get paid, right? So if your disaster recovery plan is really contingent on backups that live on the cloud, other clouds, etc., something I've heard Glenn say is that there is a best practice to protect your public cloud data outside of a given cloud provider. And I think that that's an interesting part of the solution as well. And I've got a diagram here that I'd love for you all to apply some of what you've been saying to, because this hybrid multi-cloud data protection and projection, image that we're looking at is really impactful and important for risk, for mitigating risk and decreasing, risk, and also increasing resiliency, right? And so I'm curious how the integration and the relationship between the tools work in this kind of framework.
Well, in this particular example, we're showing all of that, plus we're adding the extra dimension of business flexibility, right? And giving the leverage over your data back to the owner rather than to a cloud provider that would hold it hostage with tremendous egress. Again, it's one of the things that customers don't like about having cloud providers provide their own backup using the same cloud resources, right? It provides not just a risk, but it also creates even greater data gravity in a place that the customer does not control. The whole point is that on Equinix Metal and on the platform Equinix, the customer's in total control of their environment. So in this particular example, as we number the different, in order, the different operations, first we have a workload that's running in AWS, and we have some backup software. It doesn't, any of the backup software that Data Domain integrates with, and there's a litany of them, not just from Dell, but from also Dell's third-party partners, that would back that data up from AWS, send it over Equinix Fabric, which connects, again, over 1,200 different partners, over to the Data Domain Virtual Edition in Equinix Metal. And that is a specifically engineered device built to run Data Domain Virtual Edition at the highest possible performance levels. That Data Domain data now can be either restored back to AWS, as we see in the green, where we can restore that data at about 4x or more the speed of what it would have taken if you had that same technology located within AWS. This is not because of Data Domain runs differently in the cloud. It's simply because in the cloud you're running with a shared network architecture and a lot of network limitations and architectures that prohibit maximum performance of the application. We are giving Data Domain Virtual Edition all of the power it requires for maximum performance, local with our Flash and NVMe devices. Now, that's great. So we can take the data from AWS, provide a 75% reduction using Data Domain's technology, as well as the reduced cost of egress using Equinix Fabric and private interconnect to that Data Domain, and restore it, again, more than 4x the speed of in the cloud. But talk about the business flexibility, and now we have the capability of taking that data and perhaps restoring it to a different cloud. If you want to try a SQL database that was in AWS and restore it to Azure to try something out, you need to only restore the data from the DDBE on Equinix Metal to Azure using another Equinix Fabric connection, which you can create in 5 minutes or less, or even automate it through Terraform or Ansible, and create a new outcome for your business. Should you want to repatriate data, and 49% of businesses these days have repatriated a cloud workload, either one or more over the last year, Equinix Metal provides a great place to spin up new hosts and restore the data from Data Domain Virtual Edition right to hosts on Equinix Metal very quickly, and create more of a private cloud outcome. So again, this opens up a whole world of optionality and gives you back leverage over your data, and also gives you sovereign control over that data for you to do what you want and take egress out of the business decision when you do so.
And also I want to add some of the great choices that we made with Metal. So Glenn kind of articulated that, these are running on all Flash PowerEdge servers. I really want to accentuate the importance of that. So in Dell Technologies, we have analytics software, and that analytics software integrates with our Data Domain Virtual Edition. What are we doing here? So the benefit of copies of data backup is that not only can I recover from it, but I want to be able to use that data. So Dell Technologies has created this AI software called CyberSense. And the whole purpose of this software is to provide analytics of your backup data, looking for anomalies or any type of ransomware attack vectors. We use 200 different reports that are looking at the data in various ways, looking for an attack. And the benefit here with an all-flash PowerEdge server, I can scan that data much faster. I can speak on personal experience with this, that as the data sets grow, it's more difficult to scan those workloads, especially when we leverage high-density disk and SAS drives. But again, the value here with the all-flash metal servers, I can scan that data significantly faster. So not only can I recover the data much faster back to either a various cloud, AWS, Azure, GCP, or back on-prem, but I can let my end user know faster that, hey, this data has been impacted by ransomware. What are my good copies of data? The more data I can scan in a period of time, the better of an outcome that I can provide to you with information. And so that's the other big benefit here, is that I can provide analytics much, much faster to my end users.
I think to add to that, for customers that aren't even using those kind of analytic kind of applications, the ability of Data Domain Virtual Edition running on Equinix Metal to provide that kind of performance reduces time to restore. And that in any event, no matter what application you're using, is a huge value to a customer. So while analytics are absolutely an important part of what Dell brings to the table from a recovery from a cyber attack, and customers should really take a good look at this solution, and it is a widely used solution in the industry today. It's the one I see most. Even in a simple case for customers who are using this technology in a very simple way in the cloud to back up cloud resources, we now have an option for doing it faster in a sovereign way that now gives you a lot more optionality on your data.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that. I think that's, it's a lot of information for me, right? I don't get to get my hands on the products as often as I desire to, but it really makes me think about the kinds of customer questions I hear, or that, sometimes secondhand, sometimes firsthand, really about what is disaster recovery? What is resiliency? A lot of time, these questions, they're philosophical in nature, but there are concrete best practices that can be instituted immediately today to get people started. And I guess I'll kick off our Q&A with that. And that is, if someone is trying to come up with a resiliency plan or a restoration strategy in case of disaster or crisis, where do you begin? What are 2 or 3 things that everyone who is new to this journey should do? And if they've been doing it, what are 2 or 3 things that they can use to up-level the kind of resiliency that they're, integrating into their solutions?
So great question. So let me kind of start with a couple things that we think of as best practices. So number one, you need to kind of separate disaster recovery from cyber recovery. Those are 2 different events. So number one, you should always be thinking, hey, is this a DR type of event, or is this a cyber recovery event? Because they are 2 different things. And let me provide you a really good example of that, right? So if you have a natural disaster where, a data center is taken out and you don't have corruption to data, most customers have a secondary site, which is many times an Equinix Colo, where they can spin up that data. They've been doing asynchronous or synchronous copies, and great. They're back up and running in a short amount of time. But when you come back from a cyber attack, that's very different. You're trying to figure out, where did they attack, what's corrupted, where am I exposed, and what data is good. And so step number one, figure out, are you in a cyber attack recovery scenario, or are you in a disaster recovery scenario? And those are 2 different planning that you have to take an account for. Other areas that you have to kind of think about is, again, RTOs and RPOs. It's a very common statement. And again, the big benefit here with Metal is the capability to recover using flash technologies. Those performances are much faster. But you always need to look at not only just infrastructure, such as Active Directory, DNS. So if you are compromised from a cyber attack, the basic plumbing is attacked first. And we've seen this with many customers. Hey, we didn't know we were being attacked. We lost Active Directory. We lost DNS. None of our servers could communicate, and we were completely locked out of the environment. And so that's why it's always important to make sure that the basic plumbing, not only the critical database applications and web applications are protected, but again, those basic plumbing environments as well. Glenn, we'd love to hear your comments on that.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fantastic answer. I'll pile on that in the world of Equinix Metal and the Equinix platform, take all of the stuff that Peter just talked about, and then add the ability to spin up an on-demand farm of servers running the applications that to be restored, and also dynamically creating the network connections to get those servers connected into your environment, because you may not be able to or want to restore onto the systems that you were originally running on for lots of different reasons. If they got cyber attacked, you never know if there's something in the BIOS. There's a whole lot of things that have to be done to those servers before you can feel comfortable putting them back into main production, because otherwise you'll be back in the same situation. So we have the ability to spin up new environments quickly to restore to, and that value, if you have the data already on Data Domain VE on Equinix Metal, you are located in an extremely high network bandwidth situation to restore that data onto servers local to that environment, and you'll be back up a lot faster than you would if you had to go and buy servers, set them up in a clean room somewhere, and get them going. This dynamic is extremely valuable to a customer.
Yeah, and Glenn, let me kind of add something to that, because you just kind of reminded me of a story. So, hey, for those listeners, please keep in mind when a customer is impacted by a ransomware attack, hey, here's a fun fact. The FBI gets involved. Here's another fun fact. They confiscate the equipment. So you may be thinking to yourself that, hey, listen, I want to recover. I'm going to lay the information, the backup data. I'm going to recover back to the original infrastructure. Hey, if that infrastructure was compromised, the FBI confiscated. You may be finding yourself without any infrastructure at all. And hey, so here's the value of Metal. You can spin up hardware platforms on demand to leverage compute and storage resources that you can recover into, because you may not have those resources. They may be taken away. So that's a great point. We've actually seen that happen with a lot of our customers. And then they try to order servers from us. And we're like, hey, there's a 6-month lead time for servers right now. There's a supply chain issue still happening in this world of ours. And we can't get those servers fast enough to you. You can't be down for 6 months. And then queue in Metal.
Yep. And just the last point on that is, the Metal doesn't have to be your final resting place, but it's the quickest way to get to that first restore. Once it's there, you can then methodically and at your own pace migrate some of those workloads to various cloud vendors as you see fit, right? So it because of the adjacency of our Equinix Metal to the hyperscalers, the public cloud providers, and our ability to dynamically interconnect to all of them, it gives you tremendous optionality on what happens when things get bad. We're the ones you want to be with when things get bad.
For folks who are watching today or listening, thank you for joining us. We've really enjoyed having your attention. And if you have any additional questions, please do not hesitate to reach out to us, and we'll respond as quickly as possible. And a friendly reminder to also look at your resources. They're a great place to get started with DDVE and Equinix Metal. Thank you for joining us, and we hope you can join us next time.
Oh man, what a great chat. Thank you folks so much for including us in that discussion. It was really interesting to kind of follow along and just get to be, as I said, a fly in the wall in that room. a lot of smart people talking about cool things. Well, if you haven't already seen, we have up on the screen here, what additional information would you like about the Equinix solution? So we just heard some really great reasons to check this out, to look into it a little bit further. And again, your future self will thank you for this. Click on the poll now, tell Equinix what additional information you would like to get, and then they'll just feed it on back to you. So you don't even have to do anything. You're just future subscribing. So current you might be a little bit tired. It's been a long day. Current you might be ready to get off and get to your dinner, but future you is going to thank you for right now clicking on that poll and letting Equinix know what the additional information is that they can send your way. And as I just said, we are kind of getting close to the wrap of our session here, which is very exciting. But before you go anywhere, we do have a couple of prizes that we're going to give away to kind of bring it all home here. So I have two prizes, two last prizes, and then I'm going to recap the entire winners list because I haven't been speaking enough today, and I know you guys want me to be speaking a little bit more, so I'm going to do the whole list in one go, potentially with breathing. We'll see how that happens. So our last winner of a $500 Amazon gift card today, our last winner of a $500 Amazon gift card, if they are here present at the live webinar, you know it, is Brett Webb. Brett Webb is winning that $500 Amazon gift card. Brett is from Texas. And then our last winner of the Samsung Galaxy Book 2 360 laptop is going to John Ballard of Louisiana. John Ballard of Louisiana, you have won. So congratulations to Brett on your $500 Amazon gift card and to John on your shiny new laptop. All right, folks, you asked for it. I'm going to do it. Here is our full winners list from the day today. Gift card number 1 going to Paul Schmidt of Hawaii. Oh, Hawaii, nice. That's a double win. Gift card number 2 going to Duke Myers of Virginia. Gift card number 3 to William Nemitz of Minnesota. Grand prize or one of the laptops going to Alfred Ung of California. A gift card going to Joseph Radis of Washington. A gift card going to Jeff Searing of Wisconsin. Gift card going to Susan Anderson of Nebraska. I don't know how to do a Nebraska accent. I can't do it. A laptop going to Mike Pacifico of California. A gift card going to Donnie Fan of California. A gift card going to Robert Foster of Vermont. A gift card going to Zahir Saeed of Texas. A laptop going to Stephen Johnson of Massachusetts. A gift card going to Mark Samuel of Missouri. Gift card going to Brett Cranda of Virginia. Gift card going to Marquez Fernando of California. A laptop going to Chris Montini of Tennessee. Gift card going to Sean Diaz of Nebraska. Gift card going to Chris Kamara of Massachusetts. A gift card going to Brett Webb of Texas, and a laptop going to John Ballard of Louisiana. I did it. I got through the whole list, and so did you. Congratulations to all of our winners and to everyone for hanging out with us today for all of those awesome prizes. I do want to remind you that we are going to follow up with you after we wrap. Now, hang on, because I'm just going to get back on camera with all of you lovely folks here. Give me 2 seconds.
Okay, and don't forget that there is still a chance to win that Best Question Asked prize. I want to remind you, and I've said this throughout, but we are reviewing all the questions asked after we wrap up the Megacast today. And so we're going to review all the wonderful questions that came in, and then we will follow up with that best question from each session, even if it didn't get asked live. And I do, on that note, want to really extend a thank you to all of you out there who asked questions today. We had some incredible questions coming in. The competition is going to be tight for that best question card. But honestly, it really elevates the whole experience of the day when we have those wonderful questions, the comments, when people are sharing and discussing things together. So please keep that up, because that really is wonderful for all of us to see and makes the day even that much more exciting. Speaking of exciting, I do want to remind you all, we talked about this quite a bit at the top. If you joined us in time for the keynote, you heard Scott and David and I talking about ransomware.org and how much we really love and appreciate this tool. If you missed that, no problem. There's still time to check out ransomware.org. Now, I get it if your brain's kind of on overload right now, maybe you're not ready to dive in, but I do want you to bookmark this page, open it in a browser, save it for tomorrow, whenever you're ready to jump in, because it's got everything that you need to know, everything that you're looking for in terms of understanding, preventing, and recovering ransomware. Super helpful tips and resources wherever you are in that research journey. So again, just open that browser, save that for later, bookmark it, whatever you want to do. I promise you, you're going to want to check out those resources and kind of follow up on some of the discussions that we started today. Now, if you are in the webinar today and you are thinking this seems like a lot of fun, you'd like to get involved, it is a lot of fun. Scott, David, and I would love to have a conversation with you, with your organization. So if you're interested in presenting on a future summit, maybe an EcoCast, a Megacast, a webinar, whatever you have in mind, we would love to hear from you. So please do reach out at connect@actualtechmedia.com. All right. Well, with that, on behalf of the Actual Tech Media team, I want to once again, and from the bottom of my heart, thank our incredible speakers from Gigamon, KnowBe4, Sophos, Rubrik, Red Canary, Haiku, ReliaQuest, Firemon, Zerto, Unitrends, Cohesity, Commvault, Unit 42, Pure Storage, and Equinix. Whew, that's a list. for making this megacast possible today. I also really want to extend a thank you to all of you out there for attending, for asking those incredible questions about ransomware, and really getting into that super megacast spirit today. I had so much fun talking with all of you about the many ways that you're all building and enhancing, executing your recovery and prevention plans. I know that there's a lot involved in these topics. There's a lot to be thinking about, and I hope that you're maybe walking away with a few more sort of tips and tricks and things that you can take away and put into action in your organization. So hopefully your brain is lit up. Even though it was a long day, I hope you've enjoyed it as much as I have. I am definitely ready to go sit down and put my feet up, I have to tell you. But I know I'm going to be mulling over these things for the rest of the evening. So I hope your families are all ready for a good dissertation on ransomware over the dinner table tonight. Before you take off today, I do want to make sure that you mark your calendars to come back and join us Thursday, October 27th. That's this Thursday at 12 p.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific for an EcoCast on cloud migration strategies, avoiding risk while transforming IT. This is such an important topic. It's going to be an amazing EcoCast. We have an incredible keynote from Ned Bellavance, Ned in the Cloud. I mean, you can't miss that. So make sure you mark your calendar for that and come back and join us on Thursday. Well, I hope to see you all there. And either way, I hope to see you at a webinar again soon. And until then, have an absolutely beautiful rest of your day.